is not a typo.
Yeah. And then I think it was yesterday, the opportunity area boundary map that's now been agreed between the council. So good. That will go on. It's not on yet. And then we've had a letter of objection from the RPS Group. That's on behalf of the owners of the Shard buildings. Has that been circulated?
Yes, I've seen it, and as you know, it refers to servicing.
Yeah.
My own view is it doesn't add anything to the debate that you chaired, you know, when the round table session took place. And it then refers back to their previous letters of objection stroke representation on the applications, which we've responded to in the past, and our responses are in the consultation response documents, which are in the core documents. So, okay. That's I'll just leave it there, to be quite frank.
Okay, great. Okay, I think that's it in terms of what I've got thus far. But
did the consultation report material not go in on the local plan? I thought that had gone in.
Yes, ma'am. We shared with the appellant's team yesterday 2 documents which had been part of the material before the examination in public on the plan. That's arising from Mr. Glasgow's evidence. I understand there's no objection to those going in. Before we put those in, we're just checking to see if there's anything else. So we're in contact with Mr. Glasgow, we're in contact with the policy team, just to make sure that we've got everything. And once we've confirmed that, then if there's anything else, we'll share it with the other side first. If not, we'll just put in what they've already seen.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, all right. Any other procedural points to pick up this morning?
No, ma'am. I just expressed the expectation, obviously, that process would be completed before I call Mr. Goddard, which is a little while off, yes, obviously. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome up to the front to Historic England.
Thank you very much.
So if you'd like to...
Yes, thank you. It's nice to have a change of scene. Yes, so for Mr. Young's evidence in chief, he's been inspired by other witnesses to put together some slides, some images to refer to rather than turning up all of the documents. So I hope that will speed things up a bit. So you're just being handed round now a hard copy of the actual presentation that he'll be running through. And then there's also a list of the document. I think most of the references are on the sides themselves, but there's also a separate list of all of those. And we did, I think, circulate a list of documents for his evidence in chief.
I got those, yes.
Yes, I think they're coming around hard copy as well. I think, is that just a few that we might actually look at? I think there are others that possibly Mr. Young might refer to, but we don't need to turn them up, but the references are there for you. If anyone does want to look at them, we know where they are.
Do you want me to sit at the witness table?
It would probably be easier for you because then, well, I suppose it depends. I'm sure you'll be looking at the hard copies as well, but you...
Yeah, okay,
if you want I'll move, you probably should move.
Yeah.
You'll get a bit of a sore neck otherwise, I think. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Young. I'm going to just start by introducing you to the inquiry. Your name is Alistair Young, we know. You have degrees in history and history of art and architectural conservation, is that right?
Yes.
And you tell us in your proof you've been employed in the heritage sector since 2006. You spent some time at Historic Scotland from 2011 and then joined English Heritage in 2013 as an assistant inspector of historic buildings and areas, and you were then promoted to an inspector in 2016. Is that all correct?
Yep.
And then you tell us as well in your proof that you provided detailed advice on tall building development proposals and other proposals affecting the historic environment across London and specifically within Southwark. So I just wondered if, just to sort of get the ball rolling, you could just tell us a bit more about the Southwark element of your experience, please.
Yes, well, I've been involved in casework in Southwark for almost a decade since I started at English Heritage as it was then, and that was pretty much just after the Shard had been completed as well. So gives you a sense of what my casework involvement has been. A lot of it has been in relation to tall building development, particularly in the north end of the borough. It's pretty rare that we raise strong objections to tall building development. As we explained in our opening statement, I think it's only about 7% of tall building cases that we raise serious concerns over. We recognise that tall buildings have a place in Southwark and more widely in London, but that these should follow a plan-led approach, which is one of the sort of foremost principles of our tall buildings guidance. An example of the plan-led approach that I've been involved in is at Canada Water. So the master plan there, I was involved in some pre-app with the applicant and landowner. And we recognise that sadly the heritage at Canada Water isn't great any longer. A lot of the docks were infilled, sadly a lot of the heritage was lost. So if you're going to put tall buildings somewhere, that would be, from our side of things, a sensible place to put them. And our input in those sorts of cases are more to do with the sort of longer range views. So in that case, it was to do with views from Greenwich towards St Paul's, which is, one of the protected views of set out in the LBMF. We managed to negotiate a reduction, redistribution of height there. But no objection to sort of principle of tall buildings. First slide, please. Specific. Great. Yes, specific to the area around the appeals site, a lot of these buildings proposals have been discussed already, and I've been involved to some extent in quite a lot of these. And again, a lot of these sit within site allocations, within either gap sites, or the existing buildings aren't particularly positive in terms of townscape, and certainly not heritage. So redevelopment on those sites, is accepted, and our input again has been not so much to do with the sort of heritage in the immediate vicinity of these buildings, but the sort of longer range impacts. I mean, the exception are the two schemes at Vinegar Yard, which have been mentioned already. The mayor has approved the scheme to the north, and we did actually, alongside Southwark's conservation team, managed to retain one of the warehouse buildings there that makes a positive contribution to the Bermondsey Street conservation area. But we did with that scheme and the other scheme, which is kind of more, visually and physically intrusive. We've raised some concerns there about a warehouse on that site, and that seems to be determined. But there are some impacts and views from Bermondsey Street, and we flagged them up. That's another great high street in this area. Not included on this map, but along Southwark Street, just at the left of the image there's Landmark Court, which I've had some involvement in as well. This is largely within the conservation area, in the Borough High Street conservation area. The density of buildings along Southwark Street is greater, it being a 19th century commercial route. And the taller elements are next to the railway line there. But we did manage to kind of negotiate a reduction in height of that development.
Can I just interrupt you? I didn't catch the name of the scheme, sorry.
Landmark Court, sorry if I didn't explain that. But yes. All right. Yeah. Okay. Landmark Court, and that's been approved, and that's the scheme where they've discovered that incredible mosaic, which is, I think parts of it are 1,800 years old, and it's pretty largely intact as well. So it kind of gives you a real sense of just how historically important and ancient Southwark is as a borough. Just to add that I've also been involved in schemes that offer significant enhancement to the conservation area as well. One scheme that's pretty relevant to this appeal scheme is the conversion of Bowland House, which forms the east wing of Guy's Hospital, to the Sounds Gallery, which sadly had to close during COVID. I believe it's opening again soon. And we were really positive about that scheme. Bolland House is actually a rebuilt, in a pretty scholarly way, wing to the Grade 2 star hospital. And so there was lots of flexibility in terms of internal alterations, and the improvements to the townscape, getting rid of all the car parking in the forecourt and turning that into like a really nice bit of public realm with public access and really good access into the chapel, which a lot of people don't know about, but that's a really special place as well. All of that has really enhanced and I think demonstrated the council's vision to kind of really lift the sort of heritage value of that area. And then just finally, another scheme along Stony Street is the Borough Yard scheme, which is about to be completed, hopefully. And, there were some interventions that we consider to be slightly harmful to the conservation area, but overall, the scale and massing of that development was preserved and enhanced the character of the conservation area. And again, created new activity, opened up new routes, and really kind of based on a clear understanding of what that conservation area is about. And yeah, it's good to see those two schemes kind of really trying to sort of see the USP of that area and the value of this amazing heritage in the area.
Right, thank you. If we just move to a few matters of approach then before we get into the heritage assets themselves. And first of all, we've all read your proof. You focus in there on specifically 5 heritage assets. We know from Dr. Barker-Mill's evidence, he's identified and assessed several other assets within this area. So can you just sort of give us a summary of why you've taken the approach you have, why that's different to the council's approach?
Sure. That's set out in my proof in paragraph 6.1 to 2. I mean, clearly tall buildings in this location will have a wide-ranging impact on the historic environment. And you can see from the Heritage Statement of Common Ground that there are a number of assets identified by both Mr. Stewart and Dr. Barker-Mills that I haven't included in my assessment. As the national advisors on heritage, we've taken a proportionate approach, prioritising what really matters to us, and that means taking account the heritage assets that we consider to be most harmed by the appeal schemes, and then also considering the assets of the highest significance across a sort of wider area. And for the avoidance of doubt, that means we've kind of whittled it down to the Borough High Street conservation area and key listed buildings within that conservation area, in particular the terrace, which forms part of the appeal site, and the Grade 2 star St Thomas's Church across the road. Those are two that we kind of expanded on in terms of the contribution they make to the conservation area, as well as their kind of significance in themselves. We've also included 2 other important buildings in the conservation area: Guy's Hospital, Grade 2 star, next door to the site, immediately to the east, and Southwark Cathedral across the railway lines and towards the river. And then the more distant heritage assets are the Tower of London World Heritage Site and St Paul's Cathedral. And this is consistent with what we said at pre-application stage to the 2018 scheme all along. These are the things that matter to us most. So we have been saying the same thing, and we think it's important to be consistent with that advice.
Thank you. Now, you've set out in your proof, I think paragraph 6.0, a kind of overall approach in terms of identifying significance and contribution of setting, and then looking at impact. In terms of impact in this case, apart from conservation area and the sort of site listed buildings, we know that all of the impacts are setting impacts. And we've heard a bit about it already. Look at GPA 3. So that's document CDF 04. And page 8 of that document contains the 5-step approach. I think Dr. Barker-Mills obviously already went through this in a bit of detail in his evidence. Can I just ask you to sort of look at that and just to reflect on the extent to which you followed that approach in your assessment?
Yes, I mean, I've set this out slightly differently, but it is all there within my evidence. So, with step 1, I've considered the assets that could be affected by the appeal schemes, and through our pre-app discussions and through the information applications, the timescape assessment has been really helpful to us in kind of pinpointing what we want to focus on, and the zone of theoretical visibility. It's not only about visibility, but it's a really important part of setting considerations for us. So that information has been really helpful, as well as using ViewCity, which we did have both models at application stage that were provided to us by the appellant team, and we can also sort of extrude our own models to kind of give us a sense of what these developments would look like. 3D modelling is becoming more and more a really important part. These digital planning tools are becoming a really important part of what we do and how we assess impacts where settings issues are considered. So after that step, the contribution of setting to significance. So that's kind of setting up what we consider significance to be in accordance with the MPPF and conservation principles, and then if I just turn to the example of Guy's Hospital, I have included section on contribution of setting to significance from section 8.14. So that's all in there. And with that section, there's a checklist on page 11 of GPA3, which contains attributes that may help to elucidate the contribution of setting to significance. So I kind of referred to a few of those throughout that. And I've also importantly considered positive and negative contributions to settings here, which is particularly important for this case. And then with the effects in step 3, and that starts at 8.25. I've again used the checklist on page 13 of the attributes of the appeal schemes to help to elucidate the implications for significance on the historic assets identified. So I've gone through that approach. Step 4 isn't really relevant at this stage because it's about opportunities to maximise enhancement or avoid harm, and we're not kind of doing that at this inquiry stage. And then step 5 is to do with monitoring, and that's not relevant just now either. So yeah, those steps moving forward.
Thank you. And then thinking back to the evidence of Dr. Barker-Mills, there was some discussion there about kind of calibrating substantial and less than substantial harm. Now we know it's common ground all of the harms identified by anyone in this case are less than substantial harm. But what's your understanding of where that boundary lies between what's substantial and then what's everything below that less than substantial?
The PPG explains that substantial harm is a high test. It's not met in many cases, and it describes substantial harm as seriously affecting a key element of significance. There's also planning judgments. There's a Bedford judgment where substantial harm equates to significance being vitiated altogether or very much reduced. In the recent Holocaust memorial case, the court said that the description of the PPG is equivalent to that language used in the Bedford case, and emphasised again that it is a high test. To be clear, everything that we have identified is below substantial harm. It's within less than substantial harm, and I believe I've clearly set out where it sits within that spectrum of harm. I have used high, medium and low in the summary, in the Heritage Statement of Common Ground, to set that out just for convenience, but then I've gone on to explain where and why it's, where it sits on that spectrum in more detail in the proof.
Thank you. Right, let's move on then to look at the specific assets that you're interested in. And we're going to start with the conservation area. And can you just kick us off with, kind of from your perspective, an overview of the conservation area and its significance and historic character?
Yeah. Well, it's often quite a challenge to try and bring together the significance of a conservation area that has multiple sub-areas. But fundamentally, this is the Borough High Street Conservation Area, and the High Street is described as the most powerful influence on the physical evolution of the conservation area and still forms the spine of the area. That's in paragraph 2.21 of the conservation area appraisal. It's one of the oldest roads in London, having provided the main arterial route to and from the City of London since Roman occupation via London Bridge. which was the sole crossing point of the Thames until Westminster Bridge in 1750. And as a result of this continued access and activity over the centuries, the High Street really became the first London suburb, essentially, more built up than anywhere else across the capital by the medieval period. Its development led to the establishment of a priory, which then became Salt Lake Cathedral by the river at the northwest end, which is in sub-area 3. And then St Thomas's Hospital was founded, out of that priory, relocated to the east side in sub-area 4. So all of that activity kind of stemmed from the development of the High Street and its evolution. That sort of dense urban development of Borough High Street and its proximity to the city and its location on the pilgrimage route to Canterbury meant that it became popular and populated with inns for the convenience of travellers, which is set out in section 7.10 of my proof. And from the Tudor period, it became even more popular due to the establishment of the Old Globe Theatre and other entertainments along Bankside. Southwark managed to escape the Great Fire of London, but 10 years later, it sadly had its own fire, and it meant that a lot of this old Southwark was destroyed or seriously damaged. But if we look at the Roke map, next slide, please, you can still see that this distinctive medieval grain, so this is from 1746, still survives after this period, characterized by these long, narrow burgage plots containing enclosed alleyways and yards where these coaching inns were located all the way down on both sides of the street. And it's quite like, there's nothing quite like this in the Roke map of London. It's really distinctive, and this sort of herringbone layout resembles something like the Royal Mile in Edinburgh with its closes off the High Street. This is a very ancient urban grain at this point in its history. The arrival of the railways were not very sympathetic to that. At the north end, the High Street is truncated by the railway lines, and the sort of acceleration of commercial activity meant that the urban landscape changed, but also a lot of these coaching inns vanished because rail transportation kind of took over the need for them, essentially. The coaching inns were gradually demolished. The Georgian is the only one that we have left. It's Grade 1 listed, and a lot of these alleyways and yards were repurposed for commercial activity rather than being overlaid with larger forms. Next slide, please. So you can see in the sort of post-war period, yes, this was even kind of less sympathetic. After the war and the bomb damage, some of which you can see there in this 1944 aerial view, these sites were cleared, and then some of them, although I appreciate that some of these buildings are further north, were redeveloped, and you can just, it's been kind of cropped, but this is an image, I think, from Simon Alford's evidence, where you have New London Bridge House, you've got Southern Towers, and then you've got Guy's Tower, which is still there. The other two were replaced by the developments around, the Shard and the News Building. But despite all this change, the High Street remains pretty well preserved, and the conservation area was designated in 1968, which kind of gave it some, protection from redevelopment. And yeah, it's pretty remarkable given the development pressures around London Bridge.
Right, so we've talked about the High Street being the centre of the area. Can you just give us a flavour of the kind of key aspects of special interest that you focused on in your assessment, please?
Yeah, next slide, please. As set out in my proof, I focused Okay, sorry, that was meant to come up in the previous image. Sorry, I didn't give that a call, but that is really just to show that fine grain of buildings, particularly on the east side, because it becomes more fragmented further south, and the western side at the south isn't in the conservation area, but you can see that fine grain of buildings still there, and that kind of sets out the 4 different sub areas. Apologies for not bringing that up earlier. Next slide, please. As set out in my proof, I focused on the area between the railway lines, and then going down further south, pretty much to where the memorial is, where that island site is on the high street. And this is described in the conservation area appraisal as the centre of the conservation area in paragraph 1.29. And again, here the map really reveals that fine urban grain in this particular part of the conservation area. It indicates the high quality of the high street on both sides, given that all these buildings identified here are either listed buildings in blue or positive contributors to the conservation area in red. I accept that a few of these have gone since this, map was created. The conservation areas area appraisal is about 2006, so yeah, it's 16 years old. So it is it would benefit from being updated, but there's a lot of really great heritage still survives along the high street. The conservation area appraisal mentions the controlled variety of scales of these frontage buildings of between 3 and 4 stories, which reveal the inherited characteristics of the burgage plots. So it really kind of, the frontage buildings, although a lot of them are kind of largely Victorian at the front or later, being able to kind of see their varied heights and the different types of architecture kind of gives you an insight into how ancient the high street really is through these forms. Tall building development clearly has had an impact on that character, as we'll see in a moment, but there is still a real sense of the breathing space around these buildings and these plots, and their sort of hierarchy of scales. A sense of that sort of depth can also be appreciated in the glimpsed views into the alleyways from the high street. The conservation area describes these views as part of its visual interest and a reminder of the borough's historic legacy. And this central part of the conservation area, King's Head Yard, is perhaps one of the best places that you can appreciate that. Do you want to carry on and talk about King's Head Yard a bit? Yeah, sure. Well, just to explain, the appeal site abuts King's Head Yard at the south end. And although it's entirely within sub-area 4 technically, according to these maps, in my view, it really relates a lot more to sub-area 1. King's Head Yard kind of embodies many of the characteristics that define the urban morphology and the urban grain, as I've just explained, of the high street. Next slide, please. So this is an 1885 photo of the old King's Head Yard, and you can see the similarities with the George here. And this was just shortly before its demolition. And actually, I believe the current King's Head pub was built by this time slightly out of shot, or it was being constructed. And so that kind of shows you what was there before. Next slide, please. The coaching is gone by this point, but what's interesting about this is you can see the sort of the 19th century interventions, particularly along the north side. So along the north boundary of King's Head Yard, you can see the hop sample rooms, which is an example of the Victorian repurposing of the yards in the 19th century. The hop trade played a really important part in the sort of the development of Southwark, over a long period, with the hop gardens of Kent being kind of accessible and with easy reach of Borough. And again, the sort of arterial route from the southeast into the city meant that the hop trade flourished in this particular location and was accelerated through the 19th century. And you can see a lot of references to the hop trade in the conservation area now. You've got the hop exchange, which is grade 2 listed on Southwark Street. You've got the LeMay hop factors, which is a really beautiful terracotta coloured frontage building on the high street, which is also grade 2. And this is another reference to the hop trade at this stage in its history. Next slide, please. Now, this shows the current presentation of King's Head Yard, following the conversion of New City Court. Again, this is Simon Alford's image, which is a lot better than the ones I've photographed and used in my evidence. There's a lot of debate about the authenticity of this wall in the evidence and the rebuttals, but my view is, that it's clearly characterful, and I've gone into great detail about the fabric that I've managed to kind of uncover along this retained wall that demonstrates that there's Victorian decoration there. There is stonework that survives there. So I believe that it is an authentic part of and vestige of the hop sample rooms. And it also contributes to that enclosed setting of the listed pub, due to its narrowness that, as far as I can tell, follows the line as set out in the Gold map. And ultimately is identified as a positive contributor in the conservation area, which describes on 4.3.12. The colonnaded commercial building on the north side of King's Head Yard has strong townscape value in containing narrow spaces. And there's also a figure in the conservation area appraisal that shows that view on the left. And again, it's also referenced in the characterization study for the area. That's CDE 13 on page 87. So yeah, the King's Head Yard has real character, in my opinion. It also demonstrates the repurposing of the yards in the 19th century, with buildings associated with an important trade in the area. Next slide, please. Although in this image, I accept that the new City Court development has not been particularly sympathetic, where you can see it rising behind this facade. So in some views, I accept that its sort of facadism becomes very clear, and that's also clear at the other end. When you enter, there's a service yard which detracts from that really special character. Thanks.
All right, shall we move on to look at the effects of the proposals now then?
Sure.
And since we're looking at King's Head Yard, can you start with your views on the physical changes? We know the removal of that facade that you've been talking about, opening out to creation of the public realm there. What's your view on the effect of those in terms of significance?
Yes, well, my view is that, next slide, please. This is from, again, Simon Alford's evidence, and this again represents a major change to the character of King's Head Yard in both schemes. The demolition of that north colonnaded wall as a positive contributor to the conservation area, in my view, constitutes harm under paragraph 207 of the MPPF, where it says loss of buildings or other elements that contribute positively to the conservation area should be treated as harm, either substantial, less than substantial. Obviously, this is clearly less than substantial harm. And further harm will result from the loss of this important urban grain, the erosion of the Victorian character of the yard, which also currently, that presentation and that all those Victorian buildings along the yard create a really complementary surroundings for the Grade 2 listed King's Head pub. And this will harm that aspect of its significance and its enclosed setting. And whilst there may be public benefits in opening up the square, I can't consider these to be heritage benefits due to what is special about King's Head Yard and the enclosed Victorian setting and character which contributes to its significance. There is more evidence of a more open space to the north of where the footprint of New City Court sits. But here along King's Head Yard.
Just to interrupt you there, evidence of a more open space. What are you What are you referring to there?
So there is evidence through map progression of burial yards, of a church being there, and there is a question to how much that was publicly accessible. But I'm accepting and acknowledging that there were spaces that were kind of open further north. But as I've set out, the King's Head Yard is really characterised. It's really important part of the overall significance of the High Street in terms of revealing that fine urban grain and the alleyways and the enclosed character. All of that would be lost in the opening up. So a scheme that did provide some new open space whilst retaining the sense of enclosure could be considered. Next slide, please. And the 2021 scheme, I accept, is trying to do more to kind of recognise that, particularly in that view on the right, where you have that sort of narrowness. You have a podium level, which in seemingly high quality materials, which is doing something to try and retain that sense of narrowness. It only does it kind of part of the way because you do have a very big entrance to the offices, and the image on the left kind of demonstrates that actually you are still opening up the Grade 2 King's Head pub to this space, reducing its sense of enclosure. So that's everything I want to say about the sort of the impact from King's Head Yard itself.
Thank you. Can we sort of go back to the High Street in our minds, the Borough High Street, and can I have your views on this issue of kind of the principle of the tall building, the effect of delivering either a 37 or 26-storey tall building on this site, and that's experience from the High Street.
Sure. Next slide, please. So these are the three views taken from when you kind of come out of Borough Market and the junction with Stoney Street on Southwark Street, and you currently look across at these architecturally distinguished and varied buildings with that varied roof line that reveal the ancientness of the High Street. With the exception of the tube entrance building, these are all historic buildings, and the lowest ones that you can see just to the right of the Shard are Grade 2 listed as well. This reveals the sort of controlled variety of building heights between 3 and 4 stories. The Shard Quarter development, so you see the Shard and then in front of it Shard Place, and then to the left of it the News Building, have had an impact on the appreciation of the High Street and these buildings, but they are seen at a distance. And as I pointed out before, you had the Southwark Towers there, and there was prior to the erection of the Shard, there was tall building development visible in these views. But yes, these buildings are seen at a distance, which retains a sense of breathing space. The 2018 scheme in the middle and the 2021 scheme on the right-hand side really reduce the ability to appreciate that sort of breathing space behind the building frontage. Both buildings appear to come right up behind the frontage buildings, really kind of harming the sense of understanding those burgage plots and the depth of them and the hierarchy of the frontage buildings of between 3 and 4 stories being the dominant features, and having then more kind of ancillary and lower scale buildings to the rear. So it's kind of flipping the hierarchy by having these much larger buildings behind the frontages. This is one view that I've chosen, but the same impacts carry on along the High Street, particularly at the junctions, which the conservation area makes clear these are the most important kind of vistas along the High Street. So these buildings would appear in many views along the High Street in sub-area 1 and in sub-area 2, diminishing that appreciation of the quality of the High Street.
Just to be clear, you talked about the Shard Quarter having had an impact. Just to be absolutely clear, is it your case that this is the harmful impact? What's your view of the existing tall buildings?
Yes. I mean, I acknowledge that there has been tall building development around London Bridge for many decades, but we do consider these buildings to be harmful. They do reduce the appreciation of what is, as I set out in my evidence, one of London's best preserved historic high streets, if not the most important high street in London. So yes, absolutely, they've caused harm by reducing the appreciation of the character and appearance.
Right, let's move on to St Thomas Street. And I think we've heard quite a lot already through other witnesses about its special, character, interest. Is there anything you want to kind of particularly emphasise or elaborate on that area?
Next slide, please. Yes. These are Elizabeth Adams' images that I've used, and she kind of referred to this as well. But for me, I think these are really, particularly the view on the left, is a really important view of the way that you experience this part of the London Bridge area. People coming out of the station, the newly refurbished station, either from the upper concourse level at the piazza level and then down the escalators, or through the exits at lower level, they leave this very modern, very high density character area, and then you're suddenly transformed into a completely different character area that is incredibly historic and very consistent in terms of the scale of buildings, the sort of the architecture. I mean, there is some variation within this. This is, to be clear, this is sub area 4 we're looking at here on the left. Variation in the architecture, but there is sort of uniformity in terms of scale and massing, and this very, very rich, distinctive historic character of order and formality and classical proportions, which really derive from the buildings on the north side. They kind of evolve from there, where you have the Queen Anne, but I believe actually one of the buildings is early Georgian. Which were associated with St Thomas's Hospital, which was established in the area many centuries ago, relocated to Lambeth in the mid 1860s, but that kind of the development of those buildings, Queen Anne, early Georgian buildings, kick-started that sort of really clearly defined Georgian architecture, which is so prevalent in sub-area 4, all kind of very civic, but also domestic in character, based on classical principles, a lot of these buildings. It's a very clearly defined character area. And I think the view on the left is really important in kind of expressing that, and the distinction between those two very, very, very different, but very clearly defined character areas.
Do you want to say anything about, you already sort of touched on earlier on that, the former St Thomas Church, and that building we can see in the left-hand image. Is there anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, sure. You can just see it there. I mean, you have the canopy of Shard Place visible there, but when you go past that, it is very much the sort of dominant landmark in that view. And bearing in mind, this is the way that people travel towards the historic centre of the conservation area, towards Borough Market and the entertainments along Southwark Street. So this kind of gives you an indication, the prominence of that tower, not only a reference to the previous church that was on site before and related to St Thomas's Hospital, but also the sort of really rich historic character. So it's important, absolutely an important landmark in the conservation area, and also an important listed building in its own right that derives significance from its landmark siting.
Right, well, we've got that picture up, sort of convenient juncture to address this point that's made by Mr. Stewart in his evidence. Lots of references to the existence of tall buildings. There's obviously tall buildings already there on the edge of the conservation area, and it sort of suggested that the proposal would be kind of consistent with this, what's seen as an established character of the conservation area, certainly in this location. Have you got a view on that?
Well, as I said, similar to the high street impacts, we consider this juxtaposition to be harmful. I have set out that this has been clearly there has been tall building presence around London Bridge for a long time, and there are the sort of cheek by jowl nature of these two character areas exists. We accept that, but it clearly causes harm, that cluster of buildings, particularly in the view of those buildings in the right hand side image, looking east along St Thomas Street. I might mention Shard Place at this point as well.
Go on, yes.
Yeah, Shard Place is in the conservation area boundary. That's the building. We all know which one it is. It's the one in front of the Shard it seems to be taking a very long time to get there, but it's finally in its final stages of completion. I think, what I would say to that is that the conservation area appraisal mentions the building at 17 St Thomas Street, which you can kind of just see behind the tree on the right hand side image. The tree also helps kind of provide a little bit of buffering, but that L-shaped building at the end, unlisted but very consistent with that Queen Anne and early Georgian character.
Is it also, I think you can see the same tree on the right hand
sorry,
picture from the other angle? Is that the one you're talking about?
I said on the right hand side image.
Did you say right?
But on the left, on the north side of the street,
right,
directly, directly in front of Shard Place in that view. But that L-shaped building, the conservation area appraisal mentions that it provides a clearly defined and appropriate edge to the conservation area in views along St Thomas Street. It's very much on the edge of the conservation area, and it's not amongst the buildings of the conservation area. And the previous building on site was a very uninspiring, vaguely postmodernist building that we, had no issues with that building being replaced. I would just also refer to the committee report for the Field and House development, which is CDH 15, paragraph 107. The committee report said it's at the very edge of the conservation area, and it presents a unique opportunity to complete and cement the cluster of tall buildings around the Shard of Glass. To my mind, it shares an architectural language with those buildings, and it's a component part of the Shard's quarter buildings, which are all centred around this public piazza outside the entrance on the upper level. This is veering more into design stuff, but I think it's important to point out that I can see these buildings as something that are clearly distinct from the character and appearance of the conservation area. And in my view, the boundary should be redrawn to exclude Shard Place.
Whilst we've, I think, probably still got this slide up, move on to consider the impact of the proposed schemes on this part of the conservation area.
Sure. Well, next slide kind of has the proposed images. So next slide, please. So all that stuff I said about the sense of arrival and being brought into this very distinct character area, the sort of formality of the sort of Georgian architecture, institutional character, which is, again, very clear when you're there, and that a lot that's related to the fact this has been a hospital site for many centuries and remains to this day. And all of that significance that I've set out would kind of be seriously affected. This sense of arrival would really be seriously affected by the introduction of a tall building development appearing sort of directly behind these buildings on the south side of St Thomas Street. A very sort of alien form and significantly larger than that scale of buildings. And it really kind of introduces where you've got a contained cluster of tall buildings, this is the first step into the heart of the conservation area. So, you know, I consider that to be a very harmful impact on the character of and appearance of the conservation area. Next slide, please.
That former church that we've mentioned, you sort of
sure.
told us in the beginning about the impacts on that.
Sure. So, this is set out in my evidence as well, but the St Thomas's Church, former St Thomas's Church, which is currently the historic landmark along St Thomas's Street when you arrive into the conservation area and views looking west. It would be seriously undermined by the introduction of a much taller building, reducing its prominence and landmark siting, detracting from its special interest as a listed building and also as a landmark within the conservation area, causing harm to both assets.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. And I chose this image as well to just demonstrate that there's existing harm from Bedale Street looking east along St Thomas Street, but you can still perceive that sort of consistent scale of buildings, and in both schemes you will see the tall building rising significantly above that consistent roofline, that very orderly scale of buildings, directly behind the Grade 2 listed terrace as well within the appeal site, which we'll kind of touch on later. In my view, that causes harm to its significance as a listed building and also in terms of its contribution to the conservation area. And what's also very important about this is you can see the cumulative impact of development further along St Thomas Street. You can see the wireline of the schemes that are consented, which is Capitol House, Beckett House, and then the Vinegar Yard schemes, which are one has been approved, and that leads to a wall of development appearing, and that is, in my mind, is very harmful and really changes the character of the conservation area significantly, causing harm. There's almost a sort of oversailing feeling as well of the 21 and 21 scheme because of the projection over the backs of the listed terrace.
Okay, what about whilst we're on the terrace, thinking about the listed building consent works, the kind of physical interventions that are proposed in each of the schemes? What are your thoughts on those, please?
Yeah, well, our site visit kind of reminded me of how much has been lost behind the frontage of that listed terrace. There are 3 staircases that survive. One of them is quite fine at number 14. Sort of open well, and there's a curved rear wall which has been overlaid with a skin, as we saw when we went out there. But there's really not much else. You get very lost in that terrace. It's very difficult to work out where you are. So there is nothing of that planform surviving. And what I thought survived the planform in terms of the chimney breasts and the separation of spine walls, I understand from discussions with Hayden at HMM, they're largely reconstructed as well, and the whole building has been strengthened and structurally supported by 1980s interventions. So the significance of that terrace is principally derived from its frontage, and it's as I set out, it's largely to do with that uniform, orderly fenestration, that sort of typical London terrace house in that sort of yellowy buff stock brick, consistent roof line. I mean, 14 and 16 are a little bit lower, but generally you read it as a whole. That's its significance. That's where its special interest is currently. In terms of those changes, the activating of the front doors, I see as something positive. They're currently locked up and not used. It'd be good to get some activity there, and then also the reinstatement of that vaulted alleyway, which is based on scholarly research. That's really kind of an interesting part of the scheme. And internally, the restoration of the planform, semblance of the planform, is a good thing, particularly where those staircases survive, to give some sort of authenticity to the reinstatement works. But overall, it's, in my view, it's a welcome. Those are welcome things within the context of the listed building consent application. But it's not a particularly scholarly proposal, because there are going to be openings between those houses at upper level. So it's not like the plan form and the individual houses will be completed. It's not going to be reinstated and reinstored as individual houses along that terrace as originally designed. And number 16 actually is going to be an largely open plan space as well. Next slide, please. And also, this is something that we picked up with the 2018 scheme. There you can see in the centre that opening up of the alleyway, which is really good. But the introduction of shop fronts at the back does kind of, invert the hierarchy of the terrace house typology. Not that we encourage introduction of shop fronts at the front, but if this is going to be a scholarly aspect of the proposals, this is not what you would do. So yes, next slide, please. And the 21 scheme omits them. So that's a good thing. And there was a lot of discussion about, restoring the real walls, which, again, from our walk around, I understand most of that fabric is actually lost. So it would be new fabric that would be reintroduced to restore that back wall. What you have here are those sort of positive aspects completely undermined by the introduction of this sort of piloty pier structure that sits pretty hard up against the back walls and then projects over the walls. I mean, it is, to my mind, without a physical junction, an extension to that terrace, a 26-storey extension to the terrace, which cantilevers over. So, yeah, I think I struggle when considering the scheme as a whole to kind of consider the works of the terrace as particularly beneficial. In isolation, listed building consent application, absolutely there are benefits there, but in terms of the scheme as a whole, when you factor in what this tall building is doing to that terrace and where its significance principally lies, as in its frontage, there's a significant amount of harm to that terrace that kind of undoes all these positive aspects of the scheme.
Right, can we just touch on Keats House now?
Yeah.
I think at the time of writing your proof, I think it was your understanding that what was proposed was to dismantle the facade and then to rebuild it in a different location. And you raised some concerns in your proof about, possible damage to or loss of fabric arising from that process. We've obviously now since seen Simon Alford's proof and the appendices to that, which describes a different process of facade relocation, kind of securing it, jacking it up and siding it along. And that's now, I think, seen as the best way forward. So obviously not something that you specifically commented on. So can we just have your view on that aspect of the proposal now and more generally reflect on Keats House from the proposed moving of the facade?
Yes, okay. Sorry about the quality of the image on the right-hand side, it's a little bit blurry, but I mean, you can clearly see from this, this is the relocated position, that Keats House in its current form is a really attractive Victorian building. Yes, it's been completely gutted behind its frontage, and we saw that from our site visit. But it does, to my mind, everything that it needs to do in terms of the conservation area. It's a positive contributor, and that is established to the character of the conservation area. It is of, as I said earlier, of a consistent scale to the other buildings along there, so it retains that character. It's currently, and it always has been, and I should kind of emphasise that point, connected physically to Guy's Hospital, the Grade 2 star listed building next door. It provided accommodation for hospital workers, so there's this historic connection there as well. So yeah, and when people walk along the street, and I've seen people stop and look at this building in particular in some instances more than the Georgian buildings, because it's so instantly recognisable as heritage in its sort of rich detailing of its frontage and that different use of different materials. And it's not just a facade; it has steps up to the twin entrance porches. It has light wells and these railings, which look to be original to me. So it is more complicated than just treating this as a single facade. So positive contributor to the conservation area and in the right place. And the principle of relocating it, to my mind, again, constitutes harm under paragraph 207 of the NPPF. Again, this is loss of a building or other element. I mean, we can talk about the conservation philosophy of whether it's still a building if you move it as a facade, downtake it and reconstruct it. But this is moving it away from its historic location, which I attach some significance to. So yeah, my view is this is a harmful thing to do, but either way you do it. In terms of the different options, I would just flag up that the current proposal, as explained, is to move the whole facade along. And the pay report, which is included in the document CDA 19 on page 3, discourages that approach. And that's the advice. Pay are an international conservation specialists, and they're saying, we do not advocate the sliding of the facades because the minimal sway that will occur during travel is sufficient to cause the ferrous cramps enlarged through is sufficient to cause the ferrous cramps enlarged through corrosion to impose additional stress locally and fracture the stonework further. So they are essentially saying the preference would be to dismantle and rebuild, but they do accept that there would be quite a lot of loss of fabric, principally due to the fact this is all pointed up in cement. So it's a really difficult building to dismantle. So there are real risks associated with its relocation. And then just kind of looking at these two images, the idea of creating a standalone villa, which it never was. The left-hand side image, which has the sort of more narrow gap with the infill, which provides service access from the street. You can see in that view that is slightly more successful in terms of giving the impression of a building, but not a standalone building. And then if you look at the image of the right, the curved flank wall required to provide access really jars with that architecture, in my view, and detracts. And I note that this is proposed as a heritage benefit, and I really, really do not see this. This is a really harmful thing, a harmful thing to do within the context of the conservation area.
All right. Unless there's anything else you want to pick up on the conservation area. Is there anything else?
No.
Could you just give us then your concluded view on the level of harm caused by each of the 2018 and 2021 schemes on the conservation area?
Yeah, the conservation area we've maintained, this is the asset that is most harmed out of all the assets we've identified. Harm would lie at the upper end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm, given that it would seriously affect various aspects of the conservation area's essential characteristics. This applies to both appeal schemes, as their impact on the conservation area would be broadly similar, and that's essentially what I wrote in paragraph 7.93 of my evidence.
Now, in his proof, Mr. Stewart makes a point that, well, in his view, the proposal won't be seen from street level in large parts of the conservation area, and whilst there'll be major effects locally, those effects wouldn't be across the whole area. Do you have a kind of view on this issue of the impact on the conservation area, the asset as a whole?
Well, the tall building development would be visible from all parts of the conservation area. It's located in the centre of the conservation area, in the heart of it, directly in the backland of the buildings along St Thomas Street and Borough High Street. Sub-area 2 is a continuation of the High Street character, and it will be visible, the tall building development, seen at more of a distance, but still doing the same thing in terms of disrupting the order of the frontage buildings and the backland being subservient. So creating a real visual distraction applies to both sub-area 1 and 2 of the conservation area. As set out, sub-area 4, which is the Georgian Hospital quarter, is, you know, really quite significantly harmed. And as I will go on to explain, sub-area 3, which contains Southwark Cathedral as a dominant landmark, we've identified harm to Southwark Cathedral, and as the dominant feature in the conservation area, there's harm to that aspect of significance as well. So all four character areas, sub-areas in the conservation area are harmed, in my view.
All right, let's move on to Guy's Hospital. I think we'll hopefully speed up a little bit now. Can you just start again sort of with thinking about significance and just pull out what you see as the key aspects of significance and how setting contributes to that or allows it to be appreciated, please?
Yeah, next slide, please. Great. Guy's Hospital is a Grade 2-star hospital complex founded in 1721 by Thomas Guy, a governor and benefactor of St Thomas's Hospital, which was established across the road. It's of substantial historic interest as a particularly rare and important survival of a purpose-built institution associated with the emergence of healthcare provision in 18th century London. After Bart's, it is St Bartholomew's Hospital, which is Grade 1 listed complex. After that is the most important Georgian hospital complex in London. There are other complexes in London that are called hospitals. I'm thinking Chelsea and Greenwich. These were kind of established as more sort of almshouses providing housing for various different groups by charitable organisations. But this is one of the first sort of public healthcare facilities in the capital, and is still in that use largely today. So that's pretty incredible to me. It was built to treat the incurables discharged from St Thomas's Hospital, and you can see in that engraving on the left-hand side there from 1720 some of the incurables being dragged into the hospital, and you can see from that image there's a formal sort of real sense of formal neoclassical planned layout and proportions, similar to the things I was talking about in sub-area 4 of the conservation area. A real strong sense of symmetry and hierarchy, containing these ranges with central crowning pediments. The hospital plan comprises of 2 rear quads that were built first, connected by a central colonnade with a cloister arrangement around them, and that cloister provided space for movement, and the quads provided, some open but enclosed spaces for a sort of secure environment for the well-being of the patients. So a real kind of important link to the historical interest of the listed complex. And then this grand forecourt was completed when Richard Jupp constructed the West Range in 1774-7. It was built in phases, but conceived as a whole, and there's a very sort of unified composition. In terms of the appreciation of the architecture, these sort of axial views and the alignment of focal points, as set out in my proof from 8.15 to 7, on the arrival from St Thomas Street and from London Bridge Station, that's kind of really important part of its setting, or appreciating its setting. It's particularly special when these buildings can be read against a clear sky. And the forecourt provides a sense of calm and seclusion, which has been enhanced by these really great improvements that the Science Gallery has provided. And then a real sense of enclosure and intimacy as you travel through to those rear courts. As I previously explained, tall building development, you can't see them in that image on the right-hand side, but you've got Guy's Tower to the left, and then behind you, you've got all the buildings around London Bridge Station. That has harmed the setting of the hospital complex. But I would say that the most important aspects, the way that you kind of experience this asset and your arrival, is kind of through these gate piers, which are separately listed, and the gates, and you've got the statue of Tom Sky right at the centre, which is grade 2 listed. It's all about the way you experience that ensemble of buildings, and you are not so much aware of all that tall building. You are leaving that tall building development behind you and entering into this very really special hospital complex. And as you kind of move further into it, absolutely you can see Guy's Tower clearly above that, above the roofline of the East Range. I would just mention that that East Range is rebuilt, and the West Range, which we'll talk about when we look at the impacts, is actually the most intact of all the ranges. It's not the oldest. The rear ranges around the courts at the back are the oldest parts, but this one, the West Range, designed by Richard Jupp, still has a historic roofline as well. So it contains a hospital chapel. So it's really, really important part of the building complex and can be appreciated against a clear sky.
Okay, shall we move on to the impacts of the two schemes then now on this heritage asset? Thank you.
Next slide, please. So that's that clear sky that you can see there on the left-hand side image. I mean, these images are all taken either during COVID or when the car park was still there so just try and imagine the very nice re-landscaping of that area in terms of these impacts. So as I've set out, the ability to appreciate that sort of sense of formality derived from the neoclassical formal ranges read against a clear sky is really seriously harmed by the introduction of a tall building development appearing directly behind the West Range of the hospital complex. It kind of impacts both on the architectural interest of the West Range and also the sort of sense of seclusion in terms of the setting provided within that forecourt and sense of formality. All of that is really eroded by this very sort of clear visual distraction in these views. And that is kind of broadly the same in both schemes. I mean, I note the 21 scheme, although lower, although you can't see the top of it, is wider, occupies more of that roof line. It's kind of really harming the architectural interest of the hospital and also the contribution that setting makes to its significance of a really high level. I've not included the images from the quads at the rear, but the western quad is also really affected by the tall building development. It kind of undermines the sense of enclosure that is currently provided. There are some views of the Shard Quarter buildings, but they're not particularly apparent when you enter. As I said, that sort of experience, the way that you travel south through the complex, you're not aware of those buildings. And if you turn to the right and you enter the western quad, you will see this tall building dominating the views. And I think that's quite an important point in terms of how the people that how the students, hospital staff, patients, people visiting use these spaces. This provides a sense of enclosure and seclusion, and that would be seriously kind of affected through the introduction of a tall building development.
Right, you've sort of mentioned a few times these concepts of kind of affecting the ability to appreciate the architecture, sort of visual distraction. You'll remember from Dr. Barkamill's evidence there was some discussion about those kind of concepts and how those kind of effects can be equated to harm to significance of the asset itself. Could I have your view, please, on sort of that concept, that idea that possibly just seeing something in a view maybe doesn't actually harm the significance of the asset itself?
Yeah, well, Section 66 of the Planning Act imposes a statutory duty on local authorities to preserve listed buildings, including any contribution made by their setting, and this is echoed in the MPPF as well. As previously set out, our GPA 3, our settings guidance, sets out how to determine the contribution of setting to significance and assess the impacts of development proposals on those aspects of significance. So it really all comes down to significance and how important setting is to that significance. Looking at Guy's, the neoclassical architecture is all about formality and a sense of order, restraint, hierarchy and symmetry, and it relies on being seen without visual distraction and read against a clear sky. This is the same for neoclassical architecture anywhere. If you look at Somerset House, if you look at the new town in Edinburgh, it is the same. The best way you can appreciate these buildings and the assemblage of these buildings is read against a clear sky. Also, this additional layer that setting provides, the setting of the hospital provides to significance is the sense of protection and separation, which is historically and to this day is about giving the patients and people that use these spaces a sense of separation and a distinct environment from the sort of modern world, I guess, or the more busy world, if you want to call it that. And so those are key aspects of significance, and setting makes an important contribution to them. And yeah, they would be really affected by the visual dominance of either schemes, as I've explained, and there'd be a permanent impact, really reducing the heritage interest of this really important historic place for future generations.
Yes, a related issue to this is about kind of design quality of architecture, and to what extent that can make a difference in terms of the type of impact caused or the level of any harm caused. Now, obviously, I know you're a heritage expert, you're not a design expert, but do you have a kind of view on that? I think my own friend Mr. Katkowski summarised it as, if it's ugly, it can make harm worse. If it's beautiful or exemplary, it can lessen the harm. Have you got a view on that?
Yeah, as you say, I'm not an architect or a specialist in urban design. My role is to consider new design within the context of the historic environment. I mean, I think if you look at something like the Borough Market building, where there's a shop, I can't remember what the name of the shop is, but it's on Borough High Street, and there are good historic buildings located along Borough High Street there that were demolished to make way for the Thameslink extension, the second railway viaduct that runs across Borough High Street. That building's clearly modern, and glass, metal, but it's consistent with the prevailing building heights on the high street, and it's also kind of responding to the sort of metal framing and the glass that you can see within Borough Market in that part of the conservation area. So that's new design responding to context. So yeah, I just flag up 2 points set out in designing in context as well. The section of the new design guide, the designing context section of the new design guide explains that well-designed places are integrated into their surroundings, so they relate well to them and they respond positively, or responsive rather, to local history, culture and heritage. And in my view, the scheme responds to that context for the reasons set out. And then I would mention the Chiswick Curve Secretary of State decision, which is CDH 16, in paragraph 18, where the Secretary of State says, the Secretary of State does not find the proposals to be of such high quality as to be brilliant response to its immediate context. He finds the scale of massing of the proposal to be such that the proposal does not relate to its immediate surroundings, and disagrees with the inspector that is a significant benefit of the scheme. So that's not specifically heritage, but it's by the thinking about context. So yeah, I think that the both schemes kind of fail to kind of respond to local context, and so that's what I can say about design.
Okay, can we just touch on the chapel, please? Because you raised a specific point in your proof about the effects on light coming through the stained glass windows. Yeah. And there's some fairly technical written evidence produced in the core documents. I think Kevin Murphy's heritage reports. I think that's CDA 47. We're not going to go to them. I'm just going to summarise what they say for you. CDA 47 and CDB 51 in Appendix B of each of those. There's confirmation of an average either 43% in 2018 or 46% in 2021 loss of overall light levels. And then in Mr. Goddard's Appendix 5, there's a further assessment of effects using different kinds of measurements, vertical sky components, and no skyline. I'm not going to pretend to be any sort of an expert on those, but summarising, it's fairly significant reductions in those things. Just sort of summing that up as a whole, some significant losses of light to the chapel acknowledged. What's your concern about that?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Well, the stained glass windows are not original. They were installed at some point after 1829. We know that much, to commemorate William Hunt, who was a governor of the hospital. Nonetheless, they are mentioned in the list description specifically, and the Survey of London also mentions them, and they contribute to the architectural interest of the listed building. Beyond their architectural interest, they are of communal value, in my opinion. The chapel is a really special place for contemplation and reflection. Again, people who might visit, students, hospital workers, patients, providing a sense of contemplation and reflection. And I do think the environmental qualities in terms of the filtering of natural light through those windows contributes to that experience. The loss of light would reduce the appreciation of the architecture through the sort of dullness. I mean, it's not a particularly well lit, and I accept that, well lit space, but this, as proved in the assessments as described, would further reduce the quality of light and the appreciation of the architecture internally, and that the sort of intangible aspects of significance that make it of communal value, causing some harm to both attributes of significance, in my opinion.
I think in your appendices you've got an extract from your Historic England stained glass guidance. I think is not on the we haven't put these on the list actually, but it's your Appendix 18. If there was anything you wanted to draw to the inspector's attention from that? No,
the windows are positioned deliberately at the west end above the sanctuary, so an important part of the chapel plan, where you have a lot of natural light coming in, and as the guidance sets out, they're intended to be seen from the interior in sunlight, casting patterns of light onto the walls and floor with this sort of almost celestial association of the light. So that's
just to interrupt you. You're just so the inspector's got the reference. Sure. I think you're sort of paraphrasing there from page 20. I've got an internal page number. I think that's maybe from your appendices 26. But it's the introduction to the extract of the guidance that's in your Appendix 18. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry.
That what you're referring to the first paragraph of the introduction.
Yeah, sorry for not being clear on that. But that's what I meant. So that's kind of further explanation based on the guidance that we have of what contribution they make to significance. Mm-hmm. And it is a small point in the grand scheme of things, but it's something that we consider to be worth pointing out. And this is an unprecedented thing for us to kind of go into. We have identified harm through the reduction of light, particularly into places of worship.
So you're saying it's not unprecedented?
Yes, it's not unprecedented.
Okay. All right. Can we then just have, summing up, your kind of overall view on the level of harm to Guy's Hospital, please, caused by these schemes? Yeah,
I'll just keep it short. It's in both schemes, it's at the upper end of less than substantial harm.
I'm seeing it's 5 to 11. I don't know if you want to press on. We're going to do Southwark Cathedral, which I don't think will hopefully be quicker, around the same amount of time perhaps we've just spent on Guy's, and then it thereafter, I think there's only a few short points. So would you like us to, just in view of, other things? Oh, okay, fine, right. We'll have a break at this point then.
Thank you so much, Eric.
So, what you're suggesting. Okay, thank you.
If you're ready to continue.
Thank you very much. We're about to move on to Southwark Cathedral, Mr. Young. So can we please start by, again, with significance and the contribution of setting? Could you just give us a summary, your views on those things, please?
Sure. Okay. So that's just an image of the cathedral as it was in 1690. What's interesting about that view is that it is the most dominant feature in South London. Just a little sliver of South London is included, but it is the dominant landmark. It's one of the oldest buildings in London. It's one of the most important medieval buildings in South London after Lambeth Palace, and that's according to Nicholas Pevsner, the architectural historian. Southwark Cathedral was founded as an Augustinian priory in the 12th century. It's one of 3 monastic churches to survive in London, alongside Westminster Abbey and St Bartholomew the Great in Smithfield. It's one of only 4 Grade 1 listed buildings in the borough. So this is a really important listed building. Its setting is a very important part of its significance as a religious landmark and a focal point in the area since the medieval period. And as I said, this image kind of shows that. Here you can see it within its river setting. And St Saviour's and St Mary Overy, as it was originally called, literally translates as St Mary over the river. So there's a really strong historical, as in Overy, over the river. So there's a really strong historical connection. And the sort of visual connection between the cathedral and the river is really important. I would just kind of emphasise that a church tower or spire is almost always the most striking and characteristic external feature of church architecture. It is a beacon to direct worshippers to the house of God. It's a symbol of ecclesiastical authority, and this is internationally recognised. It's meant to be a dominant feature in its surroundings, and this, absolutely applies to the cathedral. And its very ancient tower. The tower is 14th century, with these pinnacles added by Gwilt in the 19th century, as Dr. Barker-Mills explained. This is a building that tower is really very old and very important, and the ability to appreciate it from within the conservation area and conservation area and in Cross River is an important aspect of its significance. Next slide, please. However, these images demonstrate that the setting is not pristine, nor has it been for the past 200 years of its history. The historic map progression shows that you had New Hibernia Wharf and other wharfs between the river and Southwark Cathedral through the sort of industrial period from the 19th century. And these views here you wouldn't have had then, but these are views that have been created purposefully. And you can see on the image to the right that as part of the Minerva House scheme, which is that office building on the right-hand side, the creation of Minerva Square allows those cross-river views again. So that's really special and important. And you could always appreciate the upper parts of the tower anyway in river views. It retains visual prominence. I mean, clearly in the left hand, in both images, actually, the Shard has had a harmful impact on the visual sort of dominance and prominence of the terrace of Southwark Cathedral, and has caused some harm. Particularly within Montague Close, and this is what Dr. Barker-Mills was trying to show, that in those sort of dynamic kinetic views along Montague Close, you do experience the cathedral's architecture and its landmark qualities against a clear sky as you move further to the east. I've actually tested out the photographs he took using sort of very basic extruder modelling on View City, and it does demonstrate that that sort of band of trees, once you get further east, you can see the cathedral just clearly against a clear sky, but as we'll go on to explain, that both schemes will be visible. Next slide, please. So this is just the 2018 scheme in these views from Montague Close, and the sort of main issue that we had here was the way the sort of strong sense of verticality of the tall building challenges the visual dominance and prominence of the tower in these particular views, and that, as you can see, goes for all of these sort of dynamic views along Montague Close. Even when you're when you're on axis with the north transept and the tower, you will still read this tall building as really detracting from those landmark qualities of Southwark Cathedral in these views. Next slide, please. The 2021 scheme we consider is less conspicuous in these views and does less in terms of challenging the visual dominance of the tower of Southwark Cathedral in these views. And my view is that the harm in these views along Montague Close to the tower and the significance as a whole to Southwark Cathedral is less than in the 2018 scheme. Although it is wider, I would just acknowledge that, so it kind of occupies more of the cathedral's silhouette in views. Next slide, please. And so in the views from London Bridge, both tall buildings will be really prominent. On the left-hand side is the 2018 scheme, and the sort of coherence of that tall buildings cluster would kind of be eroded through the introduction of something taller to the east, which, in my view, is distracting, drawing the eye away from Southwark Cathedral in these views, reducing its sort of important riverside sighting and visual prominence. On the right-hand side, because of the lower height, I do think that harm is reduced as well in this view, but it is a squatter form, which does encroach. So it's a different sort of impact, but overall, I do think that the harm is kind of lower in those views.
So can you just summarise what take into account both of those?
Yeah,
using the round. What are the levels of harm for each of these schemes?
Sure. So taking account all of these different viewpoints, in the 2018 scheme, I consider that the harm is towards the upper end of less than substantial. In the 2021 scheme, it's towards the middle of the range due to those sort of the lesser impact of that development in those views.
All right, we're going to move on to the Tower of London World Heritage Site now. Sort of deal with this fairly briefly. Just a quick point on attributes expressing OUV. I think both you and Dr. Barker-Mills have identified both the concentric defences and also the dominance of the White Tower as being kind of relevant attributes to consider in the context of these schemes. I think you have also identified the surviving medieval remains, that attribute as being potentially relevant, whereas Dr. Barker-Mills didn't identify that one. Just from your perspective, can you just explain why you kind of pulled that out as something relevant to consider in terms of impacts of these schemes?
Yeah, this is really about the Queen's House, which is the assemblage of buildings that you see on the southwest corner there of the inner ward. And in both schemes, the tall building development rises above. It's technically early modern, but it is included as part of the medieval remains as set out in the management plan. It's physically attached and forms part of the Grade 1 inner curtain wall, which is a key component of the concentric defences, contributing significantly to the enclosed setting of the inner ward, provided by the layering of concentric defences around the White Tower, protecting it from the world beyond. It reinforces the sense of exclusion from the outside world, which was so crucial for the tower's defensive purposes. And a lot of that is to do with the concentric defences as an attribute of OUV. The Queen's House is of exceptional interest in itself as a collection of the best preserved 16th century timber frame buildings in London. One of the, I think Pevsner said it is the best, and possesses a domestic character and an intimate scale, which provide an insight into the domestic life at the Tower. And this character is noted in the settings, the Tower of London local settings study, which states that views from the inner ward illustrate the living tradition of the Tower, its rich ceremonial life and unique sense of place set apart from the city walls, from the modern city outside the city walls, and that's CDF 10.
You're going to give us the page reference.
Page 80, CDF 10.
Page 80, thank you.
So being domestic, my feeling is that the Queen's House should be considered separately to that more sort of military associations with the concentric defences. And the views of the Queen's House from within the inner ward allow this attribute of OUV to be appreciated.
All right, so we've got the images up on the screen there of kind of views from the inner ward now. Can you just take us through your assessment of each of those schemes in terms of the impact on the attributes expressing OUV that you've identified?
Sure. I mean, you can clearly see the Shard in this view, which rises significantly above the gable roofline of the Queen's House in that view. The Shard inquiry identified no harm to OUV, but our position is, this is what we attended the inquiry over. Our position is the Shard and some of the other buildings around London Bridge, like Guy's Tower, as you can see in that view, have harmed the setting of the tower in views from the inner ward. Since the Shard decision, there has been a strengthening of World Heritage Site policy in both the London and the local plan. And there's also real concern, as was discussed when Dr. Barker-Mills was being cross-examined, from UNESCO and ICOMOS about further build-up of tall building development at London Bridge. And that's kind of reflected in the management plan, which is only, it was adopted in 2016, so not that old. There's also been planning judgments since then that have identified harm to OUV through development in the setting of the World Heritage Site. With the 2018 scheme, the proposed tall building rises significantly above the roofline. You see that in the top image on the right-hand side, to the right of the Shard. This undermines the sense of enclosure, characteristic of both the concentric defences and the surviving medieval remains as attributes of OUV. It undermines the appreciation of the protective function of the concentric defences. And I think that the Beauchamp Tower, which is the sort of crenellated fort you see to the centre right of these images, that kind of really exemplifies that sort of concentric. That gives you a sort of visual reference to that sense of protection of the concentric defences. And the tall building in these views does create a visual. The tall building of the 2018 scheme creates a visual distraction in that view. It rises pretty much to the same height, to the perceived height of that tower in that view. So it creates a visual distraction from the inner ward, adding to the encroachment of the world beyond its boundary. Similarly, tall building would diminish the architectural character of the Queen's House by appearing as a distracting element above its roofline, reducing the ability to appreciate the building as a component of the surviving medieval remains, and as a visual reference to the enclosed domestic life at the tower. Just regarding the 2021 scheme, my view is that it would not be visually distracting or noticeably encroach upon the enclosed setting of the inner ward. Nonetheless, any visual intrusion above the on-site historic buildings of the tower complex, and I am referencing the UNESCO and ICOMOS UK's very serious concerns. I'm afraid I don't have a reference to that particular quote, but it is, it's in the management plan, and I can find that afterwards if needed. But it would still fail to heed those very serious concerns about the threats to the World Heritage Site. They say any further visual impact. The recent Vinegar Yard decision, although it was approved by the mayor and is still subject to conditions, stated that very low levels of harm, of less than substantial harm to the setting and therefore significance of the World Heritage Site would be caused, lightly negatively affecting the attributes of OUV, including the tower's landmark siting and concentric defences.
Have you got a reference for that?
It's on page 134 and 135 of that of the report of the hearing. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the core doc reference. Thank you.
That's right. Yeah. It is on our list, yeah. It's on our list.
Apologies for that. Yeah. And also, I think, with that scheme, it's quite interesting because the impact, they've identified harm. It's visible. That scheme is visible in a less sensitive part of the inner ward. But yeah, it just goes to show that any visual intrusion will cause harm. And that needs to be given sort of the greatest weight, given this is a World Heritage Site.
Just pick up on a couple of things. You were looking, I think, for something from the World Heritage Site management plan. I don't know if you've got that open at CDF only. I just want to check whether this was the reference you were looking for on page 100, hard copy and PDF, at paragraph 7.3.21. There's a quote at the bottom of that paragraph from the 2011 UNESCO mission.
Yeah.
Reiterated the early mission's concerns, asked the state party in particular to regulate any further build-up of the area surrounding the shard of glass, ensuring that approved heights do not exceed a height whereby they would become visible from the inner ward. Is that the quote you were?
That's right. Yeah, that's
looking to refer to.
7.3.21.
Just the Vinegar Yard. Can we see that on? Looking at the images on the screen, can we see that?
No. So, in my view, these are more. This is kind of a more important view. Views further to the east within the inner ward, sort of at lower level. You can see you've got the sort of ramparts leading out to the Traitor's Gate and then the Thames beyond, and there is in these views here, which have been assessed, there is more of a sense of that containment of the concentric defences protecting and containing these buildings, and that, I think that my view is that's slightly less apparent on the other side of the inner ward, but nonetheless it does represent further visual encroachment and introduction of more of the modern world into this incredibly important place. I'd also flag up that this technically breaches policy 24P24 of the Southwark Plan regarding World Heritage Sites, which states that development will only be permitted when the significance of the OUV of the World Heritage Site and their settings are sustained and enhanced. This should include views into, out of, and across the site. That's CD1, page 149.
Right, is there anything else you want to say about the particular views you've got on the screen at the moment?
No.
No. Okay. Now, in your proof, you also refer to views from the Royal Mint. kind of looking across, with the tower and then things behind. Is there anything you want to add to what you've said in your proof on that particular point?
No, just other than it affects a third attribute of OUV, which is the physical dominance of the White Tower. As you can read in my evidence, the harm I've identified is of a very low level in the 2018 scheme, and that there's no harm in the 2021 scheme in that view.
All right, so sort of summing that all up, you give us your conclusions on the level of harm to the World Heritage Site, the OUV of the World Heritage Site arising from the two proposed schemes, please.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to get the reference up in if you just bear with me one moment.
Sure.
Because I have my place. I want to get the wording absolutely right.
Are you looking for the assessments of harm for each of the schemes? Is that what you're looking for?
Just the conclusion. Yeah.
Well, I think you've obviously got different conclusions for each of the schemes. So I think if you go to your 1031 on the 2018 scheme.
Yeah.
Is that your conclusion there?
Yeah, so in that case, the harm would be towards the lower end of the range of less than substantial harm, whilst flagging up the harm would be to multiple designated heritage assets, including a World Heritage Site. And then,
if you go to the page, you should hopefully find 2021.
Yeah. And then in terms of the impacts of the 2021 scheme, the harm would be very limited. A very low level of harm. Yes, so OUV.
Thank you. I think that brings us to the end of the slides so far as we go. Just touching on St Paul's, you deal with that in your proof in section 11. Is there anything you want to particularly add or draw out in terms of the impact of these schemes on St Paul's Cathedral?
Not much. Just it's a low level of harm, but to an asset of exceptional interest. Its conservation should be afforded very great weight in decision making. Our view is that neither scheme would preserve or enhance the viewer's ability to recognise and appreciate St Paul's as a strategically important landmark in both in the LVMF views set out in my evidence. That's essentially it. There's more detail in the evidence, obviously.
All right, I think that takes us through the 5 heritage assets that you've dealt with in your proof. Can we just move on to benefits? You've obviously told us in your proof of evidence that you're not purporting to deal with wider public benefits, not giving any evidence on kind of planning balance, but you do consider specific heritage-related benefits that are advanced. And can you just take up Mr. Goddard's proof, please? You've got that.
Yes.
And page 54 is where the section starts.
Yeah.
I'll just wait for the inspector to find that. Thank you. So at the bottom of page 54, we've got a heading heritage benefits. And Mr. Goddard summarises subparagraphs A to D a number of heritage benefits, which he says the scheme would deliver. I think looking through those, B relates to the restoration improvement of the Georgian Terrace. I think we've picked up on that already. C is the reconstruction improvement of Keats House, which you've picked up as well.
Yeah.
And then D relates to the improvement of the setting of adjacent listed buildings, focusing particularly on the King's Head Public House. I think, again, you've probably covered what you wanted to say about that. But what about A, the removal of an unattractive office building which detracts from the character and appearance of the conservation area and setting of designated heritage assets? What's your view on that as a benefit of the scheme?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of touched on the fact that the building it's of its time. The 1980s building, it has harmed the conservation area. We recognise that. However, it is pretty discreet in a lot of views, particularly those views of sub-area 4. The 1980s entrance is, again, a product of its time, but doesn't rise above the roofline, maintains that sort of a sense of solidity of the frontage. But absolutely would welcome the sympathetic redevelopment of that site. And whilst I kind of understand what Mr. Goddard's getting at, I have to consider the removal of that building within the context of what is going in its place. And as set out in detail, I think this is a very harmful scheme. In both schemes, there's a lot of harm caused. So its removal, if I'm just to look at that in isolation, we'd leave an empty site, and that would be, in my view, worse than the current situation. So I don't really consider that to be a heritage benefit. In my opinion, just when thinking about the removal, because you have to consider both parts together.
All right. Then just sort of concluding everything, is there anything you want to say by way of kind of rounding everything up, conclusions on these two appeals?
I'd emphasise that I've been involved in a lot of tall building development over the years, and these have almost always been within the setting of heritage assets. Occasionally they're proposed on the edge of conservation areas, and sometimes where you have a more industrial scale of development, you can introduce taller buildings without causing harm. But this is right in the centre of a really remarkable conservation area with a number of really important listed buildings. And it's within a context of such clear, modest scale of development on all four sides of the appeal site. And as previously mentioned, it's the conservation area where the harm is greatest, in my opinion. And I have real concerns that a consented tall building on this site could lead to further tall building development along this ancient and incredibly important high street. There would be a high level of harm to Guy's Hospital as well, to Southwark Cathedral, and also some harm to the Tower of London World Heritage Site and St Paul's Cathedral, which are amongst the most important and treasured historic places in the country. So just in terms of that last paragraph of my conclusion, I recommend the appeal schemes are refused unless the decision maker concludes that either of them is supported by clear and convincing justification, and that the public benefits that would be delivered would be so great as to outweigh the serious harm to one of London's most remarkable conservation areas and to some of the city's finest historic sites.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Learned Friend Mr. Hickowski will have some questions for you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm just going to move desk set up. So yeah.
I'm not sure I have those two last documents. Yeah, they'll be in there. Yeah. Okay.
All right, we ready to kick off?
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah.
To use a sporting analogy. Right.
And
What's that?
I'm with you
Yes.
in lunch. You just break
Yes.
whenever's.
Well, we try and wrap this up by lunch.
Wow.
So as long as lunch is at 3:00. No, I'm going to try it because I've got my eye on wanting Mr. Alford to do his evidence in chief. But even so, there are questions I want to ask, which I would ask. Can we start, please, with the? First of all, good morning, Mr. Young.
Good morning.
Sorry, good morning. Can we start with the framework 01? You might have a hard copy of it, I don't know. D01. The heritage part of it.
Yeah.
And I just want to pick up on something that you said right at the end of your examination in chief, when you said that this should only be permitted, or these appeals, one rather or both of them, should only be permitted if there's clear and convincing justification and public benefits which outweigh the extensive harm as you see it. Can we just check that way of putting things? So as we know from paragraph 202 on page 57 of the framework, in a case of less than substantial harm, applying, as we know, the weight that one is to be given to that harm as a result of case law and indeed the framework itself. With that in mind, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. Now, if the outcome of that weighing process is that the decision maker concludes that the harm, weighted as it needs to be, is indeed outweighed by the public benefits, that is the clear and convincing justification, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. In other words, there's one test, so to speak, not two, because the one gives you the answer to the other. Do you see? You're nodding your head.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Thank you. It's just that I think at every inquiry involving heritage, it's almost a Freudian slip. Sort of happens every time, and it's not and, it's one and the same thing. All right. Good. Let us move on. Now, I want to begin really with a point that you touched on in your evidence in chief, and that's this question of calibration. So where is the dividing line between substantial harm and less than substantial harm? And then if you're in the less than substantial harm band, what next? So in relation to that calibration point, I wonder if you can open the you have two things open on your screen as you're doing this all electronically. So
yes.
Thank you. It's D11, which is the heritage part of the PPG. I can't off the top of my head give you a page reference, but it's where you find 18A-018, which is how can the possibility of harm to a heritage asset be assessed? It's the bit where you find the test, for want of a better word. You've got it there. Can you give me the page number for the inspector's benefit?
9 on the
9.
PDF.
Brilliant. I'll write that down. Thank you very much. Page 9 PDF. Grand. And if you could also open H07, which is the High Court's judgment in the Holocaust Memorial case. And I want those. In the judgment, it's pages 7 and 8. I don't know whether that's the same in the PDF. I want paragraphs 33, 35, and 35, which, okay, so they're on pages 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Great, if you've got those.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So let's just put these pieces together. So in the PPG, let's start there. In that paragraph 18A-018, as we know, all of us, I imagine, in the fourth unnumbered paragraph of this paragraph, we find that we're told whether a proposal causes substantial harm would be a judgment for the decision maker, having regard to the circumstances of the case and the policy and the framework. In general terms, substantial harm is a high test. I pause. I take it you agree with that on behalf of Historic England?
Yes.
Good. So it may not arise in many cases. And then we have the example, which we're all sort of feeding off, if you like, in determining whether works to a listed building constitute substantial harm. An important consideration would be whether the adverse impact seriously affects a key element of its special architectural or historic interest. So is Historic England's position, I mean, you're representing them obviously, is HE's position that in order for the sort of harm that we're discussing in this case to be labelled as substantial, one would need something which is seriously impactful, so seriously harmful, in relation to something which is a key element of significance. Is that HE's approach?
Well, in accordance with this, with the PPG, that's the wording there.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, it is in the sense that it's the example given for where you're doing works to a listed building. But, you know, to be fair and frank about this, I think the industry, so to speak, is using this now as a proxy for where the dividing line is more generally, because of course in the cases in hand here, we're in a conservation area, so if there is harm, it's harm to the asset directly, but otherwise we're in the setting of various assets, so it's not a direct impact per se. It's not works to a listed building, for example, and so that's why I'm checking. So for the impacts that the inspector has to grapple with here, is HE's position that the dividing line between substantial and less than substantial is, for substantial, you'd need something seriously harmful to something which is key to significance.
A key element of significance, yes.
Yes, okay. Right, so the yes is to what I've said to you.
Yes.
Good. All right. So with that in mind, if we just then open H07, the judgment in the High Court in the Holocaust Memorial case, and I'm not going to ask you questions of law. It's just what the judge says about the approach to serious that I'm interested in here. So you'll see in paragraph 33 of the judgment on page 7, the judge there is quoting from the inspector, Mr. Morgan's report. And do you see in the indented quote from paragraph 1512, the judge, has added things has emphasised things, forgive me, by underlining certain passages. And you'll see that in that inspector's report, that inspector referred to his interpretation of this point. That's where is the line between substantial and less substantial. Bearing in mind paragraph 18 of the PPG, the one we've just been looking at, has been formulated in the light of another High Court judgment, is that there's very little to call between the interpretations he had in front of him. And if you look at the last sentence which the judge has underlined, in both interpretations, it is the serious degree of harm to the asset's significance which is the key test. The serious degree of harm to the asset's significance which is the key test. And moreover, in accordance with paragraph 18, substantial harm is a high test. So just hold that in your mind, serious degree of harm to the asset's significance, which is the key test. And at paragraph 35 of the judgment, you'll see the judge goes on to say, in my assessment, this is the judge speaking, however, it is apparent from that passage in the report that having set out the parties' views, the inspector came to his own interpretation of the relevant test for substantial harm, which he expressed as the serious degree of harm to the asset's significance. Mr. Drabble, he was a QC, he was challenging the decision, accepted he couldn't object to this formulation of the test, which reflects the wording of the PPG and is an expression of government policy. Similarly, he accepted no issue could be taken with equating substantial with serious. And, don't worry about the law, but I take it, is this right? From HE's position wouldn't depart from what's said there. In other words, you equate substantial with serious, and the key test, if you like, or the relevant test is whether there's a serious degree of harm to the asset's significance. You wouldn't take issue with that, would you?
No, but we have used the term serious harm. Well, I have used the term serious harm in my evidence.
You have.
Within the spectrum of less than substantial harm, which is quantified in in what I've written in my assessment of each asset.
Yes, but that's why I'm asking you the question. So, as all witnesses are, you're several steps ahead of me.
Yeah,
because you're quick-minded, I'm slow-minded. But let me catch up with you. But I'm going to do it my own way, if you don't mind. So, can we just go back to where we were, which is how we're meant to go about this? So, we've got serious harm to something which is key, a key element of significance, and we've got serious harm to the asset's significance. Those are the formulations which you're not taking issue with as a way of delineating what's substantial on the one hand and what isn't, so what's less than substantial on the other. That's right.
That's right, yes.
Okay, good. Now then, that then leads me to ask you the question which you sort of, if you like, are getting ahead of me on. Now we know, because we've heard it over the last couple of hours or whatever it was, that I think probably for all of the assets, the 5 assets that you've, well, the 4 when you briefly mentioned St. Paul's, but for all the assets that you, Historic England, have focused on in these cases, when you were describing the harm variously during your evidence in chief, and when you describe the harm in your written proof, you do quite often refer to a serious degree of harm to this or a serious degree of harm to that. So I'm just trying to sort of square the circle, if you like, and understand this so that, you know, I don't get confused. Not that I'm not important, but perhaps most importantly, so the inspector can really understand all of this. So when you say variously there's serious harm to this aspect and that aspect of significance and so on and so forth, what are you actually saying to the inspector? Are you saying that there is serious harm, but what's being harmed isn't key to the significance of the asset? Or are you using serious in some way which is different from the language of the guidance and indeed the way it was put in the High Court's judgment in the Holocaust Memorial case?
Yeah, well, it is harm. The proposals are harmful, and the harm is serious. And I have explained within my evidence in detail where that harm sits. I think the use of my feeling is that it's a question of semantics and use of language in terms of how you convey that harm. And I think there is sufficient explanation, very detailed explanation, based on all of our guidance that kind of explains how you should describe significance, how you should describe impacts. And I think it's clear what I'm articulating in my written evidence, that the harm is less than substantial, but it's of a serious nature. The harm, it's serious in terms of the impact on the historic environment. But that's just the language I've chosen to use. But I've not said substantial harm.
Yes, I know, but we have to square that with substantial and less than substantial, because it isn't just semantics, with great respect, Mr. Young, because, as the inspector will know, of course, were there to be substantial harm, there are more exacting tests, if you like, which apply as set out in the framework, and conversely, less exacting if it's less than substantial harm. Not that these hurdles are low in any event, it's just that for substantial harm, the hurdle is that much higher. So it does matter. And it is, with respect to you, it is a bit confusing to have less than substantial harm described as serious harm, unless you mean by that it's serious harm, but to something which isn't a key element of the heritage significance of the asset in question. So that's why I'm asking you these questions. So if I just go back a step, let me try it this way. I put similar questions to Dr. Barker-Mills, as you might remember. And in re-examination, I think it would be fair to say that Dr. Barker-Mills' position was clarified, and certainly my understanding of what he said was that his approach to the harm in these cases, is that although key elements of heritage significance would be affected, that degree of harm wouldn't be serious. That was what I understood. I mean, whether I got that right or wrong, that's what I understood he was saying. And, that made sense, if you like, from where he was coming from. But I'm just wondering what you're saying, because either there's serious harm to something which is key to the heritage significance of an asset, or there isn't. You might have serious harm, but to something which isn't key to the asset significance, or you might have something which is key to the asset significance, but the harm isn't serious. Do you see? But you can't have serious harm to something which is key to the asset significance and call it less than substantial. But that's what you do throughout your proof. So, that's why I'm asking you these questions, because they are, with respect, they are important. I think they're important anyway.
Sure. I could only just reply by what I said before, that we have calibrated where the harm sits within the spectrum of less than substantial.
Yes.
But we have used the term serious harm to really convey a sense of how very serious these impacts are on really important heritage assets.
It is a bit confusing, to be honest. I mean, I can well understand you saying it's less than substantial, but we think it's a matter of real importance in the weighing process, that the inspector, the Secretary of State should pay careful attention to this and give it great weight and so on and so on. I can understand all of that. What I can't understand is something which is less than substantial, by definition, therefore, must be something which isn't seriously affecting a key element of the heritage significance of the asset in question, being described as serious harm. You see. So I'm afraid, shall we do it asset by asset?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't we do it that way? I'd like to ask you a rolled up question. So for the conservation area, I'm not asking you here why you think it's harmful, because we've had all of that. I'll come back to the conservation area a bit later on. But are you saying that the harm is serious but not to something which is key to the heritage significance of the conservation area? Or are you saying that the harm is to something which is key to the heritage significance of the conservation area, but it isn't serious? It can only be one or other of those two things. There's no other way.
Well, it's a serious level of less than substantial harm.
Okay. A serious level of less than substantial harm. Okay, right. So, the way you calibrate it in your evidence, I think, is a high level of less than substantial harm.
At the upper end.
Yes. Fine, thank you, at the upper end. But that's still dodging the point. And I know you're not deliberately trying to be evasive, but it's dodging the point that as a high level or upper end level of less than substantial harm, by definition, it cannot be serious harm to something which is key to the significance of the conservation area.
It's not substantial harm.
Exactly. And therefore, by definition, it cannot be seriously affecting seriously harming something which is key to the heritage significance of the conservation area, by definition. Do you see?
As I explained, I've used that language I've chosen.
I know, but I'm afraid I really must insist on an answer to the question. I'm sorry, because by definition, however harmful you think it is, and it's upper end less than substantial in your book in each case, by definition, that harm cannot be accurately described or aptly described as seriously harmful to something which is key to the conservation area's heritage significance, can it?
And the conservation area, as I set out, has multiple sub-areas.
No, I'm going to ask for the inspector's help here. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask for your help, ma'am. Sorry. That is important, by the way. I'm not going to let this go.
I see where you're going. I think, are you equating serious as high in the level of less than substantial harm?
It's within, it's clearly set out in my evidence that we've said serious harm, that it sits within the upper end where I've used that language of.
So to you, does serious mean upper end, or does it? Is it there, or is it taking it to a next level overall, which I think is what?
No, I'm just trying to understand it. We know what the definition is, and I'm really struggling, to be honest, to understand what's being said, squared with the definition. So, your way of putting it is fine by me. If that's what the witness means, that's what the witness means. I don't think it is with respect, but let's have his answer.
The definition fairly early.
It was a proxy. Sorry, Mr. Philpott, really? Do you mind? I think we're in Historic England's case now. No, I'm sorry. This is improper. I'm sorry.
Improper?
Well, it's not right that an advocate for another party should start intervening in the cross-examination of Historic England's case. All right, I take the word improper away, but it's not right.
So, happy to make the same point. In the PPG, the specific language used there is in determining whether works for listed building constitute substantial harm. An important consideration would be whether the adverse impact seriously affects a key element of its special architectural historic interest. Clearly not being presented as a definition, so I do think Mr. Philpott's right. It is not correct to describe it as a definition in that way.
We've been over this earlier on. The way it was put to the witness, I think you might know, Mr. Philpott acknowledged this himself earlier on by me, it was perfectly fair. I said to him, if you'll remember, that the PPG explains how you go about this for listed buildings, works to listed buildings. I've said the industry, if you like, practitioners in the field have treated that as a proxy for the sort of impacts we're dealing with here, which in the main are setting impacts, not conservation area is different because we're in the conservation area. He agreed all of that. And he agreed that the approach Historic England adopts to the dividing line between substantial and less than substantial is that it needs to be a serious harm to something which is a key element of the asset's heritage significance. That was all agreed. So I'm not trying to, if my language was loose, there you are, but I'm not trying to depart from what we had earlier on, which he agreed in terms. So it's on that foundation, and I'm asking these questions. As I've said to him, as I'll just reprise this, on that basis, if harm is graded as it is here as less than substantial, that can only mean it's either not seriously harming something which is key to the asset's significance, or it is seriously harming something, but the something isn't key to the asset's significance. Those are the only ways it can play out. If anyone can think of a third way, fine, but those are the only ways that I can think of. So that's given me, that's the basis of the question. When the witness then keeps describing the harm as serious, I'm just trying to work out, is he saying serious but to something which isn't key, or is he saying, well, it is key but it's not serious? That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of.
Can you answer that, put in those terms?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the PPG again, and it does say an important consideration would be whether the adverse impact seriously affects a key element of significance, and it's an important consideration. But it doesn't say that this is the absolute way that you have to approach it. And, I have approached it in the way I have, using the terms that I have, but calibrating the level of harm within a range of less than substantial clearly in my evidence. At no point do I say substantial harm in my evidence. Everything sits below that threshold.
I know, but that leads me to want to understand how you can say, as you have for the various assets, there's serious harm, given that, as you quite rightly keep saying, your own evidence over and over says this is less than substantial. And I'm sorry, but the passage in the PPG that refers to an important consideration, the point my learned friend gave you by reading it all out to you just now, I'm sorry, but you've agreed, haven't you, that are you disagreeing now with what you said earlier on? The Historic England's position is that in looking to see whether the harm caused in cases like the two appeals that the inspector has in front of her is substantial, is to look to see whether the degree of harm would be a serious degree of harm to something which is key to the asset's significance. So you agreed earlier on. Do you want to change your mind?
Well, you didn't.
Do you want to change your mind?
I'm not sure you clarified that within the context of the PPG and that specific wording. I mean, it's serious in terms of, as in the word serious, not as in within the definition set out here.
I took you to the PPG, I read it all out to you, I asked you, I'm sorry, I was tremendously fair to you, and I'm being incredibly fair to you now by giving you the chance to say, you changed your mind. I don't care what your answer is, I just want an answer.
I don't really have much more to add than what I said before about an important consideration. I mean, that makes complete sense to me. It's not the sole way to go through this.
If you've done it some other way, that's fine. I'd understand. But earlier on, you agreed that this was. You remember my word proxy?
Mm-hmm.
This is the proxy, the approach that we use. You agreed all of that. I'm not sure now whether you're agreeing or disagreeing with what you said earlier on. Do you remember? Let's move it on a bit. We looked at the High Court's judgment in the memorial case, the Holocaust memorial case. And I asked you whether Historic England, sorry, not you personally, but Historic England sort of quarrel with the proposition, the formulation in the judgment, which is that equating serious, substantial with serious, no issue in relation to that, and no issue in relation to the approach taken by the inspector in that case of the serious degree of harm to the asset significance being the relevant test. And you said, no, I don't quarrel. Historic England doesn't quarrel with any of that. Which then leads me to wonder, well, how can you keep talking about the harm as being serious, given that you've agreed on that? Now, maybe what the inspector said to you is the only way you can make sense of it, that you by serious, you just mean upper and less than substantial.
Well, yes, that's
right.
That's
what you mean.
Well,
is that what you mean?
I can't completely contain it within that. It's about using language to make a point, and if we're saying there's serious harm, it could be a low level of harm to an asset of the highest significance. That would be serious, but it would be of a low level of harm.
Well, not within the way in which these things are formulated. I mean, if you think about that formulation in the Holocaust memorial case, the inspector's approach endorsed by the High Court, serious degree of harm to the asset significance being what substantial means. The trouble is, it makes the rest of my cross-examination almost impossible if I don't have a clear answer to this. I mean, it really does, because I wanted to understand for each asset what it is that's being said. For example, is it a key element that's being said to be effective and not seriously, or is it being said that there's serious harm but it's not key? I mean, unless one can understand this, it makes the cross-examination, very, very difficult indeed for me.
Okay.
No, I think really it should be left to the witness, if you don't mind, and the inspector. Really, really, because this is evidence now in cross-examination. It's not,
No, but she can. Yeah.
He's still allowed to speak. I mean, the point's been put to the witness a number of times in a number of different ways. He's given his answers. I know my friend wants to get a particular point from him, but we've spent a long time going over this point. It just seems to me that he's given his evidence, but it's not much further can be. If it makes my friend's cross-examination more difficult, I'm sorry, but
okay. Well, let's test it with the right. Let me take the conservation then, which is where
you're going with a specific
I was just
example.
Trying to understand. I was trying to understand this asset by asset because I thought that might help us to unravel this or understand it better. So the conservation area, if we adopt the approach in the High Court's judgment in the Holocaust memorial case, which is that for substantial it needs to be a serious degree of harm to the asset significance. If we then apply that to the conservation area, on that approach, the harms that you've identified as the conservation area, however important you consider them to be, cannot be described as serious, can they?
The harm is less than substantial,
and so they're not serious.
It's of a serious nature. It's less than substantial harm. It's as explained in my evidence.
Remember the question on the formulation of the High Court, which you have said Historic England do not quarrel with, which is that substantial being equated with serious can't be taken. You can't take issue with that. But court didn't take issue with it, and that inspector's approach of a test, if you like, which he expressed as, quote, the serious degree. I'll read the whole sentence. It's in paragraph 35. In my assessment, this is the judge. The inspector, having set out the parties' views, the inspector came to his own interpretation of the relevant test. So there's the word test, the relevant test for substantial harm, which he expressed as the serious degree of harm to the asset significance. And then we find no objection to that formulation. by the court. So if we apply that test using the T word for substantial harm as a serious degree of harm to the asset's significance, whatever the harms are to the conservation as you see them, and however important you regard them as, they cannot, on that approach, be aptly described as serious, can they?
It's not substantial harm.
Why can't you just answer me directly, please?
Because I've used the term serious to describe the impacts of the development, and
I think you are being evasive now, Mr.
I'm struggling here. I think I take the point, and I've seen the Holocaust judgment, and serious equates to substantial. My understanding is of the case of Historic England, they're not advancing a substantial case in terms of substantial harm. I think, is it just the word serious that is the issue here?
It is the word serious, yes, because by definition, if it isn't substantial, and I'm going to use the word by definition here because the judge calls it the relevant test, therefore applying that relevant test, if it isn't substantial, it can't be serious. That's the point.
But Mr. Young's been clear to me that he's not equating in using serious, he's not equating that with substantial either. I'm getting really confused and going around.
No, well, I don't want to confuse you, but the upshot of that then is, let me just be very straightforward about this, and I think I've been as clear as I possibly can be, and more. On the approach adopted by the High Court, where the relevant test was said to be the serious degree of harm to the asset's significance, on that approach, you cannot say in the same breath that harm is serious but not substantial, i.e., if you are saying the harm in this case is less than substantial, as this witness does, applying the test, that can only mean that it isn't serious harm, because that's what the test is. I think the confusion is the use of the word serious, when I think the witness just really means, as you perhaps thought, does he just mean, well, that's high, not serious in the sense used in either the PPG or the High Court judge's judgment in the Holocaust Memorial case.
Can you just clarify that point then? So, you're not equating, or are you? I should put it neutrally. Are you equating serious in terms of your evidence with substantial harm?
No.
No.
In no cases.
Okay. Are we not there? Are we?
No, we're not there, ma'am. No. Because that means, logically, well, it's not just a question of logic, it's just reading out what's said in the PPG and reading out what's said in the judgment. That means, therefore, that as it isn't substantial, it isn't serious. Because if it's serious harm to the asset's significance, it is substantial. That's what's been held. I think,
is that not what the witness has just clarified?
If that's fine. If that's how you're reading the witness's answer, that's absolutely fine by me.
I don't want to put, is that...
No, if that's what the witness means, then that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Fine. No, in that case, I hadn't understood the witness's answer properly. That's my fault.
Right.
The witness is fine.
Okay.
We'll move on.
Okay. Right. Should we have a lunch break now and just sort of draw a line and have a rest?
I've got quite a few other points of approach, ma'am. So I don't mind having a lunch break now. It's a bit early. I'd rather do the other. We've done the big
serious. Right. We're moving on from substantial serious.
Yeah, we're going to come back to it.
Well, we're moving
on for now. Yeah.
Okay. Are you content to continue? Or would you like a break?
Yeah. No, we can continue.
Okay. If we break then, so if we just do the points of
I'll tell you.
Clarity.
Ma'am, yes, when we've got to the end of the points of approach. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be too long with them. I hope. Famous last words. I thought the first one would take about 5 minutes, and it's taken about 30. But there you are. So can we just move on to something different, which is that however one describes these harms, in all cases, one has to assess in what way and to what extent is the heritage significance, that is the heritage interest of the asset harmed. That is the, if you like, the acid test of all of this. You're nodding your head. Sorry, the inspector needs to make a note. Yes.
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I can.
Yes.
Of course. Perhaps not using exactly the same words. That whatever the harms, however the harms are described, and we're not going to go back to the discussion we've just had, however they're described, one has to work out in what way and to what extent does the harm in question harm the heritage significance, that is the heritage interest of the asset in question. That is what this all leads to.
The heritage interest as set out in the definition in the NPPF.
Yes.
In terms of the four components of significance.
Yes.
Yes, but there is no prescriptive method of putting them within. There are there's different guidance out there, including conservation principles, which expands on how to understand significance and on a sort of more philosophical level. So providing I'm not being completely trapped within using those specific terms.
You're so suspicious of me. Why? I'm not.
Well, I think maybe the last question.
I'm not trapping you.
Yeah.
I just want to understand so that we can respond to it.
Yeah. Well, within the caveats that I just said, then yes.
Okay, right. Because it's very easy. Go back to paragraph 202 of the framework. We need to go through all this all again, but page 57 of the framework, paragraph 202. The less than substantial harm that one is looking to put into the weighing scales is to the significance of a designated asset. You see, that's what the harm is to. It's to the significance of a designated asset. You can see that there, can't you?
But yeah, in
202.
Paragraph 202, yes, I'm reading that
Indeed.
now. Yeah.
And then, as we saw the other day, and the inspector would know, but just to carry on with the point, significance is in turn defined for heritage policy, is defined at page 71. Significance is defined, and it is defined as the value of a heritage asset to this and future generations because of its heritage interest. That's why I keep saying interchangeably heritage significance, heritage interest, because that's how it's explained here.
Mm-hmm.
The interest may be an archaeological, architectural, etc., derives not only from its physical presence, also from its setting, and then for World Heritage Sites, you obviously look at the OUV. So, in other words, and it's not a trick question, it's a really simple point. However one describes these harms, one has to play them back in to understand in what way would this harm the heritage significance, that's to say the heritage interest of the asset in question. That's where all of this leads to, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean the starting point is understanding significance, its heritage interests, and then understanding the impact of the proposals on that's essentially that's the process that we go through.
Marvelous.
And then consider the impact of a proposal on an aspect of significance and come to a conclusion on harm. When it's less than substantial harm, we go to this paragraph. And
super. A yes would have done, but anyway, don't worry, that's fine. So therefore, running with that, if we think about this concept of visual distraction mentioned in various ways, I counted them, sad person, I am 8 times in my learned friend's opening for Historic England and mentioned many, many times in your proof, the concept of visual distraction. Let us say, do you remember Dr. Barker Mills the other day waving his arms around, and so that's the most important person in the room? And he then said, yes, but if I wave my arms around, you start looking at me because I'm making a bit of a so-and-so of myself. Let me just ask you some questions about visual distraction. Even if one thinks in one's mind, one concludes in one's mind that a new building would constitute a visual distraction, would take your eye away from the heritage asset to look at the new building, for perhaps your eye returned to the heritage asset. Even if that is the conclusion that you reach, that doesn't tell you anything unless that visual distraction can be articulated as in some way harming the heritage significance of the asset itself. Would you agree?
Yes, but it's to do with understanding the contribution. It ultimately comes down to the specific asset in question. If the heritage asset derives a lot of significance from it being a landmark, as in the case of Southwark Cathedral, or in the case of Guy's Hospital, of the sort of formal composition and hierarchy, which is best, as I set out, appreciated against a clear sky. These are really important aspects of significance. So visual distraction will, in my view, really undermine the ability to appreciate those elements of significance and cause harm.
Well, let me just pick that up. So visual distraction, you gave two instances. I'm asking you this as a question of approach, but I don't mind you giving the examples. Visual distraction, you then equate to undermining the ability to understand the significance of an asset. Fine, let's just imagine that one reaches a conclusion which agrees with what you've just said. Okay. Yes. Even so, even if, for example, here the inspector concludes that one or other, all of these assets, there would be visual distraction which would undermine one's ability to appreciate the significance of the asset. Even so, one still has to ask the question which really matters, doesn't one? Which is, and in what way would that actually harm the heritage significance of the asset itself? One still has to go to that ultimate question, doesn't one?
Yes, and I would just repeat what I said earlier in my evidence in chief about how the Planning Act, Section 66, specifically mentions the contribution of setting to significance. It's in the MPPF. We have guidance, GPA 3 probably being the best example of how to determine the contribution of setting to significance. So there's a lot of evidence base there for us to make a judgment in terms of how a development proposal will impact on setting, as the setting of a heritage asset as an aspect of it, as contributing to its significance.
Yes, but in doing all of that, whichever methodology one uses, whether one uses something that Historic England has published or whether one uses some other approach, it all leads to the question which matters, doesn't it? Which is, and in what way does this harm the heritage significance of the asset itself? Whatever methodology you use, that's where you're going, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, the heritage asset itself being its significance, including any contribution made by its setting.
Yes. If in a particular case something about its setting contributes to the significance of the asset, and remember the question was all about undermining or harming one's ability to appreciate significance. That's what the question was all about. Mm-hmm. It's a very simple point. Even so, if you've undermined the ability to appreciate an asset's significance, you still have to ask yourself, and how is that harming the asset's significance itself? Doesn't one? One still has to ask that.
I don't know what you mean by itself. I mean
the asset.
Yes, including
the thing which is listed or which is designated as a conservation area or which is a World Heritage Site.
Yes, but it's the asset itself has significance, and the contribution of setting to significance is a consideration for some designations, many designations.
Sure, and so let's just pick that point up then. Can you go with that in mind to Core Document H20, which is the Edith Summerskill decision and report. And it's on PDF page 96. It's a passage we were looking at the other day with Dr. Barker Mills.
Page 96.
PDF, page 96, yeah. That should be a page which begins with a paragraph 12.49.
My page 96 starts with what is the paragraph and then it's 4.
Oh.
Is that
Core Document H20?
Sorry, could you give me the paragraph number again?
Yes, it's a page that starts with Inspector's Report, paragraph 12.49.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got it now. Yeah.
What page is it on yours, by the way? I'm
I
intrigued.
don't know why that did come from the core docs
Okay.
list, but
All right, never.
anyway,
Never.
I'm there.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. You'll remember this from the other day, so I think I can just cut to the chase. Where are we? You'll remember at 12:49, the inspector in that other case, and Secretary of State agreed with all of this in the decision. Made the point about substantial harm being a high bar, etc., etc. 12:50. In cases where the impact is on the setting of a designated asset, so pausing for breath, that applies here to all the assets that you've addressed apart from the conservation area, which we are within. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. So in cases where the impact is on the setting of the designated asset, it is only the significance that asset derives from its setting that is affected. All the significance embodied in the asset itself would remain intact. In such a case, the inspector there says, unless the asset concerned derives a major proportion of its significance from its setting, it's very difficult to see how an impact on its setting can advance a long way along the scale towards substantial harm to significance. Now, that, explained in that way, is logical and makes sense, doesn't it?
I find that, I guess, a little bit confusing because I don't necessarily agree.
Right. Okay. No, you're very. Obviously, it's open to you not to agree with these things, of course.
Could I explain my reasoning?
Of course you can, but can I? Yes, of course. Go on. You explain your reasoning, and I'll come back.
Yeah, as I said before, I think it comes down to understanding the contribution of setting to significance.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in this case it was a Grade 2 star listed church, which was near the development site and the erection of a tall building development. I clearly set out in my evidence in chief about the importance of church towers, how they're the most important external part, and how they really drive a lot of their significance from the ability to see them and appreciate them in their surroundings. And so I think I do think that for that sort of architecture, lots of different types of buildings, but with churches, I think they can be seriously harmed through development. Sorry, I'm not going to use that word now. There can be a lot of harm where a development impacts on the challenges that aspect of its significance. So I do find that a little bit a difficult judgment for me to, as a heritage specialist, to kind of really.
Sure. Okay, let's just go back to the way it's put. So let's just follow it through. Let's do it step by step. 12:50. In cases where the impact is on the setting of a designated asset, it is only the significance of the asset that derived from its setting that's affected. Agreed? Seems sensible.
In the cases where the impact on the setting is
yes,
only the significance of the asset. Yeah.
Good. Because you're not interfering with the building itself, whatever the asset is. So
it's all to do with its set. Yeah. Well, yes.
Yes. Okay. All the significance embodied in the assets itself would remain intact. So, the architectural historic interest of the building, if it's a listed building, you're not touching the building, so it remains intact. So that makes sense, doesn't it?
Embodied in the asset itself.
Yes.
I just find that turn of phrase a little bit.
Well, it's pretty easy to understand. The inspector obviously means the architectural, historic, etc., interest of if it's a listed building, as it was here in that case.
It doesn't clarify. It doesn't specify that though. It doesn't specify that it's physical. That is the physical fabric embodied in.
Pretty obvious.
Embodied in. Well, it doesn't explain that. It says significance embodied in the asset itself, but it doesn't say that is purely to do with its physical fabric. It's not explicit in that way.
Okay. Well, it seems to me to be pretty clear, but there you are. You don't think it is. In such a case, unless the asset concerned, I think this is where you get uncomfortable. In such a case, unless the asset concerned derives a major proportion of its significance from its setting, it's very difficult to see how an impact on its setting can advance a long way along the scale towards substantial. And that's the bit that I'm particularly interested in, Mr. Young, because it seems to me to be a very logical proposition that you can't do much harm to the asset's significance unless, in a setting case, unless a major proportion of the significance of that asset comes from the setting, and that makes perfect sense, surely.
And a major proportion of the asset significance can be derived from the setting.
Yes, I know. The inspector's saying unless. So if you've got a case where a major proportion of the significance of the asset doesn't derive from the setting, then it's hard to see how harming that part of the setting can advance a long way along the scale.
Again, the wording of major proportion, I think setting can make a really important. There's for example, St Paul's Cathedral. It is in its fabric where its significance, it lies, but also it has great significance in terms of it being a landmark in across London. And if you built I think it's about 110 meters tall. If you built a wall around it entirely, even though a lot of its significance is within the fabric itself, it's also a lot to do with the way that you appreciate it within its setting. So would that be causing, I don't think that would be causing a low level of harm. I think it would be a very,
forgive me, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
in that case, you might very well say a major proportion of the significance of St Paul's does derive from its setting. So that would fall within what the inspector said here. But anyway, don't worry.
Yes.
Do you on behalf of Historic England quarrel with what's said in 12.50, or are you saying you don't really understand quite how it's being put? Or do you agree with it? There are three options for you. Do you not really understand how it's being put? Or do you understand but you quarrel with it? Or do you understand and you agree with it? So I don't think I can be any fairer than that, to be honest. Yeah.
Without knowing the insight, the details of that specific case. But as I said, I think it relates to a Great Two-Star Little Listed Church, which may have derived quite a lot of significance from its setting. So I think,
with respect, these are paragraphs of approach. He then next turns to the inspector there, the asset in the case in hand. So these are where the inspector's setting out points of approach. But anyway, I'll move on because I've tried, and there you go. Right, let's move on. Right, I want to come back to that visual distraction and architectural quality point, because I don't think it was crystal clear from your evidence-in-chief where you stand on this point. So let me just put it to you in this way. If a new building is of architectural quality in its own right, so it's exemplary architectural quality, high architectural quality, or using the language of the framework, therefore it's beautiful, can that or can that not lessen the degree of harm to the heritage significance of an asset? That was the question which I wanted an answer to. I discussed with Dr. Mark Bills, and he gave me an answer, and now I'm putting it to you. What's your position on that?
It comes down to specifics. I know you're asking a sort of in principle question, but it would come down to the specifics.
Well, can it in principle? You then obviously have to look at a particular case and say, well, what's the view as to whether this is exemplary architecture? I've got all of that. But as a matter of principle, can a building which is, in my colloquial terms, worth looking at in its own right, because it's exemplary architecture, it might be a listed building of the future. Can a building which is worth looking at in its own right, because it's exemplary architecture, reduce the degree of harm being caused to the heritage significance of, which would otherwise be caused to the heritage significance of the asset? Can it lessen that harm?
I would have to be given an example to be able to, because it could, if a building was, it depends what sort of building we're looking at. There are, as I think I said in my evidence, there are instances where you can have a historic environment which has a more robust scale. It can accommodate a degree of height without causing much harm, and you could refine the quality of that piece of architecture. It wouldn't, but I guess your question is about when there is harm. I'd have to see a specific example, and it would have to come down to the historic context it was in. And I've been clear for both of these appeal schemes, because of the character
Don't tell me about the appeal till I'm asking you a point of principle. I know what your position is on the appeal schemes, forgive me. It's a point of principle, just whether in principle the quality of the new can lessen the degree of harm to the old, you know, if I put it in colloquial terms. That's what I'm trying to understand. I don't think I've got a clear answer to the question, but I'm going to move on because, you know, I know from experience now that I'll do this 3 or 4 times and I still won't get a clear answer. So you've said what you've said, so there you go. Can we move on to something else, please? And that's a passage in my learned friend's opening. I can't quiz her, so you're the person I have to quiz about this. I can quiz her outside the inquiry room, but not in the inquiry room. Page 6 of Historic England's opening, paragraph 17 towards the top of the page.
So could I just say that the I don't have a copy of that.
Okay, well, you should have it in front of you. I think it would be.
It never came up in my emails, unfortunately.
Okay.
But
the string's been on a mission of her own then, but but never fear. Yes, you must have a copy of it in front of you. I think just in case I'm.
Yeah.
Not
I'll have another search because I have it.
Yeah, it's with the proofs.
I've got the core docs.
Oh no, it's in the inquiry documents, isn't it? Sorry, it's in the inquiry documents list. Tell me when you're there, Mr.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, please, it's fine. Don't worry. It'll take me forever to find these documents, so don't apologise.
Could you? Yes.
I won't give you my hard copy because A, I won't then remember what it says, and B, I've scribbled all over it. So, yeah.
No, it's not coming. It's not coming through.
Shall I read the sentence out, and the inspector can check whether I've
got it.
Fine, I don't mind you if you don't mind lending the. I'll read it out anyway. So. It's 17 at the top of page 6 of the opening. It's such a short point, but never fear. All right.
Yes.
So the inspector might recall this, but for the note, it's the sentence that begins in the first line of page 6 of the opening. So it's paragraph 17. My learned friend said in her opening, another way of looking at the matter is to say that however well the architects have done their job, and it's these words, design cannot be regarded as good if it, that's the design, causes unacceptable heritage harm. So that's the proposition I want to ask you about because you're the witness. So design cannot be regarded as good if it causes unacceptable heritage harm.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
That was for the first of my questions I was going to ask you. So that's a good start. So you agree with it? Fine. That then leads to the second question I want to ask you, which is what's it mean? The concept of unacceptable harm. Now, unacceptable harm. Just help me with this. There's no such thing per se as unacceptable heritage harm, is there? Because whatever the heritage harm is in any given case, you then have to weigh it, if it's less than substantial, for example, you have to weigh it against the public benefits. If the public benefits do not outweigh the heritage harm, then there you are, you failed the test in the framework. So it's the notion of unacceptable heritage harm. Does that mean, as you've agreed with you, does that mean, i.e., where the heritage harm is not outweighed by the public benefits of the case? Is that what you think this proposition means that you agreed with?
I mean, unacceptable harm could be harm that we consider to be unacceptable, but then it would be for the decision maker to make that judgment.
Well,
That's
the point, because
yes.
you see, however important Historic England is, and it's obviously a very important body, however important Historic England is, its contribution to debates like this is to explain where it thinks there is harm. Well, what is that harm, and how significant is that harm? How, is it substantial, less than substantial, etc., for the decision maker to then take that and do something with it. But the heritage harm itself never gives you the answer to the application's fate as to whether it should be approved or refused, because you have to take the harm and weigh it against various other things, don't you?
That's correct, yes.
Exactly. So although Historic England might think there's lots of harm in a particular case, there's no question of anything being unacceptable unless it's decided that the public benefits in the case in hand do not outweigh whatever the heritage harm is in the case in hand. Do you see? Do you agree with that?
I mean, we could object on the grounds of unacceptable design.
No, I'm asking about unacceptable heritage. Let's not confuse it by talking about acceptable design.
Unacceptable harm because of design. We could object on the grounds of that, and that would then.
But you're not quarrelling? Surely you're not quarrelling with the proposition that there is no such thing as unacceptable heritage harm. The concept is the heritage harm, whatever it might be, is to be weighed against the public benefits. It's only if the public benefits do not outweigh the heritage harm, applying all the case law that one has to apply. It's only if that weighing process comes out against the application that the relevant test is failed.
Well,
you're not quarrelling with that, surely. I'm going to need to take some tranquilizers in a moment if you're quarrelling with that. Come on, it's very straightforward. You can't be quarrelling with that.
I mean, I don't really know how to answer that
really
question.
Really?
Yeah.
That can't be right, Mr. Young. Sorry, we'll have lunch in a moment. And let me just. One has, and take these cases here. Historic England says the harm is less than substantial, high end for this, and middle for that, and lower end for that. So all of that is on the table in front of the inspector. That harm isn't unacceptable in its own right, because the decision maker then has to weigh that harm against the public benefits. And only if the public benefits do not outweigh the harm can it be concluded that the test in the framework, etc., has been failed, and therefore permission should be refused.
I'm not sure if the unacceptable harm is, intended to be unacceptable to a decision maker or unacceptable to us.
Well, you agreed with this proposition. So what do you think you were agreeing with?
Well, reading it makes sense to me, because it is, but when you put it within that context, it has a different association, and that's
all right. Okay. Well, there you are. Let me just check. I think I've got one more point of approach, which we can do quickly. I hope quickly. Conservation area, please. Not this particular conservation area, matter of approach. Do you agree that when it comes to assessing the harm to the conservation area's heritage significance, one is to ask oneself that question in the context of the conservation area's heritage significance as a whole? So you're looking at the impact on the conservation area as a whole rather than singling out some particular part of it.
Yes.
Good. Heavens, I think on that note, we better stop for lunch. Thank you.
All right.
No, I've got, I don't know, I should imagine about half an hour, I think. I'm trying to gauge I think I've got about 5 minutes, but I think it's going to take half an hour. So, we'll carry on after lunch.
Okay, well, we'll reconvene at 2:00. So we'll have slightly over an hour. I don't want you to be on the back foot in terms of documents. So if you want to if is there a printed list of the costs? So, yeah, just if we get that to you, just so you've got them up, and then you're a bit more comfortable in trying to get them.
Yeah, it was
bring
just
them
that
up.
one that
Yeah.
I thought I had received. But it didn't.
Yeah.
Because of something the witness said in chief, I will want to go to a passage in the Southwark plan. So
That's
that
fine.
wasn't on my list, but if we can
Yeah.
add the Southwark.
So if we can
plan.
just get you those, so at least you.
So I think
Yeah, I have
in
to say,
Southwark plan, and in terms of other things that we'll be going to, because obviously we've done quite a few of the things that are on my list, I would want the Tower of London World Heritage Site Management Plan, which is FO9.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Southwark plan, which I've just mentioned. Forgive me, if you just give me one moment, I'll just check what other documents we've got to go. We best have the conservation area appraisal that you've referred to in your evidence in chief.
Yes.
Great. CDE 06. Yeah, those I think are the Peter Stewart's Peter Stewart's appendix number 2. I think that was in your list, as you know, because I think you had Mr. Stewart's documents in your list.
Yeah.
But anyway, Peter Stewart's appendix 2.
Yes.
That's it. Famous last words. That's
I've got
it.
those. Yes. Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right.
You sure that? Okay.
Okay, all right. We'll reconvene at 2:00 then.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, welcome back. If you want to continue, if you're ready, Mr. Young.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Young. Thank you. What I'm going to do is, we've gone through the matters of approach. I'm not going to try and reprise the various points about the various assets that I went through with Dr. Barker Mills, because I think it's just going to be tremendously repetitious. You've explained your position. Obviously, the inspector has ours and our evidence. There are just a very few questions I want to ask you about some of the assets that you've referred to, and it's a bit of a miscellaneous collection of points which have really arisen with Dr. Barker Mills. So can we just start with the Tower of London, please?
Yes.
And I think it was the Tower of London it was the context of the Tower of London that you referred to P24 of the Southwark Plan, because that's the World Heritage Policy, isn't it?
Yeah.
So should we just look at that together, and I just want to then ask you a couple of questions. So that's core document E01 is the Southwark Plan, and it's page 149. It's the same in the PDF. That's policy P24. Give me a shout when you're there,
Yep, I'm just about there.
or even when you're just about there.
Yes.
Great. So this is one we saw this the other day. Development only be permitted when the significance of the OUV of World Heritage Sites and their settings are sustained and enhanced. And your point, as I understand it, is because you consider there to be low end, less than substantial harm in either scheme, both schemes, to the World Heritage Sites significance. Therefore, we're not sustaining, and we're certainly not enhancing. And so therefore there's I can't remember your exact language, and I made a note of it, but there's an inconsistency with a breach of that policy. That was your point.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. And you'll know, though, of course, that there's an explicit policy on tall buildings in the plan, P17.
Yes.
And that's back at page 133. And in the third section of it, you see it's divided up into 1, 2, 3. So the third section, the design of tall buildings will be required to, and then sub 2 of that. Sorry, are you there? Forgive me.
I'm
sorry.
133. Yes, and they're tall buildings. Yeah.
Yeah. So the 2/3 of the way through down the page, you see section 3. The design of tall buildings will be required to, and then secondly, conserve and enhance. You see that there?
Yes.
Yeah. Conserve and enhance is the significance of designated heritage assets. So that's not just the World Heritage Site, it's all designated assets, and make a positive contribution should be to wider townscape character, where proposals will affect, by which it means harm, where proposals would harmfully affect the significance of a designated heritage asset from its alteration or destruction or for development within its setting, clear and convincing justification in the form of public benefits will be required. So we're looking at those policies together. If it's right to say, well, there's harm to the World Heritage Site, then that is fed into this process here, isn't it, in policy P17, because both of our proposals are tall buildings, and one is required to provide clear and convincing justification in the form of public benefits in order to outweigh the harm in question. That's where this leads us to, doesn't it?
Yes, but the point 2, which sets out tall buildings must, so that's the step before you get to step 3, and there's a number of parts of that policy that I feel haven't been met in terms of preserving, enhancing the historic environment.
Yes, but I'm not asking you about those. Forgive me, it was your point. I mean, even if you're right that there are all sorts of things elsewhere in this policy that lead to a conclusion that there isn't enhancement of the historic environment, there's harm to the historic environment. If you want to broaden the point, fine. That still takes us back to P17 sub 3, sub 2, that whatever that harm is, you are then told that you will need clear and convincing justification in the form of public benefits to outweigh that harm. Otherwise, you won't get your permission. I mean, that's where it all comes to. Do you not see, Mr. Young?
Yes, I see that. Thanks. Good.
Thank you very much indeed. Right. We can put the Southwark plan away. these for my purposes. And next, I want to go to two documents. Tower of London World Heritage Site Management Plan, which is F09, and within it, page 102 in the original book. The same in the PDF. There's a relief. And when you've got that, give me a shout.
Page 102.
102.
Yep.
Yep. And I also want you to, if you can have two things open, to go to Mr. Stewart's appendix number 2, which are the updated cumulative views. And
Sorry, I didn't. Before we finished before lunch, I pulled up the full proof, so I just need to get the
Of course, appendix number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll use a hard copy then.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So as we're all using, I'll give both references. In the book itself, I want you to go to page 49. The book itself, PDF wise, it's page 51 of 80. That helps anybody. 102. Yeah. So, Mr. Young, you might recall that we went to page 102 of the management plan and this section South Bank of the Thames in re-examination of Dr. Barker Mills, my own friend. Re-examination of Dr. Barker Mills took us here. Obviously, that was re-examination, so this is my first opportunity to explore the point with someone who knows something about heritage, in other words, you. So I wonder if we can just look at this together. This is all about the World Heritage Site. South Bank of the Thames, 7.3.28 on page 102. World Heritage Committee recommendation to regulate any further build-up of the area surrounding the Shard of Glass, ensuring that approved heights do not exceed a height whereby they would become visible from the inner ward is specifically relevant development in this area, for which there's a draft SPG. This management plan dates back to I'm not sure when.
2016.
2016. Okay, thank you. 2016. And then we find this. This is a bit that came out in the re-examination. It intrigued me. London Bridge is designated as an opportunity area for tall buildings in the London plan. And the area to the east of the Shard, so that's east along St. Thomas Street, can accommodate substantially tall buildings without their being visible from the inner yard, as demonstrated by the proposed Quill building consented in 2011. Quill was in the east end of St. Thomas Street, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Particularly hideous scheme.
It was.
So, yes.
And
I think even I'd be on your side of the room with that
sadly
one.
never got to fly with those wings.
Yes. Well, it looked more like a porcupine to me, but anyway. Can we, as this point's been raised and it's been in front of the inspector, the idea that there's some sort of difference between the eastern and western ends of St. Thomas Street, that is to say, at the eastern end, you could have substantially tall buildings without their being visible from the inner ward. Well, if we look at the image that I asked you to have out, which is page 49 of Mr. Stewart's book, page 51 in the PDF, this is the cumulative image that has caught up with the approvals of the eastern St. Thomas Street towers. And you can see them there to the left of the image, can't you?
Yes.
And they are all visible from the inner ward to a greater or lesser extent.
That's right.
Yeah. And so as history has played itself out, the notion that you could have substantially tall buildings without their being visible from the inner ward has been proven to be wrong in relation to the approvals that are being given. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I think that particular sentence in the management plan would benefit from being amended because it doesn't make sense. I mean, you're right, from this viewpoint, to point out our position on those, we have maintained a position with, as I understand it, the cumulative schemes that you can see in that particular view.
Yes.
We've identified harm to the World Heritage Site for those schemes. So we have highlighted that, but I accept that in the management plan, it's a little bit confusing reading that paragraph.
Well, history has proven it to be wrong, basically. Because the substantially tall buildings which have been permitted at the east end of St Thomas Street are all visible from the inner ward. To a greater or lesser degree.
Yep, well, that seems to be a fact.
Exactly, it is. It's
they are visible
fact.
from there. Yes, but as I said, we've taken a clear, sort of consistent approach.
I don't doubt it. I'm not surprised. That's fine. Thank you very much, Steve. Let's move on. You can put those 2 documents away, or whatever fancy stuff you do on your computer. Let's move on. The only other, two other assets I want to ask you sort of very bespoke questions about. And the first of those is Guy's Chapel. And for this, you'll need to have Mr. Goddard's rebuttal appendices. And when I say you'll need to have Mr. Goddard's rebuttal appendices, I mean I'll need to have them as well. And they've disappeared, so I'm going to look at them online. Now, wait a minute, they might be here. Give me 1 second, there might be some notebooks. Here we are. When I say his appendices, I meant his proof.
Yes, the rebuttal proof.
His rebuttal proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, forgive me for saying his appendices. Sorry, I'm just checking my notes here. This is my fault. No, that's the wrong reference. Bear with me. Can you just give me 1 moment, please? Sorry to keep you waiting there. No, I've given you the wrong reference, and I do apologise. It is actually something me double checking so I don't take you on a wild goose chase. Yes, I'm so sorry. It's actually Mr. Goddard's proof. My apologies. Which is obviously in the proof section of the inquiry documents. Mr. Goddard's proof. For those of you who've got hard copies, you need to go to page 44. But obviously, we're wait for Mr. Young, of course. And 45 in the PDF when you get there.
What page was that, sorry?
PDF page 45. You should find on that page paragraphs 8, 11, 8, 12, etc. I hope.
45, starting with 8.16.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's the previous page in that case.
Okay. Yeah. Daylight sunlight, yes, that makes sense. That's what
it does make sense, yeah. But at the top of that page, no, sorry, it's the section that begins, the heading I'm looking for is on the previous page still, which says effect on quality of light in Guy's Hospital Chapel. Within the hard copy, that's page 43 of the original numbering. And it's a passage which is found at 8.11 and 8.12, where I wanted to take you to. It's a contextual.
8.12.
Yes, 8.11 and 8.12.
Yeah, okay.
No, that's fine. And tell me when you're there, sorry.
I'm at 8.11, yes.
Good. You'll see that Mr. Goddard says to supplement this material, that's the previous material that's been submitted about the impact on light in the chapel. I attach an appendix, it says appendix 4, it actually means appendix 5, a further note prepared by G.I. Gordon Ingram Associates, the light experts, which concludes that the windows affected do not currently meet the relevant target. They confirm either scheme will result in an appreciable impact on light levels, etc. It's the next paragraph which makes a contextual point. The note also highlights that as a consequence of the proximity of the chapel to the site, any redevelopment of more than a single floor above the current scale of buildings on the site would have a similar impact. Don't worry about his comment about weight. So were you aware of that the self-same impact on the chapel's light would arise by simply adding a floor? And in fact, if you go to the appendix, it says a single-storey extension to part of the existing roof fronting St Thomas Street would breach that. So this isn't even a single floor across the entire site. It's just a bit of on the St Thomas Street front. So were you aware of that?
Yes, I've read
Yes.
so I'm familiar with that. Yeah.
Yes, and obviously it's relevant to bear that in mind, isn't it? I'm not saying that one should ignore the impact on light in the chapel, but when you come to think to yourself, well, what should I do with this point in the overall weighing scales, it's relevant to bear in mind that even an extraordinarily modest change to the height of the buildings on the existing site, I mean, a single floor on part of the site, would cause the same impact, and that's relevant to take into account, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, as I said in my evidence in chief earlier, that it's a low level of harm to that specific aspect of the harms to the Grade 2 star complex.
Sure.
But it needs to be identified, and if we were just talking about that in isolation, we wouldn't be sitting here.
No, that's fine.
So
that's fair.
Yeah, but it is still something that we wanted to identify.
Absolutely. I did start my question by saying I'm not asking you to ignore the impact. So, yeah, thank you. Good, in fairness to both of us. All right, thank you very much indeed. That's the chapel. I wanted to ask you penultimately, sounds good, doesn't it? Penultimately, a question about the conservation area.
Sure.
And it's just this, I'm just trying to reconcile something in my mind. So let me just get it out there and ask you to comment. So you'll recall, as in your evidence in chief, you said of the Shard Place site that is, I wrote it down, at the very edge of the conservation area. We know where the boundary is, so quote unquote, very edge of the conservation area. And you've described our site variously as in the centre of the conservation area, in the heart of the conservation area, and right in the centre of the conservation. I wrote those three things down. I think we get the gist of your point. So just help me with this. So we know, and we can look it up, we know the size of the conservation area, obviously, its extent. It's got those 4 sub-areas. And so let me just see if I can logically reconcile this, or whether we can logically reconcile this. So Shard Place, I actually timed it on my stopwatch, 30 seconds walk from the entrance to our current building to the entrance to Shard Place, 30 seconds. So 30 seconds away is the very edge of the conservation area, but we're right at the heart or the centre of the conservation area. Can that be so? I mean, why aren't we very close to the edge of the conservation area, for example, as we're only 30 seconds away from it, and the conservation area is quite large?
It is a large conservation area, but I set out at the beginning of my evidence that everything kind of stemmed from the development of the High Street, and it's the fact that the High Street is this very, very ancient artery into the City of London. That's where that's where the starting point is. It's mentioned in the conservation area appraisal that it's the most powerful influence on the development of the conservation area. So that's where I feel the significance. Well, although there are lots of sub areas, there's a lot of significance attributed to the High Street.
Yes,
I accept it is in very close proximity to 30 seconds away from Shard Place. But I did highlight the cheap by jowl nature of the conservation area and the London Bridge station tall buildings, which has existed since 1965 when the Southwark Towers were built.
But of course, I mean, I can readily understand that the thing called the Borough High Street Conservation Area logically leads one to say, well, the High Street is the spine or whatever of the conservation area. I mean, the clue's in the name. But we're obviously not in the High Street. Our site is not in or on the High Street. I mean, we're off it, and we will know where it is. Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that.
Can I say, just that it is, as I set out, it's in the backland, so it's technically in sub area 4, but it is in the backland of the High Street as well because of the way that the plot boundaries.
Yes. No, it's just the point you made about the importance of the High Street. I mean, we're not, I'm certainly not going to try and deny, but we're not in or on the High Street, but we've been around that one just now. Okay, I won't tease you by saying, well, if Shard Place is removed from the conservation area, would our site then be at the edge of the conservation area? I won't tease you with that one. Let's move on. Okay, and then finally, I just want to ask you about heritage benefits. All right.
Yes.
And you acknowledge that there are heritage benefits. Indeed, good. And I just wanted to ask you the same question that I asked Dr. Barker Mills. So you will need the framework for one last time, for my purposes, for one last time. So that's core document DO1, paragraph 199 on page 57 of the
Yes.
framework. You'll know it by heart, I'm sure. And you will know that we're told when considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. And then the logical point, the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. So great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. And as you'll know, but tell me if you agree, that is usually pretty much always translated into the proposition that therefore great weight should be given to harmed heritage, because if you're harming heritage, you're not conserving the designated asset. I'm obviously interested in the flip side of that equation, because where you are doing something which is beneficial to an asset, you are thereby conserving it, aren't you? If it's beneficial, you are not only not harming it, you're not only not neutral, you are actually enhancing, aren't you?
I have to say that before this inquiry preparation, I hadn't really thought about 199 in those terms, because there's nothing specific in the PPG that explains that.
Sure.
The way that it kind of is written and the way that it ends, it talks about harm at the end of that paragraph. So to my mind, this was about when there's harm, you have to give great weight to conservation in that planning balance, not so much that it's the heritage benefits. But I understand
you see where I'm coming from.
This is not the way that I have interpreted that paragraph before.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question, and so fair enough. So what is your interpretation? And now that, because the point's very well, you can't just, forgive me just for 1 second, you can't just do this on one, you can't just say if it's bad it gets great weight, but if it's good it doesn't get great weight. I mean, it's got to be an even-handed treatment, surely.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would normally put them within the heritage benefits that we're allowed to talk about in terms of public benefits in accordance with 202.
Yes.
So that's what we would, that's where I would kind of attach them. And I don't, I'm not in, I am interested in recognizing where there are heritage benefits, because I don't think it's, we need to, I like engaging in all this stuff. I think it's important to recognize where there are heritage benefits.
Good.
And with this scheme, if we looked at the listed building consent application in isolation, absolutely, great way to the conservation there. But when you take account of the planning in combination with that, I find it really hard to separate out those two aspects. I mean, some of the aspects of planning actually require kind of interventions, like, for example, the rebuilding of the external wall and the underpinning, and then you've got a cantilever. And that's why I said what I said about the 21 scheme appearing like an extension to the listed building.
Can I just go back, though, to the point? No, thank you for that. Can I just go back to the point? This is a question about, as you understand, the weight that you should give to the beneficial side of the equation in heritage terms. Now, obviously, let me take a step back. When you have looked at describing the harm to the heritage assets as you see them in this case, you haven't done, have you, what very often used to be called a net or internal heritage balance. You haven't sort of said, for example, for the conservation area, well, the harmful elements, as you see them, of the proposals would cause high-end, less than substantial harm, but there are some heritage benefits, and that then reduces that overall assessment. You haven't done that, have you? What you've done is to say, here's the harm, not criticising, it's a perfectly fair way of doing it, here's the harm, and then later on you've got a chapter in your evidence about benefits. That's the way you've done it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. As I said, it's different.
Let me run on. Sorry, because follow my logic for a moment, if you will. So on that basis, as you haven't netted the harm against the benefits on the heritage side of the equation, what you do with the heritage benefits is you put them into the weighing scales in paragraph 202, don't you? Because they are one of the public benefits of the proposal. That's where they come into the exercise.
Yes.
You're nodding your head. Thank you. And so when you do that, the question which arises is how much weight should you give to the heritage benefits in that exercise of weighing the harm to heritage against the public benefits? One of the public benefits being, and it's just one of them, one of the public benefits being a heritage benefit. So that's when we get to this point that I've raised about 199 and come to that question. And I really am interested in your position. Do you not see that when you carry out that exercise, if the inspector agrees that there are heritage benefits in this case, then those benefits should be given great weight because they are conserving the asset in question? Well, is it 7 assets, the seven listed buildings, conserving the assets in question?
I, as I said, in isolation with a listed building consent application, the works are positive, but
Yes.
I can't separate that out from the listed building consent and planning.
Right. But just think, sorry, I have interrupted and I've done it deliberately. You've said that several times, but forgive me, the harm is all on the harm side of the equation in 202. So you've got the less than substantial harm, you decide all those things, let's say the inspector agrees with everything you've said. So she looks at all of that, that's all on the harm side of the equation, all those things that you described at length in your written proof and your oral evidence. Let's imagine the inspector agrees with all of that. She's then got to ask herself, is that harm, all of those things you've described, outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal? And when it comes to those public benefits, she knows it's agreed that one of those benefits is the heritage benefits. So you've then got to decide, well, how much weight, I say you, not you or me, the inspection, the Secretary of State, then have to decide how much weight are they going to give to these benefits. And when it comes to the heritage benefits, all I'm putting to you is that 199 tells us that you should give great weight to heritage benefits because they are conserving the asset or the assets in question. Do you not agree?
Not really when there is a lot of harm. I mean, I think if the building needed to be saved, if it was a heritage at risk building, I think I would find the heritage benefits more kind of meaningful at the cost of harm. I think something like...
No, I'm not asking you to conclude the overall ballot.
No, I understand.
Because we've got all the harm,
Yes.
and we know that you think these are very harmful schemes, although less than substantial, but let's not go back there. Harmful schemes for all the reasons you've described. So that's the harm. You then come to the benefits. One of them is agreed to be a heritage benefit. You've got to decide how much weight am I giving to that heritage benefit. Surely you should give great weight to the heritage benefit because 199 says great weight should be given to the assets conservation.
But I would question conservation in this, and
do you not agree
holistically? I'd say limited weight. I mean, that's what's in my head.
Okay, so you're with whoever it was the other day. I forgot his name now, Mr. Glasgow. So great weight means limited weight in this case.
Well, as I said, looking at this holistically, I kind of think it's not technically conservation of a heritage asset.
But it's described as beneficial, so that's a heritage asset. So,
I've set out my evidence that within the context of the listed building consent application, yes, absolutely.
Right, okay.
If that application was to be determined on its own, I would fully support it. And we have, allowed the council to determine. Yeah.
All right. It's not a question. It's not a matter that I raise in questions. Right? It's a matter of fairness. The High Court has actually ruled on this point in the case. Only no cases I was involved in. Safe Rottingdean. The High Court ruled on this point. So I won't trouble you with any of that. That's just to be fair to my learned friends. All right. Thank you very much, Dee. Those are the questions I had for you. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Okay, thank you. I've just got one before you have re-examination. Have you seen the National Trust representation sent in? It's an inquiry document 10. If you haven't, yes.
Because
obviously, Historic England, you have the role as the government statutory advisor. You comment on planning applications that affect Grade 1 listed buildings. Obviously, the Georgian, owned by the National Trust, Grade 1. National Trust are saying substantial harm. I don't want to go back to the debate we had earlier, but Historic England, I think in the statement of common ground, I think you haven't said anything about it. Can you just help me sort of understand your views on that, given we've got quite a differing point from the National Trust to come in?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're different organisations,
Yes.
and we have different views on things. As I set out earlier, we are prioritising the assets that we consider are affected most, and then taking account assets of the highest significance. And the George is a Grade 1 listed building. I haven't mentioned it in my evidence. That's not to say we don't think there's. I know this maybe isn't very helpful to you, but it's not that I'm saying there's no harm. It's just that this isn't one of the assets that we've highlighted. I mean, we've highlighted, or I have set out why the conservation area is harmed, which does in part relate to the urban grain being distorted and changed. And the George does sit within a yard. It's the sole surviving galleried coaching inn. So you could draw a conclusion from that it is, in terms of that urban grain, there's an association. It's a very loose connection, but one thing that I will say about the yard is on the other side of the yard, the 1980s building that bears remarkable similarities to New City Court has presumably same architect. That's maybe a generous term, but that person built them at the same time, probably did, and neither are very sympathetic. So that's something to kind of bear in mind, I guess. But it is a fantastic heritage asset, and we have raised concerns with the development. I forget the actual name of it, but there's a development proposal that I don't think has been determined yet near the George. It's further south along that side of the street that kind of has, I think it's maybe student accommodation. It wasn't my case, I wasn't involved in it. But yes, we were very concerned about the impact of the George on that scheme because it was appearing directly behind its roofline.
Okay, but in terms of this scheme,
it's facing the other way.
Yeah, so you're not.
It's not something
advancing any
it's
argument.
Not something, yeah. That we've kind of focused on.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay. Re-examination.
I'm sure everyone will be thrilled to hear that I'm not going to ask any questions in re-examination.
Okay.
So that will save us a bit of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done, Mr. Young. Okay.
We just need a few minutes to set up, obviously.
Yes. Do you want to break? I mean, we've not been back very long,
Not a formal break as such, but
it just if we set up.
If you don't mind us moving around.
I'll get rid of my dirty coffee cup, actually.
Yes, thank you. And ma'am, we'll be doing this through a presentation in chief, so with pictures, so you might want to.
So I'll switch.
But there'll be hard copies, so you can
Okay.
scribble wherever you want to scribble, but yes, yeah. Can we just tell you when we're ready, ma'am?
years in the making.
15 years in the making. Excellent. Good. So what we're going to do is, in the book, for those of us who have it, but we'll flash it up on the screen now, there's an index, if you like, so if we go to the next, there we are. So there's an index on the first 2 pages of this document. And we will see from the index that you are going to talk through a number of points in response to issues raised, etc., by the Council and Historic England. You're then going to work through the benefits as you see them of the 2018 scheme and then of the 2021 scheme. And just to ensure that we keep up, we're going to do 2 things. First of all, I'll do the little sort of headings, if you like, and then when you speak to the slides which relate to each heading in turn, if you could just remember, obviously, that the inspector might wish to make a note here and there of something that you say. So if you just try to bear in mind that some of us might want to write things down. So the first main topic is addressing points made by the Council and Historic England. And the first of those, so we go to the first substantive slide, which is slide 1A. There it is. That slide is one of 3 slides, images, under the heading of an examination of the existing building. So I wonder if you can just say what you would like to say, please, examining the existing buildings by reference to those slides. Obviously, I'll leave you to say next slide, as you say.
So I think an issue was raised about our understanding of the existing buildings. So before I went on another holiday, 10 years ago, probably a decade ago, I met a director of Great Portland Estates, and we looked at this site and we discussed what could happen with this site. It was felt by them that the building was out of date, failing, unlettable and unsuccessful. So we spent a day walking around, then studying whatever drawings they had on file. And in essence, we kind of agreed that clearly there was some merit in Keats House, which we were later to discover was a retained facade. Clearly the Georgian Terrace was of interest, obviously, because the guidance we found in a desktop survey. We weren't then aware of how much it had been butchered. But we also spent some time looking at the 1980s building, and we'd worked together on a number of projects where we'd kept and extended and refurbished buildings. And so we walked around the maze-like plan, which doesn't really offer any kind of coherent understanding of space, and looked at the plant and the facilities and the quality of the space, and basically, took away to do a study about how to work with and extend the building. And that study kind of established over the next month the very poor energy performance at EPCE and the fact that really the building was beyond its usable life. It was a building of the 80s with not a particularly good frame and, in our view, a bad layout. And actually, as we discovered more about the Georgian Terrace, a really unsuccessful hatchet job had been done on the historical assets on the site. Next slide, please. We were working at the time with the Crown Estate on Regent Street on their portfolio, where we built 2 buildings, or we built 3 buildings actually, but 2 on Regent Street itself, that engage with existing buildings, some listed, some facades of interest. We worked there with Peter Ruddington of Donald Insall, who's a West End conservation expert. Donald Insall Architects being a practice that specialised in conservation. So after this first month of sort of struggling to imagine how to think about the building, we started thinking about, could it be extended or would it need to be completely recycled? We were less involved then in the embodied carbon story, but the frame doesn't have much robustness nor much capacity to extend. So we started looking at replacing the footprint of the building, creating potentially a new entrance between Keats House and the Georgian Terrace, and essentially, as you would with any new development, looking to substantially increase the development potential of the project to pay for the closing it down, knocking it down, and losing income for a 5 to 8 year period. which inevitably means you're adding somewhere between 50 and 100% of the area. What then emerged was essentially something of an ocean liner solution, 8 to 10 stories, on the footprint of the existing building. And it was a puzzle because we didn't feel it was offering anything to the Tooley Street project. And it was doing, it was...
To the Tooley Street.
Sorry, the St Thomas Street project.
Sorry, yes.
We're in the Tooley Street building. I've just walked down it, sorry.
Yeah.
So the St Thomas Street project. And we felt that the way of addressing this was actually the terrace, and Keats were essentially, negatively impacted by the existing development, and we would actually probably be worsting the case by just kind of extending the building up. So after a lot of design studies and workshops, we came up with the idea that, in essence, a much better proposal centred on the, in our view, pretty horrific missing tooth that has been kind of hammered in between Keats House and the Georgian building, to remove that and create a vertical building that, on consideration, we felt would work well with the cluster. The Shard was already there. And Shard Place was in planning. The news building, was built. We started to think that actually a vertical building would be much better. We would turn that sort of potential ocean liner into the sky. We would then look at it as an object in the city, but we would then release the ground to resituate the heritage assets in a much, much better setting of public realm and bring a whole suite of benefits that would then need to work up. So it's very much 6 to 9 months to build a brief around the potential of this project to add to the changing and dynamic life of this historic piece of city. Next slide, please, Hayden. This was the model that we use continuously to look at unlocking the project. It's the model we shared early on with Southwark and talked about what would be kept and what wouldn't be kept. And it was very clear that no one had any interest in the retention of anything of the 80s building, because it was clearly doing nothing and not bringing any benefits in terms of public realm or employment or the setting of the heritage assets. Next slide, please.
Okay, so we're now moving to the next subject, if you like. So this is item 2 in the index. And this is the question of area uplift, and you want to put that into a local context. So you best explain what you mean by area uplift, just in case it isn't too obvious, and then make your points, please. We have for this, we have a number of slides, actually. We have 5 slides, I think. So
I think we've got the summary slide up on the screen here.
Okay.
Which I think makes the point.
Okay, so the summary slide, which is on the screen, is in the published book in a slightly different order, I think. So that,
2A.
Yeah, so the summary slide in the book, it's at page 9. If we're following this in the hard copy book, it's at page 9, which is the slide on the screen. So fine, fair enough. Yes, use that, and off you go, Mr. Wolford.
Thank you. So as part of our conversation, we started looking at the existing buildings in the area, in the emerging cluster. And what we've done here on this drawing is, and we shared these in our discussions with Southwark about our thoughts for the potential of the site to regenerate itself with a new building and to bring, much needed employment and life to the site, but also in terms of what might be deemed to appropriate development. So at the time we started this conversation, the 3 projects, 2 were built and 1 was in planning. And we started measuring those buildings against the area of the existing buildings on the site. So the news building took an uplift ratio on the existing gross area on the site of a 4.2 ratio. So you take the existing area of what was on the site, you take the new building, and you work out the multiplier, and it's 4.2. Shard Place was 5.1, that was coming forward and is now built to the same drawings, and the Shard itself is 6.2. So that's the multiplier of the floor area of what was on the site against what was proposed, or in the case of these 3 buildings, what is now built. The yellow is highlighting a kind of trend. You can see clearly the numbers there, which is the new consents, Capital House, Edge and Vinegar Yard, go from, you've got 4, 5 and 6, going to 7, 8, and a slightly unrealistic 36, and that is because that site has been cleared as part of a development plan, and what is left on the site is a small building. So that is a sort of outlier. But you can see that the trend of 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8, and increasing density as the cluster has kind of established credibility and import for the borough. And then what we've shown at the bottom in the sort of magenta is Cold Church House, which is a scheme that is proposed, which we've talked about before. We haven't got the figures for H and I, which are Vinegar Yard, Snowsfields, Vinegar Yard, Bermondsey, because they're in a somewhat, as I understand, a state of flux. But Cold Church House is at the same uplift calculation at 9.97. So it shows a trend of the uplifts coming forward.
Thank you. And if you then seek to put that into the context of what we're proposing, please. So you've got 2018, so this is page 10 of the book. You've got the 2018 position there. So you repeat the information you've just given. Then at the bottom right hand, you've got our proposal. So run through it, please. Yeah.
So as you can see, the proposal now appears in the diagram, the sectional diagram above. So you can see it in the context of obviously existing buildings that have been built and new buildings coming forward in construction or in planning. And our 2018 proposal on the same method of calculation is an uplift of a ratio of 3.97. So in fact, although it is coming forward now, is actually lower than any of the buildings above, and in a sense bucks the trend of an increasing uplift ratio over time.
Thank you. And the same exercise for 2021, which is page 11 in the hard copy book, slides on the screen.
Yes, so the 2021 scheme is similar in principle, as I've described in my presentation last week. The schemes follow the same design logic are adjusted, and that at 4.08, while slightly higher than the 2018 proposal, although it's a lower building, is again the lowest of the proposals of area uplift ratio within the context of the site. So to us, this demonstrates clearly that this building, through its extensive rethinking of the public realm, is actually a kind of a sensible and proportionate uplift model that is, going against the trend of the cluster in a positive way.
Thank you. And then we move to the next section, which is point number 3 in the list, and the title is Current Meanwhile Uses of the City Court. We heard Miss Adams the other day. She was, if you like, extolling the virtues of the existing building, fully occupied, seems to be sort of, successful, etc., etc., etc. I know that rather sort of led you to want to say something about this. So we've got the slide on the screen. So off you go, please.
I mean, this building, as I've said, in terms of its EPC rating, in terms of its frame, in terms of its servicing, is not a long-term option. Which is why we've spent almost a decade looking at how to reinvent the site. Yeah. The building has been put into meanwhile uses because that is a sensible thing to do. It helps the borough. It keeps the building occupied. It stops things falling to natural decay, and is a much more civilized way of keeping a site ready for future development. But there is no way that this building can successfully work. The main building behind is basically poor quality space, devoid of light. It is very much a maze. The occupation of the Georgian terrace is a kind of architectural vandalism. And I rarely speak ill of the work of other architects, living or dead. But the particular image on the top right is a to me, completely illiterate piece of work, a strange black glass curve that disappears into a crevice with this kind of splayed dormer window and these extraordinary arches marching to nowhere. It seems to me very much a building that is not going to address the future of St Thomas Street, the future of the cluster, or indeed the ever-increasing import of this street as a journey from the station to Borough Market, that vital east-west axis.
Thank you. And do you know whether, if you don't know, but do you know whether the floor space which is currently occupied, is a commercial rent being paid for that occupation?
No, I think as in all meanwhile uses, it's very much, a tick over proposition to keep the buildings a sort of version of a guardian program to occupy a space. And it's a sensible and good thing to do, but should in no way be considered as part of a sort of story that somehow this building could be saved and recycled. It is beyond use.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So we're going to move on to the fourth point, which you entitled the consistency of St. Thomas Street. And that has 3 slides in the hard copy book, pages 13, 14 and 15. I know you were very taken by, Dr. Barkerville's teeth, but it was his smile, wasn't he? Do you remember he described the smile and the teeth in the smile and so on and so forth? And I don't know whether it's because of the nature of being an architect or that particularly appealed to you, that analogy, if you like. Yeah. But off you go. What do you want to say about this?
Well, what we in our
smile
deep and kind of deep dig through the history of the site, we've really mapped out here from a medieval grain that we can find in 1792 through a series of buildings being added and changed and evolved. New buildings come, historical buildings are removed. The new buildings add to the layer and history of the site. But this is not a consistent smile. The St. Thomas Street to the south is on a completely different alignment to St. Thomas Street on the north. The Georgian Terrace on our site is a heavily adapted reworking, badly in 1980, very badly, of the existing building. Keats House appeared, joined, abutted the side of the quad of Guy's, and actually had an element rising in front of it. So prior to that, Guy's sat freestanding on its own. The 1980s building appeared, and I've spoken a little bit about that. So to me, it's not a consistent smile. It's a very inconsistent place, but it has quality, and that quality is layers of change over time, building up pattern and being added to and enriched. And each generation, each century is bringing something of its quality to bear in the architecture, and this strange misalignment of the street is part of its characteristic. But the building itself is, in my view, much more as of a sort of rotten tooth in an awkward jaw. So to me, the smile idea is quite extraordinary,
okay,
and one I would resist.
Okay, next slide.
And this, I think, shows the idea of the layers of history over time. So if you go from right to left, you have the bank building, which is a building of some skill that echoes parts of its Georgian neighbours, but follows a different alignment and has a much grander idea of base. You then get the pub, which is quite a fine building itself. You then get the infill slot in the 1930s. You then get the rebuilt elements of, imagining what a Georgian street should be rather than respecting what it is. You then get the crude insert. You then get Keats House, which has been butchered, but its main element left. You then get Guy's, and then you actually get the quad. So you get this idea of a series of events and change and different scales, which again is part of the history. And what we're looking to do is look at the pieces that don't work and reimagine them, as every generation has done.
And the next slide. Yep. Yes, this is page 15 in the book.
Yep. So I think this is really important in explaining the kind of, obviously there's a setting of the listed buildings we've picked out as we did in the presentation, the grade 2 star listed buildings, which is obviously the quad and the hospitals buildings, and St. Thomas Street. Now what's interesting when you look at this is the St. Thomas Street, the northern side of the street, the listed buildings at 2 star, there's the grade 2 listing, and then there's the return of the Queen Anne Terrace that is, of note in terms of its kind of role in that terrace. But that is in a very strange way, that is an earlier medieval street pattern where they've removed the medieval buildings and then built a Georgian proposition on the medieval line, whereas on our site, we have a later Georgian edition that follows a new line. So it's almost two projects misaligning with themselves, which again is an interesting historical condition, but it's about a kind of inconsistent set of building lines and an inconsistent set of relationships. I'd also point out that Shard Place, which you can see there, which is backs onto the St Thomas Street elevation at the end of the kind of, let's call it the forecourt, is 6 meters, has a suite of steps you can see now, behind that building of local interest. It's the completion of the most historical Georgian fragment of the street. So it's a series of fragments over time, very clearly and heavily juxtaposed against some of the new inventions, just as the news building sits very, very clearly, as you'll see in later images, behind the Grade 2 star-listed terraces.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And the next heading is, you've called it the evolving yards. And this actually takes quite a few images in the book. So it starts at page 16-16-1. Now you're showing this slide on the screen, or the slide which is being shown is the accumulation of the images, so which is helpful because as you turn the pages in the hard copy book, starting at page 16.1, each layer of history, if you like, is added, is accreted until we get to the final position, so to speak, on page 16. And page 16 in the hard copy book is what's on the screen now. So far away.
Okay. I just think it's important when you think about an area like this, this important conservation area, but also the important building cluster, and this area that's also a commercial part of London, a central activity zone. The site has changed and will continue to change, and that is London a living city. And we need to work with the assets we have and produce buildings that are of equivalent quality. But there isn't anything on the site that says this is right and the future is wrong. So the first image is really just pointing out that historically there was a church and consecrated ground on the site. The next image, if I run from left to right from the top, is in 1790 there was site clearance which created an internal courtyard which set up an opportunity for the sort of rethinking of this area. So you can see the crooked St Thomas Street that was following the line, the medieval line that you can see on that drawing. You can also see the Georgian terrace, following that historical line that I was talking about in the previous section of the presentation. You can also see that what's known as King's Head Yard is actually in this image a wider. It's an opening. It's a place which you arrive into and exit from. The next slide shows that the street was then partly demolished. So you can see the first two Georgian buildings appearing at this very, very strange kink that was left for a number of years. So you have the historic St Thomas Street line and the new Georgian Street arriving. So a significant change visually as you walked along it as the cluster might be now. By 1870, the St Thomas Street programme would be completed. So this smile is a kind of product of actually very, very significant change, a master plan that's only been completed on one side of the street. But that is part of the layering of history, part of the rich character of the area. The next image on the bottom left, the burial ground is no longer a burial ground. The church has been removed, but it is being used as a garden. So public space is existing. And you can also see the alley to public space behind the houses that were built generally for medical professionals from Guy's. It was part of a project that they were heavily engaged with. In the next site, in the next image, you see the second from the bottom coming across. You see the increasing pockets of space and the clearance of the land. You also see the yard by 1946, and for a good reason I'll come to in a minute, is suddenly closed down. The historical line of the yard that is so important has disappeared by 1916, and then after the war, it's further rebuilt and reconfigured. The next slide shows the site clearance, so a dramatic change, not in this case for the good, because the final slide in this series shows the building which has then smashed into the back of the terrace, removed all the quality of Keats House, and then rebuilt an imaginary wall along the yard. The next slide are the historical images we found in our research, which really support this idea of that we are presenting in the project of referencing the history of the site and recognizing that the yard was an important and more generous and open space. We're not going to repeat the exact pattern of that, but we're repeating the idea that this is actually a kind of bustling and busy part of point of departure and movement. In this case, it was about moving people in coaches and horses from London to Dover and then to the continent. The key issue, of course, is the railways came and this whole area fell away. And the next slide talks about that. In fact, the early conservationist...
Next slide, that's it, thank you.
Yes, the early conservationist Henry Dixon talked about, these are photos from 1880, talked about the keeping of these buildings that were lost. But this is kind of a memory that we have kind of captured in these images, or they captured, that we've discovered, that has influenced our thinking about the remaking and the re-establishing of the 21st century version of the yard. The next slide shows the current state of the yards.
This is page 19 in the book. Yeah.
The yards are an unwelcome backwater, somewhat abused and unused, and indeed in Southwark's conservation area appraisal, it says, and I quote, "Little remains of early significance." And as I've just shown you, it is really, the place has been a place of significant change. It is a world characterized by car parking stalls, substation vents, blind elevations, no activity apart from the pub, which remains popular, without change, and it's unlikely to improve. In any way, given the lack of permeability, it is a road to nowhere, and that is how it appears. The next slide, I think, is important as it highlights a difference of opinion about history, which is slightly a strange thing to say, but the bomb damage map of London, which I'll show you here, in yellow is the area of blast damage, minor in nature. In purple is the area which is the linear lining on the north face of Queenshead Yard is damaged beyond repair. And the dark red is seriously damaged, doubtful if repairable. So the key point about this is where historians and ourselves disappear, is we believe the yellow blast...
Disagree as opposed to disappear.
Disagree. Sorry. Is that the yellow... I might disappear, but we disagree. The yellow is clearly somewhere that we believe has been retained and repaired, and the purple is, we believe, a twice rebuilt reinvention of an imaginary wall.
Yeah.
And the next slide.
So this is page 21 in the hard copy book. Yep.
Explains our understanding of it. So the slide on the left is the fragment that we believe is historical. On a crude analysis, the layers of paint and the lack of clarity in the lining and detailing of the scoring of the cornices and architraving suggest a historical piece. It's an important portal, and there is a kind of decorative pattern within the pediment. The areas on the right, though in the zone marked damage beyond repair, are, we believe, a post-war construction rebuilt and patched up in the 1980s with a series of clip-on pediments that have nothing to do with the reality of what was once there. They are an invention. They're an invention also significantly overshadowed by the linear ocean liner of the existing development. I'd also point out, going back to the left, that actual piece that exists has been butchered in the 1980s, and it carries the UKPN substation. So it's a heavily compromised fragment of history.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So if we move on, this is then taking us to the sixth point in the list, which is the development of the brief. And we've got this slide here at page 22 of the hard copy book. And if you can just talk us through this, please.
Yes, I think there was a discussion about being given a brief on complex sites like this, with kind of established and sophisticated clients who we've worked with for over 20 odd years. You rarely get a brief. As I said, you look at a site, you discuss its potential, you try and imagine a better future for that site, what you can use, what you must retain, what is of great quality, and what can be removed. And the brief really developed, in essence, over the first 18 months to 2 years, as we looked at the challenges and found out more. So the first 4 or 5 months, we actually were establishing what was there and what was original. And 2 or 3 years later, we were able to do much, much more digging into the Georgian fabric, or not, as we found out to be not Georgian fabric, of the terrace. But we knew from a initial desktop and then initial detailed study that the terrace was of import, not just because of its kind of statutory import, but because of its kind of role in the history of St Thomas Street, the mapping of the dynamic and ever-changing street. And so, a key early strategy, we must retain and enhance the heritage buildings. And that was, agreed with the client and with Donald Insel, and that became the first drive for the project. The second drive, as I moved across, was enhance the transport links. Now, this was an idea that, seemed very obvious that hadn't been achieved before, but if you were to clear the site, rather than having a service yard back onto the tube station, you could actually open up the tube station and rethink the pedestrian engagement with the site, rethink that exit and entrance to the tube. But again, that brief, which we came up with it probably after about 9 months, took another 2 or 3 years to agree with LUL. So it was, again, this kind of evolving idea about the potential of the site. At that point, as I'll talk to you later when we talk about the study of the building, how much of the yard we liberated for public space was informed by the retention and enhancement of heritage building strategy, but also that would change depending on whether we could negotiate with LUL to open up that exit, because then that would actually further increase the public benefits. The third image along was about new connections of desire lines. Our early study of the fact that there used to be historic entry into the site and through it to ease flow was further kind of given import by the fact that the journey from the station as you exit onto Borough High Street is, at best, highly unsatisfactory. So we started thinking, how could the site open up both to connect the other yards, to bring the public house into play, to pick up on the history, and kind of offer pedestrian alternatives. Then the fourth image became this kind of idea, once we'd established this idea of the ocean liner versus the tower, and that we should become, another addition to the important cluster. The public realm obviously ties back to the transport links, but its scale, as we realised that this deal with LUL was becoming more and more possible, and they became enthusiastic rather than their normal troubled selves about such change, the public realm started to grow in import. The next slide on the bottom left was then saying, well, if the public realm is coming to play, what are the assets beyond our site? So we have the Georgian Terrace that is beginning to drive our thinking, but then you're starting to look at the King's Head pub and saying, actually, that building, which is somewhat concealed and only kind of glimpsed, could that become another backdrop and play across time? It's the Victorian edition, but play across time and space with the Georgian Terrace. And of course, these benefits are not just physical benefits; they're benefits in terms of the community of Southwark today, and then the idea of affordable workspace, which we liked. This is sort of an idea that was moved back and forth, but there was always an idea that space in the terrace, whether it was statutory affordable workspace or just a different thought about workspace, we could return it to be, rather than corrupted, lateral office space, that we could restore the idea of the Georgian terrace and create a new suite of sort of small 1 or 2 person offices, very much in the tradition of the Georgian kind of living, sitting, working environment. And then, of course, the tall building itself not only must give something to the sky and the cluster, and a tall building should contribute to the history and silhouette around it, but it could also itself no longer be a kind of a bastion of a single use. Just like the Shard, we would create a mix of uses, but our uses would all be public. So we'd create office spaces, but we would sandwich that with the green space at level 6 and 5, 6, 7, up there, just in what I call the Mary Poppins view, and then the red level higher up, which would be the idea of hub that would relate to lift interchange, but also bring community into the building.
Okay, thank you. Then we go to a series of slides at section 7, so beginning at page 23 in the book, takes us through to page 27 in the book, and this is under the heading of design evolution, and we can see from the first slide that's up there, design evolution as in the tall buildings development timeline. So if you could just take us through this.
Yes, I mean this is a story of the tall building concept. So as I said, after about 9 months, we arrived firmly at the idea that a tall building would allow us to enhance the setting of the heritage assets, could potentially, if we could achieve it, connect to LUL, and could bring a host of other benefits.
So this is moving on from the ocean liner, as you've called it.
That's correct. So we've realised that to enhance the setting, bring the King's Head into play, and potentially to get the connection to LUL. We haven't yet achieved it, but it's an idea that we're beginning to develop. We started looking at the idea of the tower. These are studies of the tower as an object in the sky. Simultaneous to these were a suite of studies about the relationship of tall building to ground. The earliest ideas were actually were discussed with Southwark, and were sharing an idea that actually we could really create a tower that touched the ground lightly and free up most of the site. But through detailed discussion and review, it was felt that that the tall building, when viewed to the city, would be too high. There was a discussion about the foothill, so that began to inform our thinking about height. But then also that this idea that we should use the historical work we've done to develop an idea of the yard, the new idea of the yard as not one space, but a multiplicity of different spaces of different scales. And so these tower options moved across studies, the first top line, till you get to the bottom line, where we started to say, well, actually, we would create a sort of 2 towers, a little cluster that would work in a different way, a kind of cluster within the cluster. But the discussion we were having really was that we were not really achieving the sort of level of public benefit that we felt was vital to the project. You then move into the final timeline, which is the production of a building that gets ever more slender and elegant, that retains the similar height of the final submission, but gently bows, is subtly reconfigured. So this is the story of how a tall building is developed, but the ground plane is very much informing the thinking of that building.
Okay. Yeah. To the next slide, yeah.
Well, these are the models that were produced at the time. So the first, the top model on the left of your screen, and the model below, you can see the removal of the pieces of the site that Southwark and ourselves, and I think pretty much everyone was agreed, were of no merit. And you can see on that image there is the retention, the bottom image, of the facade of Keats House. So that was the kind of core principle. The middle column is showing the 2 studies that finally arrived in the 2018 and 2021 proposition that are about the ground plane. But these are the final models inserted into the context models that were part of a 5-year discussion about the ground plane. And so there are a host of these models that were studied, into which what we represent here in our evidence is this idea of how those 2 models work in the ground plane. But this was a simultaneous design exercise in the ground and in the sky, and that's why I've shown the final image on the right, which is again the other models that we're looking at, which is the historical, the context of the bigger idea of the shard. So all the models in the sky that you saw previously were dropped into the model of the right, and all those models were then studied in the models of the middle column. So it's this continuous idea of ground and sky, playing back and forth, and then being informed by LUL access, by the removal of the 1980s building, by addressing the yard but creating an idea of threshold. So yeah, this is the record in a sense of how one designs a piece of city over time.
And thinking about that over time, I mean, the version of the tall building that's shown on the extreme right of that image that's on the screen, looking back to the previous image, looks like one of the 2015.
That is the 2015.
That's the 2015
first option. So even from 2015, we were photographing and studying the building in both suites of models. So all these models date from the same time, and then you're seeing in the middle column the final arrival, but in the right you're seeing the first of the studies of the tall building.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So then do we go to the next slide? Yep. Okay. So we're on page 25 of the book.
Yeah, this was a very important drawing that we made very early on in the project, because there was, a great ambition, which I think remains, as the station change was coming forward, as the Shard was built, as the news building happened, as Shard Place was coming forward, the cluster was, being reinforced, obviously, around Guy Sostre. We produced this drawing in, I think, 2014-15 to start looking at how our little fragment of the conservation area tied into the rest of the conservation area, into Borough Market, and also into London Bridge Station, which therefore we're mapping out the scheme that was coming forward, and then trying to think about how it worked as a kind of urban, a little green, hard but green space within the city. So again, this plan was produced and shared at each of our many consultations, so that the projects of the building over time were being tested against not only the history of the site, but the emerging, ever-changing dynamic of the site.
Do we go to the next slide now? Yeah, thank you. So this is page 26 in the book.
Yes, so these are the key images, which you will see are consistent, in principle, from the 2018 and the 2021. We were studying the building in three-dimensional programs. We were doing kind of walkthroughs of the building, and these are obviously what goes into our planning submission. But these are the design studies that we did for each of the options as we progressed through the project. So it's very much this idea of having the concept of the ground that's shown in the plan before, but then testing the architectural effect of that. And so these are not a sort of invention that appeared early in the process. These are a representation of the final iteration of a very, very detailed and considered and finessed and informed by consultation and history study of the site.
Then we go to the next slide. Yeah.
Simultaneously, again, it all connects to one project, but from the summer of 2015, all the studies we're making of the building in the city, we agreed 7 viewpoints with Southwark, so that we were always looking. There are many more that will come, but these are kind of 7, let's call them key benchmark views, against which we were to test each of the buildings as we subtly nuanced the slenderness ratio, or the height, or the curve of the kind of the subtle curve of the north facade. These were all tested iteratively, presented, feedback upon, and also discussed with Peter Stewart, who's very much part of the team. We will develop the idea, but then we'll discuss how well it works in each of these views.
Yes, I think when you say 7 views, I think you're looking at your own.
I am looking at my own. So there are 7 views
on the screen. Even I can see more than 7 views.
So there are 7 views initially.
Yes, thank you.
In the 2018, there were 67 agreed, of which Peter Stewart advised that he thought 7 were somewhat adverse. And then in the 2021, we agreed 56 views.
Okay.
and Peter had the same view of both. So my point is that the 7 that are highlighted in a small red dot is what I was looking at. They are the 7 which were the initial views by which everything was assessed. And as we can see the little, no, you can't see them.
Exactly, yes. And the red dot, the red dot hasn't made it to the go on. Let's do some good old fashioned pointing out.
These 2, this one, shard, and then these here were the kind of key tests.
Or
Yeah.
I'm going to these 2. This 3rd one over here. Or the 3rd one along the left. That one we're okay.
Yeah.
These 2. These 2. So the 2 subdivisions. Okay, thank you.
So they're the core 7, which then, as you explained, by the time of the 2018 application had morphed into 67.
Exactly.
And then for the 2021 scheme had, I don't know what ones morphed, but had become 56.
Yeah, so actually to give you an idea, again, this is really about a design process.
Yeah.
The initial 7 from 2015 onwards became 26, which I'm not going to point out, but became 26.
Yeah.
And then for the final submission for 2018 became 67.
Yeah.
And 56 for the 2021. And the point I think that's crucial is throughout the design process, the implications of the design on all these views is being considered in ever more detail as we progress to a more final place. Again, it is about design evolution as a brief and an idea begins to harden into what will become eventually a planning proposition.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And we then move to the subjects in the list. It's number 7 on the list of, it's number 8 in the list, consultation informing the design. So in the hard copy books, that's some familiar figures. The timeline figures are pages 28, 20, 29 and 30 in the hard copy book. So we've got first those up on the screen. Those of us who have read your proof will be familiar with these timelines, but you want to make a point about the role of consultation in informing the evolution of the project. So
yes,
point.
Thank you. I think, again, this is this idea of brief. There is an emerging brief at the beginning of the project that the site is problematic, and how do we bring it forward and deliver, an appropriate new layer of history that can add to the richness of the area. Consultation is not designed by committee. It's an important process of engaging, presenting and listening. We're not given solutions by those we consult with, but we're having challenges pointed out to us. And those consultations endlessly nuance and inform the way we thought about it. Those consultations were obviously external, and I won't go through the list, as well as internal amongst the design team itself. So consultation is a vital part of the design process and a vital part of the brief building. If I go to the next slide, that's merely highlighting that each of these meetings in a sort of regular pattern is about hearing, understanding, and where appropriate, bringing design to address that issue. There was a sort of implication somehow that consultation could lead to something that was an unresolved, said designed by committee. I think Charles Eames is the designer who said, without constraints, there is no design. And so to us, the constraint is actually the kind of driver of invention, which is why we end up with a scheme that I believe brings an extraordinary series of benefits at the ground and in the sky. If you move on to 8C, the final point here, there was a query really about the shorter consultation process for the 2021 scheme. After 5 or 6 years of work on a project and the extensive consultation, we were aware of a number of clear positions of different interest groups who we consulted with in great detail. So it was we felt quite appropriate to move forward and just go through a lesser consultation, because the brief of place making, space making, and a tall building in the cluster were clearly established. And what we're doing in the 2021 submission is nuancing our design approach against some of the challenges that have been set up against the 2018 proposition.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And then ninthly, as we know, those of us who have been here, there's been discussion about a particular atmosphere or ambience or experience at the western end of St Thomas Street. And I know you wanted to say something about that. And so in the book, that's the slides, pages 31, 32, 33 and 34, the first of which is on the screen now. Off you go, Mr. Alford.
Yeah, I mean, so the view on the left is the pediment of the chapel. As you can see, as it was when the scheme was submitted in 2018, with with the car park, which has obviously been much improved on the right. But as you will see in the later parts of the presentation and in our documents, a building is going to emerge behind that pediment, a new building. But our view, very clearly, if you look at the right, is the foreground changes, which have nothing to do with our project, have greatly enhanced the setting of the quad. But the emergence of the cluster is also very much part of the setting now of the quad. You can see the shard rising up over the eastern pediment of the quad, and you can also see the open face of the quad is now completely dominated by Shard Place. That is the emerging context of Guy's Hospital Courtyard.
The next slide.
Well, the next slide is really...
Let's just wait for it.
Sorry, yes.
It is, yep.
So,
page 32, yep.
So this slide is really just looking at the finer elements of the oldest Georgian part of St Thomas Street, those that are built on the splay of the medieval street grid. So they have this forecourt, which unfortunately at the moment is basically a servicing forecourt, but it's a memory actually of the old route of St Thomas Street, and the evident quality of these buildings is clear actually in their detailing and the richness of the kind of door and framing, as is the quality of the church itself, on which we have worked in the past. And then, of course, you see in that setting this kind of part of St Thomas Street that I think we were told was, unique and different and other. Very clearly, as you look at those buildings, there is the established idea of the news building, and with its glass facade and articulated forms as a successful backdrop to the setting of those buildings.
Thank you. We go to, there you are, it's on the screen, page 33 in the book.
Yeah, so I was just, the previous slide was really looking at the grade 2 listed buildings, but this particular slide is important because much was made of the sort of unique and particular nature of St Thomas Street as you left Borough High Street, and it was a kind of place which felt quite different. I think the image on the left is obviously part of the architect's plan for a suite of buildings that they developed with their client on this site. So in this image, you see the building that makes a positive contribution to the historical street line of St Thomas Street. It's not one of the listed buildings, and you see about 6 meters behind Shard Place, again rising up as a backdrop to the setting of this building, which in a dimension that is very similar to that which we are proposing in our 2018 proposition. But in fact, because as you walk down the street, the street splays and opens up, this is a far, far clearer perspective. I think it works, but it kind of highlights that St Thomas Street is a place of contrast and difference. So as you come out of Borough Street Market,
the street's a place of contrast and difference.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as you come out of Borough, and in this part of the street that I think is, I think the conversation was it was particular and different and other and was not affected by the tall buildings. I would say it is particular and different and other, and it is a layer of history, because it is greatly affected by the tall building. And indeed, this building, which is seen very, very clearly in perspective as you look down the street, so it's not a glimpse left or right, it's a full-on view, is Shard Place in front of a building of interest that completes the terrace, that is in both buildings are in the conservation area.
Yeah. We move to the next slide, which is page 34 in the book.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously the Shard Place, the News Building are, the relatively new interventions. Many people in this room will remember this place before that when there were other towers there. But this is important as well, this image, because it says they are not, they're not the initiators of the cluster. There were other tall buildings which have been removed, which they've replaced. And then, of course, you see that this idea of the area is very much about a juxtaposition of historical buildings of previous centuries with buildings, in this case, of 70 years ago. And you can see here Keats House and the Grade 2 listed Guy's Hospital. In the earlier image I showed were, shall we say, had a very significant backdrop of Shard and Shard Place. Here is the backdrop of Guy's Tower. But I've walked this street most days where I've come here, and although this photo is absolutely relevant, this idea of you read the street differently. You will sometimes read Keats House and you'll be looking down the street and you'll read the quad, and sometimes you'll read the tower. So the reading of these things changes continuously. But tall buildings set against buildings in the conservation area, and tall buildings in the conservation area itself is clearly established, and I believe as a successful model for the current history being laid down that will serve St Thomas Street long into the future.
Yeah. Let me move to, I wanted to make some points about the primacy of the Shard, because it's been argued at the inquiry that in some way either of our proposals to a greater or lesser extent will, if you like, demean or diminish the primacy of the Shard as the pinnacle of the cluster, etc., etc. So these are the images which we find at pages 35 through to 39 in the book, in the hard copy book. So what would you like to say, Mr. Alford? We've got the first of them on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, this first image is from the Elizabeth Adams proof, and it shows, I think quite successfully, that the primacy of the Shard is very much maintained even when you look up. It is, soaring to the sky. And that's important, and I think, I think the building does a good job in the sky. I think it's less generous in ground, but does a good job in the sky. But that primacy is not affected particularly by these adjacent buildings. But I would also note these adjacent buildings are the buildings designed by the architect who designed the Shard. Indeed, the AOD 75 on the right is the significant, I think its nickname is the backpack.
Yes, that's what we called it at the inquiry, the backpack, right. Yes.
Well, the backpack is obviously, a setting, the first of the foothills of the Shard, and then indeed the same architect a number of years later, brought Shard Place into play. And again, it is working as a foothill to the Shard, but most definitely not impacting upon it. But clearly, the architect has decided himself that this kind of relationship of Shard to foothills is an important and successful part of the cluster of which he's contributing to.
Yeah. If we then move on to the next slide.
Yes, I think again I walked over the bridge here this morning, or actually after lunch. And this view highlights in red the buildings that are coming forward that have consent, and in yellow, the buildings that are currently being considered in planning applications. And, that is this idea of Shard and a cluster of buildings around, and indeed, over the top of One London Bridge, you could see the Guy's Hospital as an event. So wherever you are in the city, and this, I think, in Elizabeth Adams' conversation was about a particular condition looking south. As you move forward here, at various moments, Southwark Cathedral Tower is engaged by buildings behind it. In fact, if you look there to the right of the tower, as it comes out of its nave, you can see the Remington.
There's the Remington, yes.
Building here.
Yes.
In the background.
Yes.
If you walk over the bridge, you'll find a series of buildings.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
But there was a suggestion that somehow the building that we're proposing is not part of the cluster and is somehow attached to the cathedral. Whereas my clear reading, and that I've assisted with my team and then reviewed with consultant Peter Stewart and others, is that we are very much a successful vista marker as you come over the bridge. We are very much part of the cluster. We are, only less than 100 metres from the base of the Shard. Shard Place obviously then comes through, and very much separate from the cathedral itself, whose setting is much more affected by a suite of buildings. But as you cross the bridge, they come and they go and they disappear, and that's the dynamic of real life.
So this slide has got the 2018 scheme in it, and presumably, I don't know, would you say similar things when we turn to the next slide, which has got the 2021 scheme?
Yeah. So the 2021, I've talked about in my earlier presentation about the different strategy. You can see it's a slightly wider presentation, but again, which follows the concept actually of the news building, which is a mid-rise, more horizontal structure. But again, the 2021 presentation, like the 2018 presentation of the building on the bridge, is very much connected both to the existing cluster that is highly evident here, regardless of either the red buildings, the red outlines that will be coming forward as they have consent, and the yellow outlines, which may or not be coming forward, which we're currently in planning.
Right. So let's just take a step back. So for clarity, the yellow outline in front, so to speak, of the Shard, as we look at that image, is that Colechurch House?
That's Colechurch House.
The proposal.
Which is a proposal.
House. Thank you. And recall that, because you talked about the role of either scheme in the cluster as you see it, and not impinging as you see it on the cathedral. But this section of the book was actually about the primacy of the Shard. So can we just come back to that finally, if you like? So if we can use the 2021 picture, we've got the 2018 one on the previous slide. But just help us, please, with your position as to whether either scheme is going to diminish, impinge upon the primacy of the Shard in this. To
cluster. Me, it's very clear that both schemes are very much in the foothills. They are attached and part of the cluster, but the Shard remains, even in these relatively near views, absolutely the prime element within the composition of this particular view.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. And then we've got these images, and these make, this is in the book at 38 and 39, these in effect make the same point, but with different graphics, if you like.
Yes, I think this was just simply an idea about a cluster and a lopsided cluster.
Oh, yes.
And really, there was an idea being mooted that the cluster sort of only went from the Shard east, whereas clearly the cluster goes from the Shard west and east. Shard Place itself is the west. Colechurch House may or may not come forward. As the previous image showed, London Bridge is actually the kind of earliest part of the cluster. As is Guy's.
When you say London Bridge, what
number one London Bridge,
number
the
one
large
London
cubic volume.
The inspector might not be as familiar as you are.
So if you want to go back, Hayden, one image.
Yeah.
So London Bridge is this large cubic piece.
Number one London Bridge is this cubic piece.
Not part. It's like the Hospital Tower. It is a much earlier piece, but you can see how it becomes part of the composition that's then created by the pinnacle of the Shard. If you go back forward, Hayden. So what we're saying here is in our view, clearly, there is a three-dimensional quality to the cluster. It is linear along the street, but it also goes north and south. So proposals coming forward are in front of it, and historical buildings like Guy's Hospital are behind it, and therefore New City Court is very much an appropriate addition to the concept put forward by the architect of the Shard of a series of the Shard kind of inspiring or even calling into being a series of new buildings that would act as foothills to his monument.
Right, thank you. So if we then move on to your placeholder, which is 2018 scheme public benefits, so in the hard copy book, page 40. So now I note the time, and did you want to have a break at all, or should we just carry on? Of course. No, it's your inquiry, ma'am. So I just Perfect. Of course. Thank you.
Okay, if everyone's back to continue.
Yes, thank you. Pop yourself back on, Mr. Alford. Thank you. Well done. So you are going to, we've just got to the public benefits for the 2018 scheme. And so the first of those that you want to talk about in the hard copy book, it's page 42. So we'll just go on to the next slide, please, Hayden. Thank you. And we can see the title there, New Connections and Public Routes. So this is for the 2018 scheme. Mr. Alford, say what you wish to say, please.
Yes, thank you. I have presented this as a factual story of connections, so I won't dwell on the slide too long, except to say it's very important that this site helps the kind of transformation of this area and St Thomas Street and the journey of people, and reconnects it to its history as a place of public activity. And so we made 5 new connections. The first C on the left is an entrance and exit from the tube station. So it's a great exit if you come up from the escalators to move through and cut through to St Thomas Street, but it's also a through route to Borough High Street. The next one, B, on the top left, comes through the Georgian Terrace, which is about our project of restoration. The next one, A, is about, which I'll show you in a moment, the new square, which in a way is a little pocket park echo of the quad, which is, you know, just to the east of that. The next one is East Yard, which is actually giving sense to the journey up the yard and bringing people through from the hospital estate, again giving them another route to St Thomas Street. And then the final one is opposite the public house, where we've created a threshold. This is a level change of ramps and steps, which all allows a level exit from the tube station, but brings the historical yard idea back into play. It is now, as it once was, a place of access to transit systems where tubes and where the tube and bikes have replaced coaches and horses.
Thank you. And then next we go to the second public benefits. That's the new underground station entrance. We've got the slide on the screen, page 43 in the book. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, this is a relatively simple idea of a lintel, but it took a couple of years of extensive negotiation because LUL are naturally, because of the kind of security and everything else, resistant to any interference in the design of their stations and their exits. But after much discussion, they became very clear that removing this rear wall was of a huge benefit. It improves the passenger flow in and out of the tube, improves their evacuation strategy in case of emergency, and it greatly improves the station environment because now, rather than coming up to face a blank wall with a kind of the inevitable advertising hoarding and then returning back upon yourself, you are looking onto this reinvented 21st century yard and making a conscious choice to head through this generous aperture into that yard, or to make the other choice to turn it in back upon yourself and head into Borough High Street and perhaps down Southwark Street. So, you know, a hugely important benefit that was developed as part of the brief for the project over time to kind of transform a passenger experience in what is a extraordinarily high PTAL rating, but this kind of goes beyond PTAL into people movement flow, and actually the civic importance of the tube being a kind of entry to the city rather than a kind of rather dark and dingy portal as it is present. But importantly, it's not only a good idea, it's a good idea that they support, and it works technically in terms of the fire and evacuation strategy.
Then the next slide, the benefits, New King's Head Public Square.
Yes, I mean the public square is I think a hugely important part of the benefit. It releases light and setting to the listed Georgian Terrace, which we've also restored and repaired. We've brought in shop fronts to animate the side of that. It then releases the King's Head pub and the yard, which is then redefined. A clear arrival of the building in the square is very important. The bridge comes to ground. There were discussions about that, but this evolved over many reviews, but I think the very exciting part of this is not only you creating the square, you're bringing the tower to ground, and then you assigning to the public very clearly in this view that there is a great new public room in the sky with a double height green balcony and a scenic lift that would take 42 people, as in an educational classroom, up to a new piece of public realm. Again, this 21st century idea of giving access not just to the ground, but to the sky.
Thank you. And then we move to the next slide.
Yes, this
Fourth is the enhanced setting of the pub as you see it.
Yes, so the King's Head pub has this kind of older bust on top of it, but it is only glimpsed and it's generally concealed by its hanging baskets. And now this listed building is really brought into play, and it plays the Victorian elevation against the restored Georgian elevation, and sets up this other axis of the history framing either side of the square. The history of the buildings above London Bridge Station itself is less satisfactory, and they're less important buildings, and particularly their rears. But you get this very nice play of the new building coming to ground, the public house giving a really handsome setting, and then carefully landscaped trees that soften the place, that also give shade. Shade is important in public space, as we know from last week. So it's this benefit of the south light coming into this space over the pub, and the pub itself giving a setting that plays against the restored and now shop fronted Georgian building.
So if we turn to the next slide, still on the same theme about the King's Head, you will know, because you've heard, that one of the criticisms of this part of the 2018 scheme is that it removes the sort of enclosure of the yard opposite the pub, and though as we know there is a car park and service yard there actually, and it opens up into the site, into this new public realm, and that's seen as being a bad thing. So I just wondered if you could help us with this slide, please, as to whether the end result was just arrived at straight away or not. Or
no, so you can see we always felt that the reinvention of a yard was about creating a publicly accessible space, and that the yard itself is a yard that's been converted into an alley, and that we'd like to kind of restore the idea of yard. But in the bottom left image, you can see our early study from 2016 of a lower building with a kind of a podium coming forward, framing the yard and kind of opening it up opposite the pub. There was a general consultation that was questioned that and talked about threshold, and that we should create a new kind of place to traverse through, perhaps a colonnade, which was this study. So you see here the idea of preserving in the middle image.
Yep.
You see the idea of preserving the historical line and creating a colonnade. And then on the final image on the right, which you can see is paired against its image above on the top right, where we are in the final submission. So this was a story over a 2-year period where I'm absolutely confident we arrived at the right solution, which was supported in all the design discussions. And then again, it's that story of consultation and design criticism in the truest sense, as in an intelligent kind of review of what is being proposed, has led to a really handsome solution where the alley line is kind of echoed by the steps. The steps and the ramp deal with disabled access and the shift that connects with the idea of the LUL exit. The trees kind of give shade and bring some softness to the space. And then the new building is sitting there. So again, we've invented this 21st century idea of yard, people, and transport and life coming to this space.
Okay. If we turn to the next slide, yes.
And the next slide is simply the enlargement of that image that shows it as it is to all its benefit. We've improved the openness, which will invite you, because there'll be more light in the space, through the arch that you see at the moment that's slightly unsatisfactory in its kind of storage of kind of random implements and bins, and with the new the UKPN substation, louver, etc. You'll get an enticing glimpse into a space with daylight, vastly decreased number of vehicle movements, potentially down to nothing, apart from the small use of the neighbouring buildings, and a new public space that becomes a kind of address for the area, but also for the Old King's Head.
So if you just look at the screen for a moment, so at the moment we've got the 2018 scheme. If we move to the next slide, which is the existing situation, you've put this under, with the scheme, it's described as enhanced setting, and this is the existing position, so it's the existing setting. So by calling one an enhanced setting, I think it's pretty obvious what your views are, but can you just say them so that if the inspector wishes to make a note of your position, she can do so?
I like granularity in cities, and I think scale shift is important, and we've worked very hard to achieve that. But as someone who designs buildings and places and spaces for people, I am very confident that what we are proposing is an important and delightful addition to the connectivity of pedestrian movement, to the experience of pedestrian movement, to the amenity of the Old King's Head, to the setting of the Old King's Head. If you walk down this unsightly alley now, which is a sort of Victorian invention, I think it contrasts greatly with what we're proposing, and is you can't be romantic about these things. It is a reason that this kind of urban landscape has failed. It is a place of bins, unsatisfactory social behaviour, and yellow lines. It's a very, very difficult place to be.
So if we move to the next slide, please. So we've got here, and this is still under the heading where here, this is the enhanced King's Head Yard pedestrian experience, in a similar theme, but obviously this is moving to a different part of the 2018 scheme.
In this case, you've come round from the yard to the south, or you've walked up from the hospital estate, and you've chosen not to follow the side of the building up to Keats House, but you've chosen to turn left towards Borough High Street, towards the new public square, which you can see at the end of the image. And this is, to me, is about the idea of views opening up and closing down, and was a very successful result of the consultation, with the vast number of stakeholders with whom we engaged, which is at points, whilst we opened up to the new yard in the previous image, here we're holding a street edge and historical condition in a variegated pattern at ground. So we're not in this continuous line. We step and move, and we are shifting scale and detail. And the frame and infill language is very much referencing those historical photos that I think it was Mr. Dixon was talked about in 1880 as an early idea of preservation. So we're echoing all that we have learned about the very best of the history of this site, and bringing that forward in the 21st century. But of course, in an appropriate and contemporary way. And you can see the staircase, the lifts, the cycle entrance, as well as the cafe bar facilities. It's now an animated piece of city.
We'll move now to page 50 in the book. Public benefits, new yard, public realm, retail, restored Georgian terrace.
Yes, if you came out of the station and instead of going down the yard, you went towards the left, if you weren't going to the garden, you can see here the idea of the restored terrace, which we talked about in detail in terms of removing buildings that have been attached to it, pretty much over most of it, and then rebuilding it with appropriate stock and bond to match the original, because it's all been lost, but where there is original fabric, we will, wherever possible, keep it. Here you see the idea of a series of simple, sympathetically designed shop fronts that animate the affordable retail that we've created that is accessed from this new public space. The office space on the upper levels is accessed from the doors that have been reactivated. And then the idea of places to sit and dwell that are out of the pedestrian route. You can see just behind the trees the scale of the scenic lift and its import in kind of welcoming people and encouraging them to move up to the upper level public realm, and of course the invitation to walk on to St Thomas Street to discover this new suite of connections within this important part of the London Bridge cluster.
Thank you. If we move on to page 51 of the book, so we're the public benefits. We're now on St Thomas Street. You describe this as an enhanced setting to the heritage buildings, which we can see on either side of the image, if you like. So,
yes, I mean, I showed earlier an image of the Queen Anne Terrace and Shard Place sitting behind it, which I said, is clearly part of the conservation area and setting. And this is doing something very similar. It's of course less apparent because it's not seen in a long perspective. But if you're walking on the north side of St Thomas Street, you will then see the building. You will see in the sky this double height green space, which will be open and ventilated at times with this lush climate that we're creating, this special room, this invitation to walk up. You will see Keats House with its restored cornice. At the moment, it's just a kind of almost a veneer of a facade with the 80s building coming straight up. So we've repaired the cornice and returned it. We've recognised that the building was always designed to come back 6 to 8 feet in its cornice. Then we've created a backdrop of more neutral string courses running back. We've created 2 entrances at ground, and we've created a small canopy of trees that invite you to pass through into this new yard. So it's the restored terrace, the repaired and restored Keats House with a new sympathetic roof, the visible sheltered garden. And again, this is making the same play as that earlier view I showed you of Shard Place, also in the conservation area, of old and new coming together to enrich the history of this area and ensure that it kind of serves the people of this area, better and long into the future.
yeah. And then you contrast that with the existing situation on page 52. I suspect.
Yes, I've made my point about the kind of badly damaged, blackened tooth. But I would just point out, if you look at the junction of that, the dormer window with Keats House, you can see that important facade is literally a kind of thin, left as a thin veneer with a kind of patchwork brick pattern. So I think the building is poor, but how it sets a relationship up with Keats House in this view is poor. I would also say it's incredibly confusing, the smoked glass curve that I would assume would lead you to a generous passageway to your walk that leads you to a 1 railing wide arrow slot gap between Georgian Terrace and this, I think, inexplicable curved plan.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Then we go to the next slide, page 53 in the book. And this is say what you wish to say here.
I've talked about this. It is about the 5 connections are about respecting history, adding to history. So there's the history of the Jubilee line and the station exit. There's the history that we are proposing between Keats House and the Georgian Terrace. And here we're taking a 1930s project to infill a slot between 2 buildings and remove 2 doors that I talked about in my presentation of the 2 projects, and create another form of connection. And that is what this area is about. Different scales, different movement patterns, and different knowledges about the area that pedestrians will come to over time.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. We go to the next slide, please. Now we might need to just get our heads around this, if you like, because there's been criticism made that this is all very interesting, but the public realm, if you like, that's being opened up on the site, whatever judgment call one makes about its quality or otherwise, is going to be so rammed with people that it's not really going to be a place to stop. And in the earlier image, when we saw someone enjoying a cup of coffee or whatever, that's more fantasy than fact. So what would you like to say, please, about that?
Well, this is a study by a consultant working with us on the project to make sure that the spaces that we are kind of re-establishing and the new spaces we are reinventing as a play on the historic spaces would work. And it evolved, of course, as we established the potential of the exit from the tube. So it was an evolving series of studies, but Space Syntax produced this, and it's simply a map of people movement and intensity across time. You can see that at the bottom. And you know, the yellow and red areas are areas of intense movement. They are not problematic, but what it does show in the kind of ellipses highlighted on the blue areas, places of calm and repose. And that's what a public space is about, places of movement and places of calm and repose. These were also tested against wind studies and sun studies. And obviously, as I said earlier, with the King's Head pub in the foreground, those places of calm and repose that back onto the very popular beer garden of the Bunch of Grapes will, of course, be, you know, for certain times of the year, well lit spaces. But we also have trees and shading and other points. So, you know, they're also in front of some of the shop fronts and the Georgian Terrace. You can see how we believe that can then really work well. And that was tested very carefully and developed with these specialist consultants in people movement.
Thank you. And if we go to the next slide, please, page 55 in the book. This is pedestrian comfort. And again, you know, all to do with this suggestion that it's all very interesting, but it won't be a very comfortable place to be. So what's this telling us, all these figures and...
Yeah, there's a number of figures on here, so I'll just concentrate on some key headlines. This was research into the numbers of people and their likely final destination. I think a point was made that this yard was just the people who would come to our new development.
Let's not exaggerate the point. The point that was made very clearly by the council in their evidence was that these spaces would be used very predominantly by people going to the new office building. So I don't think they were saying that the only people in the space would be, you know, people working in the office building, but predominantly, very predominantly, it would be. So is that right in these studies?
This study shows that in the working week in the morning, which is obviously the busiest hour or the busiest time in the morning for pedestrian arrival at work, even in our new post-COVID world, 70% of the station users passing through our site will not be using the building as their end destination.
70%. So that implies, I assume, therefore, about a third, 30% or whatever, would be people going to the office building and in the morning peak, whereas 70% won't be.
That's correct.
That what the studies have shown?
That is what the study has shown. That in the peak hours of office work and arrival, 70% of the people exiting the station will be moving on beyond and will not be entering the office building.
Okay.
I think it's also important if I point you to number 1 and number 10, the inevitable logic, the two numbers. There's one in the top left corner.
Yes.
And number 10, which is between the back of the restored Georgian Terrace and the new building. It kind of gives a dimensional number, which kind of is obviously informed. If you come out of the station, as you know, it is very, very tight. If you want to go down St Thomas Street and you turn around that busy corner where there's a crossing, number 1 between the bank and the traffic sign is a 1.7 metre dimension. The tightest part of the journey as you exit out of the underground and you look at the new public square is at point number 10, which is 4.3 metres.
Wow.
So, you know, it's an important dimensional illustration of why, this will be kind of a much easier and more generous and more interesting place to traverse if you are to be heading east.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And if we then move on, we move to the next slide, page 56 in the book, which is entitled Generous Areas of New Public Realm at Grade. And then in a moment, you're going to take us up the building, but let's have a look at Grade first of all.
Well, I believe what's on the screen is the ground floor, as you can see.
Yeah. And
the green area is the new public realm within the ownership of the boundary. And I've presented previously, that's 1,355 square metres of accessible public realm. The light green around it is, I think, essentially about 350 metres of enhanced public realm outside the boundary motion ownership boundary. So to be very clear, what is within our boundary is 1,355 square metres of accessible public realm of different characteristics. But of course, for instance, if you look at East Yard, part of that pedestrian realm beyond our site is also going to be enhanced and all tied together as one piece, as per the illustrations.
Okay, so that's ground, but of course we mustn't forget that building doesn't just become a private place. So the next slide, which is page 57 in the book, shows the public garden. So where are we now? Then this is the Mary Poppin public garden, isn't it?
That's right. So, so the plan now is taken through the public garden level. You can see the red scenic lift. You can see how it discharges onto a terrace and into a public garden. So if you map and add this to the public realm, these two levels of public realm, one at grade, one accessible by this large lift and in the sky and very visible and an attractive, in my view, place to be, the Mary Poppins view, you're adding another 700 square metres of public realm, and that excludes the cafe that sits to the end of that. Because it's very important in our design, development and discussion that the cafe was a destination that wasn't a front door that precluded the public coming in. The cafe is over two levels. So what that means, if you take the new public realm within ownership boundary as a multi-level piece of public realm, 73% of the available site within the red line is public realm. I say available as site because obviously the Georgian Terrace is not available because it's a heritage asset, which obviously, our project was built around keeping, and Keats House is a much damaged facade that our project is built around restoring.
Okay. So if you take ground and the elevated public garden, that amounts to 73% of the overall size.
73%, which is 2,055 square metres of new public realm.
Sure. Okay, thank you very much, Lee. We move to the next slide, which is just reminding us of all of that compared to the situation as it stands now.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is theoretical public realm. The curve, there's the curve area that you see that leads to the slot to nowhere.
Yeah.
And on the right is the area that takes you down to a fire exit. And that's existing. So it's a significant contrast. 2,055 square metres on two levels plays 211 square metres on two levels.
And do you then see at the next slide, page 59 in the book, just to remind us,
yes, this is why I refer to it slightly as theoretical public realm. I think the element at the front with the raised access is obviously enjoyed if you're entering the building. It's obviously at the threshold, which is no bad thing, but with an unsightly ramp. The area on the two images on the left is that drop down to basements.
Yeah. So just before we move on, I mean, the way this was summarised by Miss Adams on behalf of the council is that the public realm that you propose in the 2018 scheme, she made similar comments about 2021, but we'll come to that later, vis-a-vis the 2018 scheme, was quote unquote mean. What would you say to that, please? Do you think that's a fair analysis? I know you architects are ever so nice to each other, but do you think it's fair to describe public realm that you propose here as mean as an offer to the public?
I think everyone will have a different understanding of mean and generous. But if you take the most generous understanding of what I would call the theoretical existing public realm, is as visible on the screen now, there's 211 square metres. If you take a mean understanding of that, there's 56 square metres, which is the public realm on the right. So that is me being mean about what is existing.
Yeah, well.
My generous side would say there's 200. My mean side would say there's 56.
Yeah.
So we are taking my mean side, 56 square metres, and creating what I believe is incredibly generous and appropriate for this site, 2,055 square metres.
Yeah. Okay. Incredibly generous, as you've said. All right. Thank you very much, Dee. We move on to the next picture, which is page 60 in the book.
this is really just summarising that idea of public realm is really important, that it is enjoyed at ground and at the Mary Poppins height, and is of great quality, but also that it is evident and usable. So the 700 square metres in the sky that you add to the 1,355 that's at grade, they work well together, and they're also very, the one that you'll need to discover is very well signed, and that's very, very important.
Good, thank you very much, Sid. Let's move on to the next slide. Now, this one is entitled Unique Elevated Public Garden. So can we just think about that word unique as we walk along St Thomas Street? We know there are a number of towers existing and permitted. So if we just think about them as we walk along, I don't know, let's go from the Borough High Street end. So Shard Place, any public garden, elevated public garden in Shard Place?
Not as I understand from my study of the drawings.
Okay. And obviously behind you've got, so to speak, to the north, you've got the news building, any elevated public.
No, again, I believe that's a private garden that serves the office.
Thank you. The Shard itself, I don't know whether the inspector has arranged to go up to the top of the Shard, but I mean, would you count that as a public garden of nature, that as opposed to a viewing area?
I've been up the Shard,
yes,
and it's a very fine view of Uxbridge. You tend to see very, very distant views. Yes. You're not looking at Southwark. You're in an aeroplane, and it's a sort of extraordinary space, but it's a viewing gallery. It's not public space. This project is really about accessible, visible, enjoyable public space.
Thank you. And obviously, Guy's Hospital Tower, and unless one's unfortunate enough to be ill in Guy's Hospital Tower or working there, any public gardens in the elevated gardens in Guy's Tower?
Guy's Tower is famous because it's obviously a building with inadequate lifts with a lecture hall at the top. So you actually, even those who are supposed to be going there, who are studying for the lectures, struggle to get up the tower to it. So again, not offering anything even to the users of the building.
Right, thank you. And then the two cases fully consented, in one case approved by the mayor, at section 106 still needs to be sorted out, etc. The three new eastern St Thomas Street towers, any elevated public gardens there?
As far as I'm aware from our study of the schemes, no.
No, okay. So that brings meaning to the word unique on this slide. So what would you like to say about this, if anything, in addition to the fact that this is truly unique?
I think it's a really important idea. We do reference one bit of space that is in the St Thomas Tower opposite, which is the herb garage.
Yes,
and it's obviously a tiny little room and has its own particular characteristic that's rather good. What we wanted to create here was something really special that I called, a Southwark garden. We did a lot of analysis about green space in the area, and there's a limit. And then the idea of taking that green space and lifting it just into this chimney pot view will give you wonderful views over the city, but it's not distant. It's there. It's double height. It's visible. It's managed and it's planted. It generates an apprenticeship program. It's enjoyed, as this section shows. As you come out of the escalator, you're kind of invited to see it and move out. And when you come out, as part of the conversation with Kay, which was a very useful consultation, it moved up a floor. And the escalator that was the lift, which is in yellow on the drawing on the right, that was embedded in the building, was pulled out, and the gallery created. So it's again that idea of an evolving brief to create, a really unique, special, and I would say delightful offer within the project.
Thank you. And then we've got an image on the next page 62 in the book, familiar image of that part of that elevated experience there. So which you've just been discussing. So if we move on now to the next slide, please. The hub is put forward as indeed it is, as a benefit of the proposals. You described this the other day in your factual description. You're now freed from the shackles of facts. What would you like to say, please, about this as a benefit?
Yes, I mean, I think it's very difficult for anyone to argue that this isn't a significant benefit. I would argue it's clearly a significant benefit. And the really nice thing about this is it transforms the perception and the visual understanding of the tower. So when you look at the tower, you see the garden, and as you look up, you see another public room. But unlike the inaccessible lecture halls of Guy's, this is a public room for use by the use of the building, which is important to make sure it is a long-term success for the London Bridge cluster. But it's also useful as a community provision, which is secured in the Section 106. So I think it brings a story of a multi-leveled engagement with the city into play. And again, as it is not, it is not giving you the Uxbridge view, it is giving you the London view, both over, over the borough, over the river, and out over London. And, will be an extraordinary amenity to the community of Southwark, as well as the community of the building.
Cracking view of St Paul's, by the way. But anyway, let's turn the page to page 64. Page 64 in the book. So we know a lot now about, I hope, about restoring the Georgian Terrace. That's another one of the benefits of the scheme. It's on the list in the Statement of Common Ground. Is there anything you particularly want to add? I mean, your factual description, you did explain quite carefully.
I think I've explained this in quite a lot of depth.
Yes.
Happy to, but
it's all captured on
it's well captured on this slide.
Yeah. Okay, then we'll move on. The affordable workspace, again, factually, you told us about this the other day, page 65 in the book. We know how much it is, and we know where it is. And it's this slide just drawing out the fact that the affordable workspace isn't, if you like, shuffled off in some corner of the scheme.
Yeah, the only thing I would, point out as the particularly important benefit is it brings appropriate use to the Georgian terrace, and it also offers a different scales of floor plates. So you're getting interesting small incubator size units in the Georgian terrace, and you're also getting larger, more collaborative units within the tower. So you're getting a variety of scales of the best kinds of spaces in the development.
Yeah, thank you. Then the next slide, familiar to us, because in the 18 scheme, we've got affordable retail, familiar image of visualising that. So
that just highlights the point that I believe the retail can be very successful.
Thank you. Then we move to page 67, the restoration of Keats House. You've already dealt with this or touched on this. You were looking at the new square that's created in the scheme. Anything else that you particularly wanted to add in relation to the restoration of Keats House?
No, I feel that I've talked through it. Keats House provides a retail and affordable workspace provision, but it's also, in my view, so much better set, repaired and restored than the veneer that has been left by the 1980s project.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to a separate subject heading, if you like, building in the city. So let's move on to the next slide, please, because I know you now want to say a bit more about the local architectural precedents, perhaps in a more evocative way than just talking about this all terribly factual. Was this one of the slides that we were asked to take out? I can't remember in the factual presentation. But anyway, say what you'd like to say about it.
Yes, I think this is really just, we talked about the concept of the building. I've talked about the layers of history of the site and how each good building that has survived the test of time adds to the quality of the area. And I would include in that Shard Place that sits in touch exhibition with the turn of the terrace. But the idea of bridges, which are an important, you can't fail to appreciate the importance of the station and the bridges and the Victorian infrastructure, the memory of the historical infrastructure of the yards and the coaches, and then the idea of warehouses, robust buildings at the lower end, kind of more kind of storage buildings, but at the upper end with a very fine Hayes Wharf, the idea of offices as kind of receptacles for life to continue and adjust is really very important. And they all informed the layering of the building, because the building project isn't the tower. The building project is Keats House, the public space, the Georgian Terrace, and the tower coming together to make a composition. And the tower itself, is obviously the most evident piece within that, and it draws upon the relationship of these historical memories of buildings and the idea of frame and infill and early industrial architecture and bridge and cantilever with the kind of lessons we've learnt from time about fineness and grain and window pattern, which you can see in the warehouses. And of course, then it's how that composition engages with the restored terrace in the bottom right.
Thank you. So if we move to page 70 in the book, next slide, please. Help us with this one.
This is just kind of delineating those as ideas. So the glazed facade that is to the north gently and subtly curves from an arc set 2/3 of the way up. Its height, which in a sense is the kind of vertical reference to the horizontal curve of the news building. The horizontal spandrels make this place not a sheer glass wall, it's not a smooth glass wall. It's a more variegated glass wall. We're picking up the idea of frame and horizontals that we found in the historical imagery. The window patterning and tracery then adds a filigree subdivision within it. Then the special floors break up the interest and highlight that this is a mixed-use building. And finally, the exposed structure references the bridges, but is an essential part of the organisational idea and the articulation of the mass in the city. But references the bridges, but it is doing an absolutely vital job to support the building in the city.
Yeah, and then we pull that all together on an image, if you like, at page 71 in the book. It's on the screen now. Does that seek to draw those points together in an image?
Yeah, I think what this shows very clearly is the primacy of the shard, the composition, slightly fragmented composition of the shard, and the slightly fragmented and planned composition of the news building, and then our building as a play-off against those of the slightly more filigree grain that I've just been talking about, rising up to the sky, working with the composition, and in fact, the vertical bridge, which you can see, which is a distinct and defining characteristic of our building, is kind of rather nicely set in this image by the horizontal bridge of the train station in the foreground running across. So you're creating a really powerful architectural composition, which I think brings this part of the cluster to a really satisfactory condition.
Thank you very much indeed, and obviously yellow is the Healthcare House proposal. Then we turn over to the next slide. Sustainability credentials. The inspector would be familiar with this from your proof, but I just want to ask you, while we've got this slide, please,
yes,
about two aspects here, which is in relation to energy and the standards which we find in most recently in the most recent London plan, and the change in the BREEAM rating that we seek for this building from excellent to outstanding, outstanding being the highest level. Now, we heard the other day that these things can be, and if permissions granted, would be secured by condition, but some doubt was expressed, if you like, as to whether it had been demonstrated satisfactorily that the 2018 scheme could achieve the most up-to-date energy requirements, the BREEAM outstanding, etc., etc. Can you just talk around those two pieces, please, as to how you see that?
Yeah, as a practice, we're committed to, I've talked about the idea of forever architecture. Buildings should come up and stay up, and they need to be generous, and that's very, very important in their design. They need to be popular and successful, and that's why the idea of the garden and the hub are really important. But they also need to set new standards. Since the submission of the project, the world has accelerated in its awareness of the challenges of the climate challenge. The client is committed to halving the embodied carbon. Now, we talk about BREEAM, but embodied and operational carbon are the key measures of buildings moving forward. Energy, which BREEAM is really measuring, is a much less significant contributor to carbon. So in fact, if a contemporary building in 2018 would have 1,200 kilograms of carbon a metre squared, this building is 600, and I believe as we develop in detail, we'll improve that. Its operational energy is less than half that of a current building. Its biodiversity is significant. It has no fossil fuels. It has photovoltaics, and BREEAM 2018, it would receive outstanding, it will receive neighbours 5 to 5.5, and it will receive a platinum, well rating. So extraordinary high ratings. But what I would say is actually those extraordinary high ratings, the best you can get in BREEAM and in WELL, are matched by, more than matched in import by the commitment to, really exemplary levels of new construction, halving current embodied carbon, which the client is committed to 572. So as we develop the design, as is normal, we will do that. We are building buildings all over London, and as you take them into the detailed design stage, technologies are evolving, and there's absolutely no doubt we will achieve the BREEAM Outstanding and Platinum, but we will also be setting new benchmark standards for embodied and operational energy, which will far exceed those in the current buildings built in the cluster and those coming forward.
Well, that's an interesting point you've just made. So I suspect we might all, if you like, guess that brand new building would do better than the already built buildings in the cluster unless they're very, very recent. But you mentioned there the ones which are coming forward. Do you mean by that the eastern end?
The eastern end.
So are they achieving standards like these?
From our research into their stated performance, no. So we are achieving the best standard with our 2018 proposition.
With the 2018 proposition, with these commitments that have been made. All right, thank you. And then on the slide at page 74 in the book, you just draw the benefits together. I don't think you need to repeat them. Go on, that's it. They're there. There's a record of them at page 74. The inspector would be familiar.
Yes, the only thing I'd point out, Inspector, that might be useful when she looks at the numbers is the place making 1,700 square metres of new and enhanced public realm.
Yeah.
The second one down is the 1,355 within the site and the 400 that is outside the site but committed beyond the red line. So just to clarify a number difference if you were to spot it.
Got it. Let me move on to the 2021 scheme, and we can, I think, roll through these because they're similar points, but obviously the scheme is different. So every now and again, we just need to draw out different aspects of the 2021 scheme. So slide page 77. Go on, that's the one there. So the connections and public routes
it
similar.
Repeats the 5 connections. The only point I would make is point A is an ungated. In the 2018 scheme, you return round the rear facade of Keats House. In A, you actually serve straight onto Thomas Street. So it's a minor urban shift.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Then page 78, opening up the underground station, same concept, opening onto a differently
designed building, which, as you know, comes forward and is slightly lower, which are addressing certain challenges, particularly a view from Southern Cathedral. So that led that strategy, and this is the image as seen, achieving all the same benefits.
Yep, thank you. Then slide 79, page 79 in the book, so the one that's on the screen now.
I think it's an important slide that highlights that the kind of evolved urban strategy of this building is creating a covered kind of gallery that takes you through on these large columns, pilotti we architects call them, takes you through to St Thomas Street, and on the right peels round to reveal the King's Head, but in a smaller yard. But that smaller yard is more than compensated for by the 17-metre high gallery that invites you through to Keats House and the similar little pocket park I talked about. What is an important, useful reference point is this is a 17-metre high space, which if you were to walk through London Bridge Station, the main station, as you walk through the gallery, the highest elements of the curved platforms which allow light, so London Bridge Station comes across and then steps up, comes across and steps up, are 17 metres, is consistent with the height, the soffits of those tallest elements.
Of the tallest ones. So you can go into London Bridge Station, for example, off St Thomas Street. You walk into
a space that's sometimes between 5 and 7.5 metres high.
Right.
But as you move through it, where the train lines are, there's almost these little ribbons of light come through.
Yes.
And those have a roof over them and light coming down the side. And our soffit is very much at the same level as those soffits.
So if the inspector walks through the station and looks up to the highest
point where the escalators go up in
the slots to the platforms, and you open up.
That soffit and our soffit are within half a metre or a metre of each other, which is obviously significantly different to the 5 to 7, of the station general concourse.
Yes.
Is these tall side-lit spaces, which again, this is a side-lit space.
That helps to bring it to life. Thank you. So if we move on then to the next, that's the one. So page 80 in the book, what site's on the screen, enhanced setting of the pub. Similar points, but obviously with a differently disposed scheme.
Yes, I think that the point about this is that the curved base allows the pilotti to hold the building up. The articulated forms you talk about, then these kind of softer elements underneath peel back, and there's greenery in both vertical and horizontal surfaces. So you're getting spaces to pause and sit. You're bringing actually increased biodiversity into this slightly smaller public space, but you're also opening up, the pub not in quite the same way, but it's very much opening up into the views.
Views, which takes us then to page 81 in the book, the next slide, that's the one there. And again, on the next slide, you've got the existing situation, which we can keep in our minds. So just flick it to the next slide, please, Hayden. Then flick it back to the previous slide with the 2021 scheme. Thank you. And what would you like to say about that comparison? So that's 81 and 82 in the book, pages 81 and 82 in the book. What would you like to say about that comparison?
It picks up the same idea of threshold. The biodiversity is I think, an additional benefit, more significant than that achieved by the plant pots. The facade splaying out is doing the same thing in the distance as the previous study. So you get this idea of the yard kind of closing down before it opens up here in the foreground. So it does all the right things. And to me, again, it is difficult to imagine anyone, including the users of the pub, who wouldn't enjoy this new experience of this restored and reinvented yard.
Very much indeed. Then we move on in the book to page 83, which is this. You explained just how high it is.
Yes. So on the left, you see the restored terrace. You see the new cut through. The idea of the entrance with the green wall in the foreground is the entrance to the two lifts that will take you up to the new garden on the roof, which I'll speak about in a moment. And then at the end is a kind of staircase, is a vista stop to invite you to walk down. That is actually access for the affordable workspace that's been located within Keats House, and an introduction to the little pocket park that's soon to come.
Thank you very much indeed. And then we turn page 84 in the book. Obviously, different treatment of the space in the sense that there's a different tower behind it, so to speak. But what would you like to say about this?
I think the different tower has a kind of a balcony that runs up this north-facing elevation, which is an amenity for the users, but that kind of marks its entrance in the city, gives you a clue about its coming. Keats House has been similarly restored as before. The courtyard is slightly narrow, because as you know, Keats House has moved over a little bit more, but it does all the same things. And here we're showing that the repaired and restored St Thomas Street, the reside of Keats House, and actually, the importance of how Keats House will engage and become reanimated, as has the Georgian Terrace either side. So it's an alternative version of the same concept.
Yes, indeed. And then the next slide is the existing situation. I think we know all about your views about the Nasher in that one. So we go to page 86 in the book, and so this is a similar concept to in the 2018 scheme. So I assume this opening up this route through, you'd say the same as you said for the 2018. Exactly the same. Thank you. Then we move on to page 87 in the book. So again, this is a study of whether or not one's going to be sort of, able to pause in this space or not. Similar points as earlier on, obviously different scheme, differently disposed spaces, but
differently disposed places, places of repose that still exist, and as some of the earlier images show, the gallery is animated by a workspace from the restored Georgian building, from the entrance hall, a large retail unit, and the busy entrance, what I hope will be a busy entrance to the two lifts that take you to the rooftop building. And I think there'll be a programme that ensures that is another delightful galleria that introduces you to the idea of London Bridge Station to come.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And the next slide again, similarly about the comfort of pedestrians in this space on page 88 in the book. Similar points to earlier on that.
Exactly the same point. The only difference I'd make is dimension 10 in this case, which is the tightest, is actually 6.8 metres.
Right.
Contrasting with number 1, which remains, of course, at 1.7. So the Galleria is slightly wider and taller and more grand than the alley condition and the 2018 condition. But both, will encourage that flow for the same percentage we talked about before.
Thank you. Then we move on to the public realm at grade, and you're, imagine, going to just remind us of the figures, if you like.
Yes. In this case, it's exactly the same code as before. You can see there are now 2 lifts off the room. This articulated reference to sort of, the Burlington Arcade shop articulation at the base of the building around the columns, the gallery. And in this case, 1,136 square metres of grade level accessible public realm, as well as the light green 350 enhanced existing public realm that will engage with it.
Okay, and then we move to the next slide, because you've done a similar exercise here, haven't you, of going to the public space, this time at the rooftop of this variant.
Yes.
21.
So in this case, because of the configuration of the building, there's 1,916 square metres if you add the 2 public realms together. So 780 at garden level added to the previous number gives you 1,900 of public realm. In this case, much higher within the city, as was developed in discussion with Southwark as an alternative scenario.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And then we've got the existing situation on the next slide, so you needn't repeat that. And then we move to an image which just seeks to draw those points together.
Draws them together and highlights that there's a biodiversity net gain in this particular image of 375% in the project.
Thank you. And then we go to the next slide, which is page 93 in the book, where you've got public benefits, rooftop, public garden. So
yes, I as I said, I enjoy the Mary Poppins view.
Yeah.
This is slightly more of a balloon view, but it is just above Shard Place, just above the news building, and will give you very, very good views around London, and was developed as a preference for Southwark within the city.
Okay. And on this slide, you haven't put unique, but presumably as a rooftop public garden, it is unique, isn't it?
And as discussed previously, it is.
It would be unique.
Unique within this context.
Okay.
Open, and what I would add is important to note that the restaurant that exists here is distinct from this, and there is a private garden for the office users, so that we don't overuse the public garden. So when the public get up there, it is very much a public space.
Okay, then we go to the next slide, which just is an image of part of that space, giving you an impression of the nature of the views from it. Okay, right. So it speaks for itself, I think. Page 94. Then we move to restoring the Georgian terrace. You've been through this. You need.
The only note I would make is we are not adding our shop fronts in this model of the Georgian terrace. The distinction in both options to me are delightful.
Thank you. And then the affordable workspace, page 96 in the book.
As before, you have the same idea of a variety of uses within the Georgian and within the taller building. I think that's very important to the kind of success of that and the creation of an affordable workspace community that is part of the bigger development.
Okay, so similar points about incubation unit size, and then
exactly the Georgian terrace contrasts with the elements that are served by the primary core and entered by the primary public space of the building, and engage within Keats House, which is restored with a new roof.
Which takes us then to the next slide, page 97 in the book, and that's Keats House.
Yes, I think again this has a slightly different take. The only thing to clarify on the left is we actually, by pulling Keats House away, we now reveal the historical party wall of the back of the quad, as was once seen before Keats House arrived. So again, it's this idea of change over time, and in this case, we're almost reinstating a condition by moving the building.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Then we go to similar similar but different images in relation to building the city, because obviously the 2021 scheme has a different way of treating itself compared to the 2018 one. So would you just like to talk us through the images we've got here, page 99 of the book?
We are in the same context. We are retaining and installing the Georgian building. We are kind of resituating and re-establishing Keats House, and they become the base of our project. The public realm and the roots are similar, with one slightly different. And in this case, we were looking at the idea of the building being a lower building that could perform, as well in terms of carbon and BREEAM, and then developing the idea that the architecture of that lower building would, and therefore more horizontal rather than vertical, should be developed. And we are playing with the idea of the picture window, and indeed, again, referencing Hayes Wharf. There are always ways you can evolve, and because the form is changing from a more vertical to more horizontal, and the structure of the bridge is disappearing into the plan because it's an organizational system, we develop an evolved and iterative language appropriate to the new mass.
Thank you. Which then takes us to page 100 in the book, slide on the screen. You made this point in your
shared this in my factual presentation, but it's really just saying that this lower, more horizontal mass is, we're very cognizant of the crudeness of an unsculpted form and the benefits of the kind of softened parallelogram that we've developed on the right, and the perspectives above are showing how that changes its visual impact in key views to ensure that it's a delightful addition to the cluster.
Thank you very much indeed. Then we go to page 101 in the book. So this is the base.
Yes, so the idea of the base here is that because we are lifting this building up and it is consuming as a built form more of the site, that we've developed this idea of the side light I've referenced, of the 17-metre soffit to the Galleria. And then we've developed an idea actually of a different idea of base, which is this soft and four-storey architecture that sits and weaves its way through and defines another way of thinking about a covered space that is different to an open space. So it becomes a more integrated set of roots and an architectural proposition.
Very much indeed. Then at the next slide, that's it on the screen.
That's really just talking there about that idea of the base, and then the idea, with a legibly different architecture, the idea of reading the soffit, then the idea of reading the top with that middle zone as an important kind of more horizontal axis, softened by the corner forms.
Thank you. Then on page 103 of the book, you bring all that together in the view from the
yes. So here you see that rippling curved balcony I spoke about that clues you up to the idea of the public little pocket park that we've created between Keats House and the Georgian Terrace. You see the 770 square metres of public garden, and you can see the subtlety of a building that has 3 layers within the 21 layers of its middle that refine and step towards the top. So you're playing a game of horizontals and verticals and filigree structures that is not just a stack from top to bottom, but is subtly changing. So you're getting the buildings becoming more glassy as it rises up, as it gets more views of the city.
Thank you very much indeed. Then we go to 104 in the book. Anything different to say about the sustainability credentials 2021 compared to what you said a few minutes ago about 2018?
We will achieve BREEAM Outstanding comfortably and well platinum comfortably. The embodied carbon in this case, because embodied carbon had come to the fore more, at this moment in time, we're targeting 551, which is well below the 600 that's set by the GLA. So it's an improvement. I am confident we can pursue a similar target. The GPE target is 572. That's their corporate target for all their projects. So, we're more than confident we can achieve that. The operational energy is slightly up because the deeper footprint demands a little bit more assisted lighting. So these are refinements, but these are refinements that will come of 2 schemes that can both achieve exemplary standards.
Very much indeed. And then you draw, finally, at page 106, you draw everything together by way of the benefits you've been through them all. So this is, if you like, a summary.
It is the same summary of slightly different figures, but in general, a similar suite of benefits.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Alford. That's the evidence in chief. We're just 4 minutes past 5.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So we'll return tomorrow for your cross-examination, Mr. Alford. You're fine tonight. You can discuss things with your team because you've not begun cross-examination. So just in case you weren't sure. Okay, so we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 rather than the 9 o'clock we initially thought. So it's been helpful to have you here today. I was due some conditions, clean copies. We've got them. Yeah, we've got them. Thumbs up from the progress. They're excellent. So I've not had them yet, but that's good. Okay. All right. Are there any procedural points to raise now for tomorrow? No. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Slightly later than planned, but I think useful, and we'll get to watch Neighbours tomorrow. So always good. Okay. All right. Well, have a good evening.